Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Discourse is alive and well. Let's see. So my stream was only delayed by an hour because I made the, this was a really good decision for me. My camera is on manual focus because Lycan did that when I asked him to help me, like, make my camera focus a couple of weeks ago. I never changed it, and today, before I was going live, I was like, it would be a really good idea if I did this right before I wanted to press go live. And that literally took over an hour of, like, fucking with it. I don't even think, it doesn't look any better. It's in a worse position. I'm gonna have to spend more time tomorrow fixing it, so we're gonna pretend like I didn't do that. Dude, this Enemy Charlie person, I didn't realize she had, like, the following that she does. So good on her. But I want to take a look at this. Apparently what she does is, like, ethics or, like, philosophy streams or something like that. I don't know. But I saw her in a... I cannot believe I'm, like, exposed to this person who has literally 28,000 followers on Twitch through a book panel, but that's the corner of the internet that I'm in. And she is right now debating Andrew Wilson.
I think he does. Like, again, it's gonna go... There's no really, like... again, like, evidence that you could provide me to...
And somebody already pointed out in chat that
here's the thing that's funny.
apparently Andrew Wilson asked what sex murders the most, and he said women cause abortion.
What standard of evidence
So
would you even accept?
guess that settles that.
Atheist Richard Dawkins said, if he looked at the sky and it said, Richard, I'm God, he would...
But when I tuned into this earlier, like when I was looking at this while my waiting screen was loading,
even if that was the case,
she was just sitting there while he's like I could tell he's just like berating her and like screaming at her.
Never appeal to anything for why I'm wrong except
Meta ethics open dialogue with Andrew Wilson on the Raging Tomato. This probably should be renamed Lobotomy live on Twitch, even though it's against TOS, hosted by the Raging Tomato. Andrew Wilson is what happens when you don't donate to Straighterade. Andrew Wilson is what happens when young, lonely men, and like actually not just young, I would assume it's a lot of middle-aged people already, take the disposable income that they were putting towards OnlyFans, or were gonna put towards OnlyFans, and instead put it towards him. He was one of the most super chatted YouTube channels, I believe. So. Is this the Straighterade? It is, indeed. Okay, what are we up to? At least you can get off with OF. The Wilsons are ugly. I don't know if that, like, there was actually, and it wasn't me, it was Pisco who said this, apparently. I've never seen this clip, so I'm just repeating what Pisco said. But apparently, a clip of Andrew Wilson exists where he says, what does he ask? He asked, like, I think he asked, like, who is more attractive? And then most people will say women, but then he's like, okay, who's more attractive without makeup? And then most people switch their answer to men. This is supposed to prove something very, very important to Andrew Wilson, so I'm just reporting that. I'm just repeating it. I didn't say that. I don't know if I've never seen this clip before. Maybe it doesn't exist. I'm just repeating what Pisco said. Also want to take a look at this really quick. Apparently TheSerfsTV, aka Lance, we like Lance, I like Lance, debated Jesse Singal of Blocked and Reported fame. Jesse Singal is like independent journalist whose beat is like trans issues, trans kids, like all he does is focus on like studies related to like gender, youth medicine, and all of that shit. So I'm not a huge fan of his work because he promotes pseudoscience, but let's see how he does in this preview. Tomorrow the whole thing's gonna come out, and then I will watch it then. I was like so interested in just seeing it, I wouldn't have turned it on stream because it's like in Lance's paywall or whatever. But I almost paid for Lance's Patreon just so I could see it early, because I am curious to see if Lance gets him on anything significant. So confronting Jesse Singal on a statement that gender dysphoria is classified as a mental illness in the DSM-5 and how the right weaponizes these tactics against LGBTQ plus people.
You said it, I'm going to quote you here. Gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM. Maybe it shouldn't be, but...
You still reading any interesting books? No, because right now I'm still trying to get through fucking Abundance, and it is not interesting and it's not entertaining and I fucking hate it. But I said I would finish it before I go on Live and Learn. So
as of now, gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness. Maybe we'll look back and say that it shouldn't have been. Still stand by that statement.
Yeah, the DSM-5 lists gender dysphoria as a mental illness. Yeah, they changed it from gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria, partly because that would make it sound less stigmatizing or whatever. But it's listed alongside all the Now
it's not listed as mental illness though. I mean, to do that is something that right wingers do. I think specifically to be able to, again, like you just mentioned, stigmatize trans people. But it's not listed as mental illness. That's a factually incorrect statement to make. It's not. And the DSM. So in the DSM-5, gender dysphoria is listed as a mental disorder that can arise as a result of extreme stress or distress that comes from one's own gender identity not lining up with what they were.
You just said it's listed as a mental disorder.
No. See, the wording here is very tricky and important. And so...
Okay.
I mean, mental disorder, is there a difference between... Maybe colloquially there's not, between mental disorder and mental illness. But I will say, saying that gender dysphoria... is a mental illness or whatever, if the technical term is like disorder, there is an argument to make that you should be very precise with that.
It can be diagnosed as a mental disorder, gender dysphoria specifically, and this is not done to stigmatize trans people. It specifically does not list trans people or non-binary people as having a mental illness.
Sorry, hold on. Why is it stigmatizing to have a mental illness?
It's stigmatizing to say the trans...
Oh my God, dude. Okay, that is so... This is like, okay... A few months ago, more than a few months ago, last year, there was like PBD and the right, Tucker Carlson specifically, he was the one who brought this discourse back up. That guy who says that he sucked Obama's dick in a car 20 years ago and they smoked crack together. I can't remember this dude was platformed by Tucker Carlson. He's been saying this for literally years. He was not anything new. Obama is not relevant right now, but nonetheless, he was getting a platform from Tucker Carlson, and then PBD reacted to it, and people like Vinny were actually taking it seriously or thought, like, we should listen to him. Yes, Larry Sinclair discourse. I don't know why this was being repeated. This was not something that had been discussed since, 2008, maybe 2012. I can't remember. And PBD just thought it was so funny that people were getting defensive about the accusations that this guy was making as far as his alleged liaison with Obama, that there's no evidence that it happened other than this guy's word. Obama denies it. There's no evidence. There's no one to corroborate it. This dude has been in and out of jail. And I'm pretty sure he has multiple different mental health ailments. Okay. Not exactly the most trustworthy source, but PBD was like, what's wrong with being gay? I thought the left loved gay people. So why is it an issue if Obama's gay? And I was like, that is what Jesse Singal is saying here reminds me of that, where it's like, well, what's wrong with having a mental illness? It's like, when you say that gender dysphoria is classified as a mental illness in the DSM-5, that you're not just being descriptive. There are obvious connotations to that are loaded into that word, whether you want to or not. You can make the argument it ought to be destigmatized, right? But then you're using potentially imprecise, inflammatory language in the context of discussing a vulnerable demographic in the United States and globally, and trying to leverage that against them. And also under the pretext of but I'm helping normalize and destigmatize mental health by talking about it in this way. Because nobody should be ashamed of having a mental illness, right? Come on, dude.
No. See, the wording here is very tricky and important. And so it can be diagnosed as a mental disorder, gender dysphoria specifically, and this is not done to stigmatize trans people. It specifically does not list trans people or non-binary people as having a mental illness.
Sorry, hold on. Why is it stigmatizing to have a mental illness?
It's stigmatizing to say the trans people or...
He's not saying Lance's not arguing it ought to be stigmatized. He's just saying, yeah, if you have a mental illness right now in any developed country, there is still stigma surrounding that.
Being trans by definition is itself just a mental illness. This is what right-wingers are consistently doing. Tim Pool has himself tweeted that out.
But being trans is not the same as having gender dysphoria anyway.
It's not.
I just want to
but that's why it's important. Yeah, but it's important to actually identify these things, whether or not they're correct. And again, it lists experiencing gender dysphoria as a mental disorder. So that's different than your statement. Both statements that you made so far.
So I feel like you told me, do you stand by this? I said yes. And then you said, no, you're wrong. And then you read me something that just echoed back what I just said. I might need more caffeine, but you got to explain this to me.
So
you're saying it's
Okay. Now let's see what the actual DSM. I mean, this is psychiatry.org. This is like the APA, American Psychiatric Association. The term transgender refers to a person whose sex assigned at birth, i.e., the sex assigned by a physician at birth, usually based on external genitalia, does not match their gender identity, i.e., one's psychological sense of their gender. Some people who are transgender will experience quote-unquote gender dysphoria, which refers to psychological distress that results from an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. Though gender dysphoria often begins in childhood, some people may not experience it until after puberty or much later. People who are transgender may pursue multiple domains of gender affirmation, including social affirmation, e.g. changing one's pronouns and name, legal affirmation, e.g. changing gender markers on one's government-issued documents, medical affirmation, e.g. pubertal, never seen that word, suppression or gender-affirming hormones, and or surgical affirmation, e.g. vaginoplasty, facial feminization surgery, breast augmentation, etc. Of note, not all people who are transgender will desire all domains of gender affirmations, as these are highly personal and individual decisions. Let's see. Is there any discussion about like maybe in the FAQ of like if it counts as like a disorder? If I put like if a man likes to, this is in the FAQ. If a man likes to dress in women's clothing but does not identify as a woman and otherwise lives typically as a male, does he have a psychiatric disorder? No, such a desire is called transvesticism, like transvestites, and it is not a psychiatric disorder. The DSM-5 does have a diagnostic of transvestic disorder that specifically states, quote, it does not apply to all individuals who dress as the opposite sex. Even those who do so habitually, it is only considered a disorder if, quote, cross-dressing or thoughts of cross-dressing are always or often accompanied by sexual excitement. Interesting.
So first off, it's not mental illness, it's a mental disorder, right?
Okay.
We're distinguishing between those two. And then secondly, it's not by definition if you are trans or if you are non-binary, you have a mental disorder either. Because that's not what the DSM.
Yeah.
No, I know, but that's what the implication of that sentence and you then doubling down on it means.
You asked if gender dysphoria in the DSM.
I didn't ask anything. I read you a quote of yourself that you had said out loud. And I said, do you still stand by that? Even though it's factually
Well, then I guess you did ask a question, right?
correct.
It's factually incorrect that the DSM-5 has a condition called gender dysphoria?
Aaron, would you go on Piers Morgan or Jubilee and debate people if you had the chance to do so in the future? Yes. I have the contact information for these people. I just need to reach out to them. I just haven't done it.
Now you're changing the topic. It's factually
Not for Jubilee, for Piers Morgan.
Gender dysphoria in the DSM-5.
I didn't ask anything. I read you a quote of yourself that you had said out loud. And I said, do you still stand by that? Even though it's factually incorrect.
Okay, so I guess he says that within the context, like within this debate, because I don't know that Jesse Singal is actually, he says, I read it out loud and you said that earlier. Or like, I read what you said out loud earlier.
It's factually incorrect that the DSM-5 has a condition called gender dysphoria?
See, now you're changing the topic. It's factually incorrect that they list
I don't understand
that they list it as a mental illness. That is not correct.
You're saying it's a mental disorder, not a mental illness.
No, I'm not saying generally that it's a mental disorder. I'm saying if you experience gender dysphoria, specifically the DSM-5 says that can be classified as a mental disorder. If you experience gender dysphoria, extreme distress and duress.
Yeah. I don't understand. Sorry, it sounds like we're both saying that being trans is one thing.
Keep saying that we're saying the same thing, but we're not. One obviously is being
Okay.
utilized by the right to stigmatize trans people. This is one of the reasons why people like Tim Pool will frequently make
Okay, this is what it says. Can I please zoom in? Goddamn. Okay, this is from the APA, gender dysphoria. In the upcoming 5th edition of the diagnostic, the DSM, people whose gender is at birth is contrary to the one they identify with will be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. This diagnosis is a revision of the DSM-5's criteria for gender identity disorder and is intended to better characterize the experiences of affected children, adolescents, and adults. Respecting the patient, ensuring access to care. DSM not only determines how mental disorders are defined and diagnosed, it also impacts how people see themselves and how we see each other. While diagnostic terms facilitate clinical care and access to insurance coverage that supports mental health, these terms can also have a stigmatizing effect. The DSM-5 aims to avoid stigma and ensure clinical care for individuals who see and feel themselves to be a different gender than their assigned gender. It replaces the diagnostic name, gender identity disorder, with gender dysphoria, as well as makes other important clarifications in the criteria. It is important to note that gender nonconformity is not in itself a mental disorder. The critical element of gender dysphoria is the presence of clinically significant distress associated with the condition. I feel like this settles that, no? Does he stand by using the term like gender identity disorder rather than like dysphoria?
Topic. It's factually incorrect that they list it as a mental illness. That is not correct.
You're saying it's a mental disorder, not a mental illness.
No, I'm not saying generally that it's a mental disorder. I'm saying if you experience gender dysphoria, specifically the DSM-5 says that can be classified as a mental disorder. If you experience gender dysphoria, extreme distress and duress.
Yeah. I don't understand. Sorry, it sounds like we're both saying that being trans is one thing.
Keep saying that we're saying the same thing, but we're not. One obviously is being utilized by the right to stigmatize trans people. This is one of the reasons why people like Tim Pool will frequently make statements where they say...
Is Lance saying that gender dysphoria isn't always mental disorder, LMAO? I mean, like, it's unclear to me even what the fact of the matter is.
Being trans...
And what the contention is, because it seems like he's taking him to task on something that was uttered earlier in this conversation, not something that Jesse had actually written.
Is a mental illness. It's actually in the DSM-5. It says you're mentally ill and stuff like that, because they both think that having a mental illness is something worth of stigmatization. And in addition to that, they want to associate that directly with trans people. So I think furthering that idea, especially coming from, again, someone like you, who is not someone who identifies as a right-winger, a far-right extremist, or any of that kind of stuff, it then gives ammunition. Tim Pool can say, well, yeah, Jesse Singal said here that the DSM-5 says it's a mental illness.
What do you think the DSM-5 says gender dysphoria is?
Can we pull up the DSM-5 and just read the actual definitions?
I'm extremely... You seem like a friendly guy interpersonally, but I'm very confused right now because I feel like you're yelling at me and I don't... Well, not yelling. You're not yelling at me. Your tone is totally fine. But the DSM...
I was like, I don't believe I've yelled once this entire time. But anyways, I'm going to be... I want to pull it up here so we don't get anything mixed up. So it's on table 2. The DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria are marked incongruence between one's experience and
the DSM-5 in the room with us.
Expressed gender and natal gender of at least 6 months in duration, as manifested by at least 2 of the following. A marked incongruence between one's experience and expressed gender, primary and or secondary sex characteristics, or in young adolescents, the anticipated secondary sex characteristics. B, a strong desire to be rid of one's primary and or secondary sex characteristics because of a marked incongruence with one's experience and expressed gender, or in young adolescents, or a desire to prevent the development of the anticipated secondary sex characteristics. C, a strong desire for the primary and secondary sex characteristics of the other gender. D, a strong desire to be the other gender or some affirmative gender different from one's designated gender. E, a strong desire to be treated as the other gender or some alternative gender difference from one's assigned gender. And then F, the final one, sorry, this is taking a long time, a strong conviction that one's typical feelings and reactions to other gender or some alternative gender differ from one's designated gender.
See, I wouldn't go about doing this, like having a confrontation with Jesse Singal unless I came prepared with a highly specific contention, had all of my receipts lined up, because I'm not going to say that this guy's a pedant, but Jesse Singal is like a journalist who, again, covers this as his beat day in, day out. He engages and interfaces with all of the, all of the clinical terms, all of the most up-to-date data on it. That's pretty much like the majority of what his Substack consists of. So unless I had very specific receipts for I don't want this, or like I disagree with you on this or whatever, trying to get him on these things that he said, I guess, and you don't have the, it's always going to be tricky because you're talking about highly technical language in the context of a thing that is still being understood.
So this condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning.
So what you just read, those are the criteria for what?
For gender dysphoria.
And what is gender dysphoria?
Did you want me to reread the entire thing? The gender dysphoria
Is
what they
disorder
determine. Again, gender dysphoria is what they determine. Okay, to be someone who is experiencing distress, duress as a result of having.
No, I know, but what does it reflect that it's listed in the DSM-5? Like, what is
if you
DSM-5?
experience gender dysphoria, then that is what is classified as a mental disorder. Because they're doing that not to stigmatize it, but in order to allow doctors for the ability for them to diagnose it properly, to be able to help you get medical attention.
So you're saying
that distinction is very important. And you keep going back to, I think we're saying the same thing. We're not. The term mental illness is never used at all in the DSM-5 in relation to trans people. And also,
This is correct.
so being trans or being non-binary is not itself a mental disorder. Experiencing gender dysphoria.
Haven't they also moved away from classifying anything? And like, isn't it now like everything is considered like a mental health condition?
Okay. Do you think gender dysphoria is listed in the
Like, I don't know if like the DSM-5 and these institutions have even are still continuing to use the term like mental illness. I could be wrong though.
DSM-5 as a mental disorder?
Experiencing gender dysphoria is.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we agree, unless I'm confused. Well, but what's the difference between a mental disorder and a mental illness? And we're talking about the symptoms. We're not talking about being trans. I'm also not even defending. I'm just saying it's in the DSM, and you won't.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter to you if you call it a mental illness, even though the DSM-5 doesn't.
Thoughts on Tim Pool's music? Huge fan. Listen to every album.
Call it a mental illness.
Stream it every day.
Because you don't see, it's a distinction without a difference to you between the two.
The DSM-5 is a list of mental health diagnoses or mental disorders, and one of them is gender dysphoria.
It feels like Lance is dancing around / avoiding something, but I can't pinpoint what it is. I don't think he's like dancing around or trying to avoid anything. I actually think he's trying to get Jesse Singal on something, but Jesse Singal either doesn't really see a meaningful difference between the term mental illness or mental disorder, for one. For two, even if there was, he seems to not have an issue, or he's saying like, what's the big deal with either of these terms in the first place? And then I think Lance is trying to pin him down to that position, but it's something that Jesse is like is either ambivalent towards, but I do feel like, I don't know if this is bad because I feel like at the beginning of this, he was like, what's wrong with having a mental illness? And it's like, dude, this is where like I go back and forth on this guy being like intentionally just disingenuous, or if it really is just a matter of like, I just don't agree with this guy, because how can you not understand that something being categorized as a mental illness, like in a medical, like clinical context that is completely value neutral, in like any other context, it's not. It's a loaded term.
In the ICD, they branched it out and they gave it its own category, so it's no longer considered a form of mental disorder. I also I just got to say, as someone with a family history of a fair amount of mental illness and my own struggles, like this idea that let's say gender dysphoria is a mental illness, like that doesn't.
But Singal asked him if his problem is that he's saying mental disorder does not equal mental illness, and Lance didn't answer him directly. Yeah, he probably should have clarified or whatever, but Lance was trying to get him to like answer his question first, I guess, before he proceeded to answering his own.
So it's no longer considered a form of mental disorder. I also I just got to say, as someone with a family history of a fair amount of mental illness and my own struggles, like this idea that let's say gender dysphoria is a mental illness, like that doesn't mean people who have it are any less worthy of everything they deserve in life. I think it's this weird backwards.
No
one's saying that. Yeah.
That's a very underhanded tactic to try and get.
I feel like what Jesse, and now I'm becoming more convinced that what Jesse's arguing is like, I mean, it's not, but even if it were, would it be that bad? I'm not saying that they should have different outcomes or anything like that. I'm just saying that it's objectively a mental illness, and kind of burying his head in the sand as far as how that's going to be perceived. People will be like, as far as how most people understand, most people don't understand transgender issues, gender identity, like all of this stuff, gender dysphoria. Like this is like very new. It's a new field to most people. The scientific literature on it that exists is not nearly comprehensive enough that it's been around in the same way that like even like climate science or something like that has been around. And then on top of it, you have a lot of confusion surrounding just like people's understanding of it. That's not even getting into like, do they understand like the way it's related to like medicine, mental health, etc. And we're talking about like with all of that in mind, saying, well, like, what's the big deal if people think it's a mental illness? It's like, yeah, because even though you're making the distinction between being transgender and having gender dysphoria, and that doesn't always overlap, and there are some trans people that don't have it, and there's some trans people that do, it's going to be understood as like being linked, and it's gonna come off to people like, oh yeah, they're mentally ill, they're like crazy, like it's like a man in a dress, and we need to like humor them or something like that.
Away from the fact that you were incorrect about
No,
this.
I'm not talking about
it's not about stigmatizing people with mental illness, but it is, again, being utilized and weaponized by the right, to the far right in this regard.
Important distinction is that a disorder does not necessarily require a cure that removes the disorder, whereas illness does, if possible, apply a need or general aim to remove. Yeah, I would say the same. I would say so. That's like the same as this also goes for why we changed like the term STD to STI, because disease sounds like something that you're afflicted with for life, or it's immutable, or it's something that can't be gotten rid of, and as opposed to STI, which is an infection, which signals that that is an acute issue that can be resolved with medical intervention.
Regard to try and stigmatize trans people. And this is yet another example where I think that they can use quotes that you've said or statements you've made. And again, it's not coming from a right-winger. It's coming from liberal journalist Jesse Singal.
Yeah, this is also reminding me of like the conversation that he had with Sam Cedar and Emma. He like called in, and he always wants to like emphasize, Jesse wants to emphasize like what they agree on. Like, oh, we agree on so much. And Sam was like, dude, I don't give a fuck what we agree on. Like the one I want to talk to you about, like, or like he called in, he's like, we should talk about what we disagree on. And two, the way you go about presenting information, it's possible to say everything, like for every statement of yours to be factually correct, and still for a reader or somebody who comes across your work to be less informed than when they started, or to completely misunderstand the point that you're trying to convey, if the information is not organized in a way that actually clarifies the point, or that actually explains it to people. And I think that it's to get into like the issues I have with this man's work is like, again, it's a Sisyphusian task, and I would not just do it on a whim. I would do it like after doing a lot of research and pointing out specific issues with where. But I think that like Lance is saying, he ends up being pointed to as like kind of the it's not just right wingers that are gender critical or aka transphobic. It's also like even the liberal Jesse Singal thinks that there's an issue with this stuff or whatever. That's why he's written extensively on the permanent damage that can occur from this stuff or whatever. And it's like, keeping in mind that like Jesse Singal is not a medical authority. Jesse Singal is not an expert in anything. He's not an endocrinologist. He has no medical training. Do you need medical training to write about medical information or scientific information? No, you don't. But you're far more likely to be able to, or you're far more likely and far more prone, in my opinion, to make a mistake. I think first and foremost, people should just listen to doctors. People should listen to actual gender clinicians and physicians over journalists that attempt to disaggregate it for people. Christ, what did Matt Taibbi do now? Well, first I want to do Epstein. I need to see what the hell. So people are upset about Epstein. Something happened, but nothing happened. So this was earlier yesterday about the Epstein client list.
Transparency.
Follow up on that,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox
I've
News.
got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. That they promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
We're getting the bad people. Singal seems to be deliberate and willfully ignorant towards any causality relating to his work and adopts the shocked Pikachu face when people suggest that his words have effect. Yeah, that's why, again, like that was what the issue that Sam Cedar was trying to discuss with him. And that's why he goes in wanting to talk about like what they agree on, you know, like, and he's like, no, like we're trying to talk, like this is not about some like the minutia of your reporting. This is about the way your reporting is like weaponized. And like the instances that they had where his reporting had been used by Republican attorney generals to advance transphobic legislation in Texas, Jesse was like, oh, well, I responded to that. And I made a post on my blog saying that was not how my work was intended to be used. Like they used it wrong or whatever. And Sam was like, how many more times does that have to happen before you realize that either you're either consciously or unconsciously, I don't know which one is worse, a useful idiot for an agenda you supposedly don't support. But when your work is cited to advance it, you kind of just go like, oh, that's a shame. You know, that's not how my work is intended to be used. And you don't take more of an effort to ensure that that doesn't happen again in the future. Seems like STD is still used, but it's a downstream issue. HPV is an STI, which causes cervical cancer, which is an STD. I can link an article. Yes, sure. Thank you, Eddie Bombay, for the 100 bits. 100 bits. Apparently Alex Jones was like crying over this shit.
How they got Trump and the DOJ to do this, because the public is not buying it. No one is buying it. So I never saw any evidence of Trump involved in any of the stuff that came out. It was all fake. The fake Jane Does, all the crap, you know. E. Jean Carroll, the crazy leftist cat lady, all of it. So now by coming in and being part of the cover-up.
Why we brought up E. Jean Carroll, I don't know.
The Trump administration has...
Still mad that after all of this time, yes, it was found by a judge that what she had been accused Donald Trump of was credible and true, which was rape.
Become part of it.
Like, I believe what happened with the Carroll case is that she alleged that in a department store, like back in the 90s or something like that, Donald Trump and her went shopping, and then he forced her into like a dressing room or something like that, and he like essayed her pretty much. And the judge ruled not that a rape had occurred, but that in the colloquial understanding of what people understand to be rape or whatever, like that's not defamatory because the act that she accused him of and he was found to have been liable for is consistent with that with rape. I
mean, it's just you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm going to go throw up, actually. And this only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically going to puke probably right now. My mouth is watering right now. Because I have integrity. And, I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country. And they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this tears my guts out. And, the left, they're all complicit. They're openly promoting pedophilia.
These are like worse fake tears than like a YouTuber apology.
We know they're pure evil. And they'll think it's all funny. Oh, look, Alex is sad. Maga's tearing itself apart. Your globalist masters literally want you to eat bugs and live in a 5G, 200 square foot coffin apartment. You look at the left. Look at them all posing with their Pfizer shots looking like dead zombies. I mean, come on. You guys are sick. And so you shouldn't look at those of us that have a soul still and have integrity in pain over this and celebrate, you dumb pieces of fucking shit. You're going against your own self-preservation, serving this evil globalist system in BlackRock and the New World Order and Hakeem Jeffries and all the rest of it. So I'm just processing this right now. I don't know on what planet Trump is doing all this good stuff in the real world and still being demonized by the corporate media and constant lies like, oh, there was no weather alert for flash floods in Texas by the National Weather Service. There was the day before and over 500 times. It's just constant lies. I need to defend Trump. He's being lied about. And then this type of shit happens. I don't even know what to say.
You must defend Donald Trump.
I mean, it's just, it's beyond insane.
I, too, am always more concerned when Donald Trump is lied about rather than the lies that Trump tells.
You couldn't try to hurt yourself worse. You couldn't try to discredit the FBI worse than what they've done. Pam Bondi, all of it. All those videos are saying, yeah, she's seen the videos. It's all coming out. And then now it doesn't exist. I mean, what? 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 Damn it. 11 a.m. today, I'll be covering it. And no matter where this information goes, I'll always report it.
How is he not broke? He takes a lot of sponsorships. I watched him debate Rabbi Shmuley. That was fucking stupid to do. A couple of, like a week ago. And oh my God, like every 10, 15 minutes, he does like product placement for very, very shady shit. So this was the article that was published yesterday, exclusive with Axios. DOJ, FBI conclude Epstein had no client list, died by suicide. President Trump's Justice Department and FBI have concluded that they have no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios. The administration is releasing a video in both raw and enhanced versions that it says indicate no one entered the area of the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held the night he died in 2019. The video supports a medical examiner's finding that Epstein died by suicide, the two-page memo claims. Why it matters. The findings represent the first time Trump's administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein's activities and his death. Theories that had been pushed by the FBI's top two officials before Trump appointed them to the bureau. As social media influencers and activists, Kash Patel, now the FBI's director, we'll never get over that, and Dan Bongino, now deputy director, were among those in MAGA world who questioned the official version of how Epstein died. And then they got into office and realized, are we the baddies? Are we the deep state? Now we're actually the ones that are responsible to limit transparency surrounding the death of this man. Patel and Bongino have since said Epstein killed himself, but it has also become an article of faith online, especially on the right, that Epstein's crimes also implicated government officials, celebrities, and business leaders, and that someone killed him to conceal them. The memo says no one else involved in the Epstein case will be charged. Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, is serving a 20-year sentence for child sex trafficking and related offenses. According to the memo, investigators closely examined footage of Epstein's Manhattan prison cell between 10:40 p.m. on August 9, 2019, when Epstein was locked in a cell, and around 6:30 a.m. the next day, when he was found unresponsive. The footage, which was reviewed by Axios but couldn't be verified independently, showed no one was entering the area, the administration said. Isn't the reason why it can't be verified independently is because they can't verify for sure that there isn't footage that's missing to create a deceptive conclusion, no? Apropos to this, last night I watched ContraPoints' newest video on conspiracy theories. I still haven't gotten around to that. Is it good? I mean, I feel like with the exception of Envy, I like pretty much every ContraPoints video essay. The FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast balance, balancing the color and improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability, the memo said. Investigators found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties, the memo adds. As MAGA influencers, Patel and Bongino had been among the loudest voices touting Epstein conspiracy theories. I really hate that I never knew who this guy was, but apparently, Kash Patel, but was shouting from the rooftops every QAnon conspiracy under the sun, and then made it into the Trump administration. Since joining the government as Trump appointees, they've been more measured in talking about the Epstein investigation. That's one way to put it. Another way would be they've completely reversed course and now they're fucking lying. There's no scenario where they're not lying. Either they were lying when they were QAnon influencers, because by definition, QAnon is conspiracy nonsense. There's no basis for it. Or they take kernels of truth and disparate facts to create a misleading picture. As any typical, like all the most typical conspiracies do have some kernels of truth to them, but that's not what these people are interested in. Or he's lying now. And has thrown cold water on the notion he was murdered. He killed himself, Bongino said on Fox News in May. I've seen the whole file. Trust me, bro. Remember how, like, again, these people spent years telling people you can't trust the deep state, you can't trust the government. When they put out a press release, just because they say he didn't kill himself, that doesn't mean you can actually buy it. Now they're in the positions of being the person to say, you have to buy it. He really did kill himself. The government had nothing to do with this. Certainly not Donald Trump. There was no client list. Do you stream on Kick? No, not yet. One day I will. Maga's media universe and some of its voices on Capitol Hill have expressed frustration with the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein case since February, when the DOJ released a tranche of Epstein-related files that were already publicly available. Do y'all remember this? This is when they had people like libs of TikTok and like Jack Posobiec as well. They went to the fucking White House. They were like parading around their little binders, and it was full of information that had already been publicly available. There was nothing new. It just turned into like a stupid press, like a photo op. And then they went back into their corners and acted like they had like new secret information, but they didn't. Conservative figures panned the discourse, saying it lacked new information. This is not what we or the American people asked for, and a complete disappointment. Representative Ana Paulina Luna, Republican from Florida, posted then, "Get us the information we asked for." The intrigue. When Elon Musk had a falling out with Trump last month, Musk accused the president of being in the Epstein files. Trump posted on Truth Social a statement from former Epstein lawyer David Schoen, saying Trump wasn't implicated in any crime. Schoen had also represented Trump in a second impeachment trial. Musk later deleted his accusation and other posts on X, saying he went too far, aka the ketamine binge ended. And he realized what the fuck he did, and so he deleted it all. Still, the questions about whether Trump's name is in the government's Epstein files have persisted because they had been acquaintances who attended the same parties in the 1990s. I was going to say, didn't he say at one point that they were like BFFs? In a 2017 interview with author Michael Wolff, Epstein even claimed that at one point he was Trump's closest friends. Definitely not sus. Trump, however, said in 2019 that he was, quote, not a fan of Epstein and hadn't spoken to him for 15 years. I don't even know him. I don't even know the guy who was claiming at one point we were close friends. He also said he had borrowed Epstein from his golf resorts in the early 2000s. Democrats, meanwhile, have demanded to know more about the Epstein-Trump relationship. What's their citation for this? Democrats probe whether Trump... Dude, they're not pushing this shit, like, nearly enough, trying to, like, get to the bottom of this. And the reason why is because Bill Clinton would probably also be fucking implicated, and it would be, like, a bipartisan scandal. It wouldn't just be... there's no way to get accountability for Trump that is also not going to out other Democratic operatives or celebrities that would not fare well for them either. What's next? The DOJ and FBI say in the memo that no further disclosure of Epstein-related material would be appropriate or warranted. The memo says much of the material relates to child sexual abuse, details of Epstein's victims, and information that would expose innocent individuals to allegations of wrongdoing. Dude, nobody wants the lurid, disgusting details of CSA or any of that. Nobody gives a shit. What they want is the client list. What they want are the people that were attempting to solicit these services and these crimes and participate in these types of crimes in collusion with Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody want to fucking know about any of that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares in the sense that that's not what anybody is asking for. It's like a massive diversion of red herring to even conclude this. Like, we're not going to expose innocent individuals. It's like, dude, that's not what people want. Through this review, we found no basis to revisit the disclosure of those materials, and we will not permit the release of child pornography. Very cool. Thank you. A thing that nobody was asking for. The story has been corrected to say former Jeffrey Epstein lawyer David Schoen represented Donald Trump in Trump's second impeachment, not his first one. Ooh, Axios with the mistakes, man. So apparently even Benny Johnson was not a fan of this. And I mean, even these people, to save face with their audience, they can say nothing else. They have to criticize Trump in this instance. This is not one where they can say like they have to at the very least criticize the administration and in some way say like, oh, this is unfair to Trump or whatever. But all of these people have been talking to their audience about how Donald Trump is going to be the one to expose the deep state. You guys have no idea what's coming in the second term. It's going to blow the lid off the whole thing, and we're going to get to the truth of the matter because Donald Trump said that he would, right? Yeah, well, it's not fucking happening. Anybody with a brain could have told you it was not going to happen. And they have to find ways to save face with their audience to either spin this as a good thing and like, no, wait and see. This is just like some 5D chess move, and then one day it's all going to drop, or they have to actually demand accountability. It's one or the other. Benny Johnson, one of the most loyal pro-Trump influencers in the MAGA universe, took a stark turn on Monday in reaction to the Justice Department and FBI claiming that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein did not keep a client list. The memo reported on by Axios on Sunday night from Pam Bondi's Justice Department and Kash Patel's FBI said, quote, the systematic review reveals no incriminating client list. There was no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. I want to see the video where he like does this. The judge from Epstein's first trial where he got slapped on the wrist was hired to Trump's cabinet too. Really? That doesn't surprise me. Breaking. Feds officially released Jeffrey Epstein tapes, docs, and memo. Internet breaks, rages. In your corner of the internet, right?
What's up, guys? It's been a breaking news, earth-shattering report from the federal government, including footage from Jeffrey Epstein's cell the night that he was murdered, along with a full memo detailing their findings in a full-scale investigation that the government has leveraged against Jeffrey Epstein and his pederast cult. And you are not going to believe the findings. Let me set the table for you, though, right now. This channel has spent tens of thousands of hours detailing the malevolence of the deep state and the blackness of that entity. And not even we were prepared for what just happened. This has changed everything. To be able to commit murder in front of the world.
Is this supposed to be a critical video?
To lie about it and cover it up, and then to officially get away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in dark times. Exclusive, DOJ, FBI conclude Epstein had no client list, committed suicide, and that Jeffrey Epstein...
Is he really going to go on to say, again, like the deep state investigated itself, the darkness that you just talked about inherent to this structure, and like is going to be exonerated by this? Because don't worry, it's the smart people in charge this time.
Committed no blackmail against powerful people. Wow. Donald Trump's Justice Department, FBI, have concluded that they have no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios. Okay, so much to unpack there. Let's read a little bit, and then I have some counter arguments here. The administration is releasing a video, both raw and enhanced versions, that it says indicates that no one entered the area in the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held the night.
Why he talk like that? Because he is a cheap bitch, man. He is. Well, actually, he's not, because he got a lot of money from Tenet. But MAGA's standards for who does their propagandizing is extremely low. I think that's more accurate.
He died in 2019. The video supports the medical examiner's finding that Epstein committed suicide in a 2-page memo. The findings represent the first time Trump's administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein's activities and deaths, theories that have been pushed by the FBI's 2 top officials before Trump appointed them to the Bureau. Social media influencers and activists Kash Patel and Dan Bongino were among those MAGA world who questioned the official version of how Epstein died. Patel and Bongino have since said Epstein committed suicide, but it became an article of faith online, especially on the right, that Epstein's crimes also implicated government officials, celebrities, and business leaders, and that some of them wanted to kill him in order to conceal their crime. The memo says that no one else was involved in the Epstein case.
He's doing the melodramatic, serious MAGA voice. You have to understand that to millions of people, again, this man has 5.28 million subscribers, putting on this terrible show. that this is like the rights Mr. Beast.
Will be charged. Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years for child sex trafficking and related offenses. I'm reading this and I can't believe what I'm reading. I can't
believe. This is giving some like, wow, you're telling me for the first time type energy.
What I'm reading. May 21st, 2023, this 2-year-old article details how Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed Bill Gates using a very young Russian bridge player who he set Bill Gates up with, report says. Jeffrey Epstein threatened to expose the affair between Bill Gates and Russian woman after pushing Microsoft co-founder
Mr. Beast is the rights Mr. Beast. Okay, true.
To participate in a multi-billion-dollar charitable fund. Oh, well, that sounds like blackmail to me. The entire article, you can see that Gates didn't want to donate to something that Jeffrey Epstein, some con that Jeffrey Epstein was running. And as soon as...
I will explain something. The Epstein info wasn't just a ledger. It was a nuclear-level blackmail weapon, coded, protected, and booby-trapped with geopolitical implications. I mean, maybe. This was not something... I will say, this is not something that has ever particularly interested me, because it was very clear once it was reported that Jeffrey Epstein was dead, whether he killed himself or not, like, no one was getting to the bottom of that. And from there, it's just, unless you have fun, like, circle jerking over, like, conspiracy theories surrounding his death, which I personally don't, that's, like, not my domain or whatever. It's one of those things that's, like, it's annoying that we'll never know, but I can't spend all of my time thinking about, like, trying to piece together all of these different things for something that I don't care very much about.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't get...
Like, I wish this was exciting to me, but it's not. It's, like, to these people, it's like Christmas morning to them anytime there's an update for it. But maybe... I don't know, like, this is, like... I guess waking up on Christmas morning, but then looking in your stocking and finding a lump of coal, because if you're a MAGA supporter, if you're QAnon, this should be a revelation that's so devastating to you that the guy that you voted for, that claims to be the anti-establishment, America first, I'm going to drain the swamp of the deep state, is entirely complicit in pushing the narrative that you were screeching about for the last, like, decade, or not decade, sorry, the last better half of a decade. Was completely fake.
What he wanted, he immediately...
Watch the J. Aubrey 3-part series on Epstein. That's all you need. Hi, Progressive, you better not steer me wrong, because I like that guy's Twitter post, but I'm always extremely skeptical about getting a lot of information from a YouTuber.
Used information about Bill Gates having an affair with a Russian bridge player in her 20s to blackmail him. Yet the federal government says there's no evidence of any blackmail against powerful people. But this is the evidence. It makes absolutely...
Same person. People embedded so deeply in the U.S. intel machine that their very identity is classified. Bongino and Patel saw the edge of the abyss and turned back. I mean, I don't think it's really... Bongino and Patel, they probably wanted to burn the whole thing down until they realized the fire would consume everyone they love first. And so the lions fell silent. What is your partisan affiliation, Valiant Thor? I'm curious.
Absolutely no sense. Meanwhile, just a few weeks ago, Pam Bondi was out saying there's so much evidence, actually, of child predation that it's taken us months to go through it all.
They're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
So this was Pam Bondi responding to our report, James Comer, on our show, saying that the federal government had nothing. And that's all been covered up. And Pam was effusive. That they
can't stand to listen to her phony-ass cringe voice. There is yet to be a person in this video that actually sounds like a regular human being. He is entirely performative in a way that is very displeasurable to listen to. I'm actually shocked that he has this much of a YouTube presence, even for MAGA, and she is who she is, so.
They do have something, in fact. And so was Kash Patel, for that matter. Kash Patel promising the Senate that he's going to release absolutely everything in the Jeffrey Epstein file, including CSAN, which is
it's not Trump's fault because it's Pam Bondi, Patel, and Bongino's. They're the bad guys. Trump's not going to receive the blame. See, that's like the MAGA cope that they're going to attempt to spin, obviously, but there's no way to do it because these people were handpicked by Trump, and they were handpicked by Trump specifically for their loyalty. This isn't even like the first administration where there were a lot of just like traditional, like standard establishment Republicans that were placed into his administration, cycled in, cycled out, etc. By this one, no. Everybody that was put into the second Trump administration was put there because they're a loyalist, they're a fucking toady, and they will fall in line consistently every single time. This has happened with every, like Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Marco Rubio, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, all of these people, like Kristi Noem, MAGA through and through. They're MAGA or die.
Child predation.
So there is no, like, Trump is being screwed over by the deep stakes. It's like, no, you assembled the team, dude. This is the team that you handpicked to oppose the deep state. And it's not even your first fucking circus. It's your second one. So you can't say, oh, well, I'm being treated unfairly by the deep state still that I'm trying to oppose. They're trying to, like, keep me down. It's like, no, it's the second administration. And you have already, like, selected loyalists. Like, how do you even, like, rectify this narrative at this point?
Material that he says that they have an enormous amount of.
Like, before I die, Senator,
and they want all branches of government.
We've been working on that, and we're doing it in a way that
real life is just not that interesting. It's not a vast conspiracy. It's mundane. The prison system is horrible, and the faulty cameras weren't working. It's not a sexy conspiracy. It's pathetic, and it's normal life. Well, see, all of these people in QAnon are like convinced, or they seem to think that rich people don't just do the evil shit that they do in this world out in the open. You're like fixated on this very, very salacious, high-profile example of corruption and evil persisting, right? And it involves literally things you would expect out of like a fiction novel, and like a bad one at that, because it's like such a contrived, like a sex trafficking ring that involves like Hollywood and different levels of government and is completely international. Like it literally sounds like a terrible movie plot or something like that. But that's what happened. And they love to, like, it's very interesting to people. But again, like a lot, like you know, aging millennial saying in chat, it's like evil, like corporations that you can see what they're doing. You can see when they, like, it's not a secret how much money is being spent in election cycles to lobby against climate change regulation or to prevent, like, to disrupt union rights in this country. They tell you, it's all out there. It's just not as sexy as Jeffrey Epstein. And the whole story surrounding that.
Protects victims and also...
And they kind of do. Ever heard of Blood Boys? No, like, I don't mean like these like hyper specific ones. Yes, you're going to be able to find examples of, like, again, the Epstein case or the Blood Boys, whatever that is, right? But I'm saying the overwhelming majority of things, like what people should be concerned about as far as like holding rich people and billionaires to account, it's like ghouls like Peter Thiel that go and talk to Ross Douthat and don't have an answer for when he says, you know, the Antichrist would probably use the same types of technology that you're currently funding and cultivating and like selling to governments around the world. Don't you get that? And he like doesn't have an answer for it.
Doesn't put out working on that, and we're doing it in a way that protects victims and also doesn't put out into the ether information that is irrelevant for production of the public, such as CSAN.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's go ahead and read this memo and see if that squares with what we just heard from Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. Okay, here we go. I would read this on the FBI website, but it's entirely crashed right now. FBI. As part of our commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation have conducted an exhaustive review and investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein. To ensure the review was thorough, the FBI conducted digital searches of his databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas of responsive material that had been stored. These searches uncovered a significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. The files relating to Epstein include a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors.
This is conspiracism, not conspiracy. I mean, I don't disagree. Like, these people see everything. Well, Alex Jones in particular, they trust nothing. Every single bit of information that you try to bring to them is like just more evidence of the plot that they accepted without evidence. Like there's no like reasoning with these people because they don't you don't even exist on the same like plane as them. They're on Earth too, as far as reality is concerned. It's just whatever they want it to be. This way, like, you know, I don't watch this guy's channel, but again, if Tenet Media and like a Russian billionaire thinks that you would be a good person to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to for a licensing agreement, yeah, something tells me you're not exactly the most honest operator in independent media.
Minors and 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child abuse material and other pornography. The teams and agents, analysts and attorneys and privacy and civil liberties experts comb through these digital documentary evidence with the aim of providing as much information as possible to the public while simultaneously protecting the victims. Much of the material is subject to court order sealing. Only a fraction of this material would have been aired publicly had Epstein gone to trial.
She should be mad at Bondi. She literally told them she had all the Epstein shit on her desk. LOL. There's a lot of heat that I'm seeing for her. She is becoming like the scapegoat.
Only to protect the victims and did not expose any additional third parties the allegations of illegal wrongdoing. Through this review, we found no basis to revisit the disclosure of those materials and will not permit the release of CP. This systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was no credible evidence found that Epstein was blackmailing prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So this is now exonerating everybody who's a friend with Epstein. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Sorry about that. Harmed over 1,000 victims. Each suffered unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims intertwined throughout the materials, including specific details and victim names, likenesses, descriptions, places of birth, associate, and employment histories. One of our highest priorities in combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims perpetrating unfounded theories, and Epstein serves neither of those ends. To that end, we have labored to provide the public with the maximum information regarding Epstein and ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession and determined the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation. No further disclosure will be appropriate or warranted. Whew. Goodness gracious.
I mean, nobody should be surprised because this is the same administration that said the Trump JFK files or whatever released, and like the New York Times was like, this was literally just a bunch of like historians were like, nothing new is here, and a lot of it is just fucking yeah. Here's what to know about the Kennedy files, past and present. About 99% of the government documents related to President JFK's assassination have long been available to the public under a 1992 law. Who could have seen this coming? Where's the fucking fell for it again sticker? The same what? You're telling me the same administration that can't even get Kennedy files, a thing that happened decades and decades ago, declassified, is actually not going to be transparent with the Epstein shit? No way, man. What a betrayal from Donald Trump. Who could have seen that coming? I really, really thought that he was going to crack the case wide open and completely change the way that we understood and saw this entire scandal.
The conclusion that Epstein died by suicide, further supported by video footage from the common area of the special housing unit where Epstein was housed at.
And also a lot of what they released was like, again, it was like social security numbers and like private information. Yeah, this is what it was like. Trump admin publishes social security numbers of living people in unredacted JFK files. No thought of who gets damaged. Congressional staffers, intelligence experts, and federal contractors are among those whose private info is now public record. The newly unsealed files have not yet produced revelations about the assassination itself.
Time of his death, the DOJ Inspector General explained in 2023, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located, the common area would have been captured in this footage. The FBI's independent review of the footage confirmed.
Fucking idiots, lol. I have to assume that was intentional, because the headline that they're trying to generate is Trump unredacts like thousands and thousands of documents, and it's technically true, right? But when you look at the contents of what was unredacted, it's like it's useless information. Even if it was information that we previously didn't know, it's not actually meaningfully bringing anybody closer to understanding more revelatory details surrounding like JFK's assassination.
The time that Epstein was locked in his cell until 6:30 the next morning.
But they just want it's just like, it's, headline farming. Because most people, because they know that people are not actually going to read the contents of it. It's just going to be a talking point for his supporters to repeat. like, oh, well, like, what's a move that you liked from Trump? Oh, I liked that he like unredacted all of the JFK files, and that's it. He gets credit for this thing he didn't actually do.
When they entered his cell and found him clinging to life, dead.
I assume they were too lazy to redact potentially harmful things. Also entirely possible.
During this review, the FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast, balancing the color, and improving the sharpness for greater clarity. Here are the files. Those files, of course, are completely crashed. But this is what it looks like. The DOJ has released 11 hours of straight footage outside of Epstein's cell as evidence that he committed suicide. So this is not a cell necessarily. This is the tier block outside of the prison. The outside of the tier block inside of the prison, right? Of course, this footage could be tampered with, obviously. Americans want transparency. The Jeffrey Epstein files should be released.
And Axios agreed with him because that's why they said they couldn't independently verify the footage that they were shown, because there's no way to know if it was actually shown in its entirety or if they were being shown doctored footage or parts were left out.
For the public, the DOJ on the DOJ website shows the full 11 hours of Jeffrey Epstein's death. Nobody entered the cell. It was locked from the inside that night. There you go. No client lists, no blackmail. But of course, yeah, that's right. So Epstein just sex trafficked kids to no one, right? Least shocking thing ever, the DOJ and FBI say Epstein wasn't murdered and that Epstein didn't keep a client list. The FBI and DOJ says there is no Epstein
Yes, a lot like, I really needed the Hodge twins' opinion on this.
client list. He didn't blackmail anybody, and they're not charging anyone else. Everyone's saying it's very
And Kira won't miss a like farming account.
There's not a single soul who believes this. No one believes that he trafficked children to absolutely no one, right? Yeah. So guys, the Epstein client list is like just never existed. Hope you're hungry for nothing. This is the video. Again, I showed you the website, but it's crashing. This is it. A lot of thoughts on this, and I suppose I'll share them in the morning in a different video, but this is a cover-up.
It didn't even show the cell in the frame at all.
It's a cover-up. There's so much information. There's so much evidence. It wasn't just Epstein. It's obvious it wasn't just Epstein. There are victim statements. There's legitimate reporting out there. There's everything. There's the article that I showed you, which is just one small example of Bill Gates getting blackmailed by Epstein with like sex with a very young person. That's what that was. It's been written up in Wall Street Journal, Forbes. It led to the...
Yeah, I was about to say, that one phrase is doing a hell of a lot of work. There's legitimate reporting out there. It's somewhere out there. Somewhere out there, there's an article written by someone who agrees with me, and it supports the argument that I'm going to make now, which is that there was a cover-up.
Destruction of Bill Gates' marriage. You're telling me that never happened? Well, Melinda Gates says it happened. So does Bill Gates. And then Bill Gates giggles on camera and says, you got to be careful, when he asked about like the death of Jeffrey Epstein. You're telling me that the government can't scrub information and destroy evidence? We weren't born yesterday. But this is going to be now the official line. This is it. This is going to be the official line. Just like the drones over New Jersey, right? Remember how they disappeared?
Will we make it through this whole video without ever mentioning Donald Trump once or blaming him, or the fact that, again, this should be a moment where you're like, wow, this dude's a fucking huckster and a liar, and I fell for it, and he wasn't going to expose the deep state. He's part of it. He's no different than any other traditional establishment Republican. But no. There's actually a book about this. This is like some When Prophecy Fails type shit. When Prophecy Fails is like an author, I think in the 60s or 70s, followed a cult that believed that like a god or Jesus was going to come down to like a hill or something like that on a particular day. And the day was approaching. So he wanted to see what their reaction to that was going to be when nothing happened. And what happens when nothing happens? He was like, oh, they're all going to stop believing, right? Because it's all going to be exposed. They all doubled down. They actually got more entrenched in their belief that something was going to happen. They just kicked the can down the road and said, it's going to be at a later date. It's all part of the plan. It's the same shit that's going to happen here. MAGA is a cult. There is nothing that you could show to his supporters to expose that, like, yeah, he was never going to do the shit that he promised to do with respect to exposing the JFK assassination and unredacting all of that and blowing the lid off the Epstein. He was never going to do it. And you got duped by it. And you voted for him. And you will always vote for him because he can do no wrong. It's always somebody else's fault.
How powerful is Jeffrey Epstein? One final thought on this. Alex Acosta, he worked in the first Trump administration, and he was asked, like, why didn't you...
For the Seventh-day Adventists have like 10 failed predictions of the end of the world. The 11th one is going to be the right one. Just come, have some faith.
Why didn't you prosecute Epstein? You knew he was a predator. And he said he belonged to Intel. I was told he belongs to Intel. I'm not allowed to prosecute him. There are FBI memos about Jeffrey Epstein. Where'd those go? Like him being like an informant. Where's all that evidence? This is a cover-up. For the cover-up. It's crazy, man. I don't really know who to blame, but I'm incredibly disappointed. So you have tens of thousands and thousands and thousands of images.
Benny is probably the most shameless of the MAGA grifters. He really is, because this is like a... Yeah, like his heart's not really in it.
Of just Jeffrey Epstein. Really. Really. And no other names. Nothing. All those thousands of visits to the islands, all those thousands of plane trips, packed planes, packed with celebrities and politicians, with billionaires and bankers, all of them flying to Little St. James, all of them flying in, day and night. We have the flight logs. The flight logs are like a binder deep. And nothing? No one else did anything? Thousands of victims it says there, but nobody else is guilty? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. But that's what we're getting, all right? Okay. And this video, all right. We'll see what happens in the morning.
Okay, well, nothing happened. No client list, so what is Maxwell in prison for? Make it make sense. So that's a big FU to the American people and all the victims. First, Diddy gets off with a slap on the wrist. Yet another thing I do not follow or care about. The last of our faith in the justice system is gone. Person who believed in justice, the justice system in the United States until this very moment, apparently. If Trump accepts this, it will be a bad look. Oh my God, this is Donald Trump. This is the work of Donald Trump. This is not unrelated to him. This is his FBI. He picked these people. Why? How did they? Oh, it's never his fault. It's always somebody else's. I don't get it. If he had no client list and did nothing wrong, why commit suicide? So much for Cash and Bongino restoring faith in the FBI, CIA, and other three-letter agencies. No! So much for Donald Trump doing that. They didn't appoint themselves. They didn't just wind up there. It was Donald Trump who nominated them, and then it was a Republican Senate that confirmed them. And some Democrats, unfortunately. This is not unrelated to Trump. Okay. I'm going to get even more angry, probably. Trump, this is the Piers Morgan panel that happened 7 years ago. I have 7 in my mind because somebody mentioned the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Trump is on that list. Epstein files vanish, plus Idaho murder family and Dannon interviews. So we're not doing any of that. We're doing just the stuff related to the Epstein files. And then, like, this half we won't do. But let's see how Adam Mockler does. And I'm excited to watch this, even though he did post a very, very cringy tweet. Where is that? Hold on. What did he put? I just exposed MAGA stew Jack Posobiec on the Epstein files. Watch how weak and beta his comeback is. It's getting to the point where the line between, like, saying that ironically and unironic is way too blurred again.
Why is it that Donald Trump didn't threaten to sue Elon Musk when Elon Musk said that Trump was all over the Epstein files?
The CIA said there was no torture program. That was a lie. No.
Gee, wonder why.
International renditions. That was a lie. No secret prisons. That was a lie. I think people probably at a lower level destroyed whatever they could destroy and let the lie go up to the very top and hope that this whole thing just goes away.
The reality is the people at the top, like Pam Bondi, were the ones saying they have the list sitting on their
Adam's the man. He will be in this debate for sure.
desk. We get handed these binders, and then before we even have a chance to look into them, we're hauled out actually in front of the cameras. Lo and behold, we find out that it's all information that was completely already in the public domain.
2 Iranian Ayatollahs have issued fatwas against Donald Trump.
First, I don't understand why you should give a platform
to such.
Yeah, like Tucker Carlson asked that, like the Iranian president or like an Iranian dignitary, like, what do you mean by death to America?
A leader. If you go back in history, you should ask yourself, in the sake of journalism, would you interview anyone?
Steve, how do you feel about this monster, Koberger?
He's trash. He's absolute trash, and I'm coming for him.
Well, the so-called Epstein files have been a huge saga in US politics. The administration tried to bring that saga to an end. The FBI and Justice Department say there is no evidence of an Epstein client list, no evidence he blackmailed powerful figures, and no evidence his death was caused by anybody other than himself. They've released this video to show he was always alone in his cell. The two men now running the FBI, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, both entertained alternative theories about Epstein's death before taking office, and it angered their supporters when they said this.
You know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
The Epstein saga became a saga for good reasons. It's not just that it's a salacious conspiracy.
Dude, it's like beyond satire and beyond parody. Those two motherfuckers, again, huge like QAnon type influencers entering into the US government and going on to say that.
Although it undoubtedly is, a millionaire financier with friends in very high places whose systematic abuse was covered up and whose justice was curtailed by his suicide.
We need to get Elon some more cats so he can continue to call Trump a pedo and split the party more. Like, well, apparently he's creating a new like America something party. So I'm here for it. If it splits the MAGA vote, completely fine with me.
What should have been a maximum security jail. It's no wonder people speculate. But it also gets at the heart of a deeper problem that MAGA conservatives wanted Trump to solve and believe that he would. They don't trust their institutions. They don't believe.
You know a suicide when you see one. I for one, like many Americans, was very touched when Kash Patel said that.
The people in charge of the country are honest about their motives and their means. This was Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who's overseeing a task force on declassifying federal secrets.
What we found in the last couple of weeks and what's definitely apparent is there's absolutely a war taking place in the intelligence agencies, right? We saw the CIA was reporting that they're worried about their own people leaking secrets to foreign countries. And we were also notified last week that there was a whistleblower that came forward stating that there was evidence being destroyed at the FBI. As soon as the FBI found out President Trump won the election, they started their deep state nonsense. And so I have full faith in Kash Patel and AG Bondi to deliver those files. But I want to be very clear about something. The American people want the truth.
Well, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is under increasing pressure for botching what was intended to be an exhibition of the new administration's transparency. First, she told Fox News that Epstein's client list was sitting on her desk. Next, she handed out binders of information already in the public domain to conservative influencers who were visiting the White House, who were duped into claiming the Epstein files had been released. Now the client list that was apparently sitting on her desk now apparently doesn't exist at all. And what about the words of White House counsel and lawyer Alina Haber speaking...
This is such a stupid like LARP to begin with.
...on this show in February.
Incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs. We have information.
Like, yeah, dude, they were going to put highly sensitive, recently declassified information into a fucking binder and hand it to you, a MAGA influencer.
Names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Piers, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway. We don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Kash and Pam, there will be accountability.
So what happened? Secret names, lists, accountability. This is why the latest developments are likely to...
All I want to do is tell Kash Patel face-to-face I'm a visual learner. You'll just get the 1,000-yard stare in return. He won't say a word.
...satisfy absolutely nobody. It's entirely possible there was never anything more to know, and it was all just used for political expediency. If so, it's not working out to be very expedient. We Brits have a phrase for situations like this. Is it a cock-up or a conspiracy? In this case, it might actually be both. Well, joining me to debate this some more, Jack Posobiec.
The hell is a cock-up?
Who's the senior editor of Human Events and one of the influencers who was handed those non-event Epstein files. John Kiriakou, who's a former CIA intelligence officer and whistleblower, host of CIA Declassified on Unified TV. Brian Shapiro, the host of Pushing the Limits. and Midas Touch commentator Adam Mockler. Well, welcome to all of you. Jack, let me start with you.
Okay, version of fuck up. Good to know.
What's happened here? I mean, we were all led down a train of thought that there was going to be all sorts
of... on Piers Morgan, you have to read up on all these weird British idioms. I know, just to be able to keep up, apparently.
Stuff coming out about this Epstein case, the files and names, the lists, accountability, and then, boom, it's all disappeared.
Yeah, Piers, I mean, this is, as we would say in the military, unsat, completely unsat from Attorney General Pam Bondi. And this line about there being files that are currently under seal in some criminal case, well, then great, let's go and get those unsealed as soon as possible. Look, I was brought to the White House under the pretense of a series of policy briefings that were going to be held, not just from the AG, but from, we had the vice president came in, the president came in, Bobby Kennedy came in. So we had a rotating series of people from the administration, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. And then nobody told us prior to this that the Epstein files would be anywhere even on the agenda for that day. And it was really sprung as a surprise to all of us. We get handed these binders, and then before we even have
another victim, right? You're a victim in the same way that Tim Pool was. Dude, I was just trying to take $400,000 a month from a Russian billionaire. I didn't know that it was actually, it may have been connected to like the Kremlin or anything like that. I'm a victim. All I was doing was trying to, take thousands of dollars from a shady billionaire. I wasn't trying to be in with the Russian deep state.
Chance to look into them. We're hauled out actually in front of the cameras that were all there because Prime Minister Keir Starmer was visiting the White House that day. And it just so happened that they were all in front of the West Wing. And by the time that we have the ability to actually go through them, well, lo and behold, we find out that it's all information that was completely already in the public domain. In fact, some of the information that was in the public domain was more extensive than what was given to us on that day. So the whole thing, obviously, I think, as you say, is a cock up. I hope I'm using that phrase correctly. I'm not entirely familiar with it, but that certainly feels like what happened here. And we don't have the accountability that was spoken of. We don't have the releases that were spoken of. And it's indefensible. It's indefensible that the answers aren't there when
it was painful to try to watch him use that like slang term.
So much was promised.
Brian Shapiro, I mean, look, it's perfectly possible. Indeed, it looks increasingly likely that Epstein did indeed just commit suicide. What is not perfectly possible, to my cynical eye about this, is that he was the only person other than Ghislaine Maxwell, who's been imprisoned, who was ever up to criminal activity on his island and other places. It just stretches credulity. But nobody, it seems, is ever going to be held accountable other than him, who evaded accountability by dying, killing himself, or Ghislaine.
Just tuned in. Glad to see you start your stream earlier like you said you would. It's 2:30 in the morning is pretty fucking early, okay? Most of America is not even awake right now. You come into chat, you say you just tuned in, and you're already like trying to like bait me into banning you.
Maxwell, a woman. So none of these other men.
Let's take it easy.
Were linked to this are ever going to be even remotely held accountable. It's just disappeared.
Well, what I would say, Piers, first of all, when Haba did your show, where did she get that information from? Where did that come from back in February? I would also say to Pam Bondi, she lied on Fox News, or maybe she was telling the truth. She said she had a list that
maybe
was on
we'll
her
have
desk,
some like exciting conspiracy theorists on this, people that actually know some more of the details related to like the Epstein shit, because Benny Johnson is an overpaid moron who apparently cannot even be bothered to learn like the talking points or anything like that, because the phrase that's sticking out in my mind when he was like, what did he say? There are many legitimate news sources that have reported on this. That was all he could muster. That's all like he doesn't even bother to like remember to memorize the talking points.
Where did that list go? Was she lying? Was that made up? And I'd also say, thirdly, and I know this is something that Jack probably doesn't want to bring up, but the fact of the matter is that Jeffrey Epstein's on audio saying at one point Donald Trump was his best friend. We also know that Donald Trump was on the Epstein flight log 7 times. We learned that in the Maxwell case. So I don't think it's a stretch to say maybe Donald Trump might be somewhere in these files. Maybe. We don't know that for sure. But I know if it was the other way around, and if it was Joe Biden that was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein at one point, that's all Jack and MAGA Republicans would be talking about. I think Donald Trump is on this list, and I think Donald Trump is in these files, and I think the Trump administration is hiding something.
I mean, what is extraordinary, I think, Brian, is that it all seems to have gone incredibly quiet from the moment Elon Musk started dragging Trump's name into the Epstein case when they fell out. in posts on
convenient timing, that is.
X platform, and he's carried on overnight doing more posts, not directly linking the president, but saying what the hell has happened here, effectively. But he was the one that ignited the Trump link again. You do wonder, is that involved here? Has Trump basically thought this is just going to be a lot of bad publicity here? Let's just get rid of him.
Yeah, well, I'll say this, Piers. Anytime somebody says something about Donald Trump that might not be true, Trump always threatens a lawsuit. Why is it that Donald Trump didn't threaten to sue Elon Musk when Elon Musk said that Trump was all over the Epstein files? I find that to be very, very interesting.
He's just asking questions.
Could call Donald Trump the son of an orangutan, and then Trump will file a lawsuit about that. Why wouldn't he file a lawsuit against Elon? Maybe Elon is telling the truth, and maybe Elon knows some things that the general public does not know. I tend to believe Elon on this one.
It's certainly.
Although this would be a good question to pose to MAGA supporters, just to see what they fucking say, because the dude is currently launching lawsuits against CNN for reporting what his own intelligence department was saying about the strikes on Iran and their effectiveness at, as he puts it, eviscerating their nuclear weapons program, which isn't true.
Intriguing, John Kiriakou.
Obliterating. That's the language that he used. Obliterating.
What do you think has happened here? I mean, Epstein, one of the most infamous cases of the last 20 years, of the century, arguably. So many famous, powerful, rich people whose names were dragged into this and were clearly in attendance at his parties and on his island and so on. And then here, now suddenly, having led the media around the world into a lava of excitement about it's all going to come out and you're going to get all the details, now, bang, it's just been shelved. What do you make of it?
Right.
You've probably seen the viral videos of a North Korean phone. The secretly...
Nope. No, I have not.
Well, based on my own experience at the CIA, there's very little daylight between the CIA and the FBI. The CIA said there was no torture program. That was a lie. No international renditions. That was a lie. No secret prisons. That was a lie. MK Ultra documents were all released. That was a lie. The CIA didn't try to recruit Oswald. That's a lie. These organizations that make up the so-called deep state, and we can have that debate whether or not you want to call it the deep state, but they all lie. They're trained to lie. And so I don't even think that we should blame the likes of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. I think people probably at a lower level destroyed whatever they could destroy and let the lie go up to the very top. And
convenient. Isn't it convenient that we can't even really blame Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, nor Dan Bongino, even though not only did they spend their time before being public servants shouting from the rooftop that this was a cover-up by the deep state, and now when they occupy the roles in governments that would enable them to shed light on this supposed cover-up and offer unprecedented transparency to the American people and MAGA base surrounding it. Isn't it funny how we still really shouldn't hold them accountable?
Hope that this
I thought this guy was going to be more based.
Just goes away. If there are no documents to implicate famous people, then it'll eventually go quiet. And my guess is in 30 years or 50 years or whenever it's going to be, at least some of the truth will probably be released.
Adam Mockler, I mean, it does stick in the gullet, doesn't it, that the only person to go to prison in the whole Epstein scandal is a woman.
Yeah, well, John said
very unfair to the girl bosses. I agree.
He thinks the people at the bottom might have destroyed the evidence, but the reality is the people at the top, like Pam Bondi, were the ones saying they had the list sitting on their desk. So it seems like that deep state you referred to, the party that promised to defeat the deep state, very quickly became the deep state. Here's the timeline in my eyes. Pam Bondi says, I have the list on my desk right here. They're rather silent for a few months. Then Elon Musk says Trump is in the Epstein list. Then within weeks, apparently the list is gone. I mean, I'm looking at this photo of Jack Posobiec holding up the Epstein files. It says the Epstein files, phase 1. But where's phase 2? There's no phase 2. So I'm happy that influencers like Jack are admitting they were conned by the admin to cover up the sexual abuse of children.
Yeah, Jack, I mean, do you feel angry? Do you feel you were
Hell yeah, I love that framing.
Used in some way?
Well, it's very upsetting. It's extremely upsetting.
This guy's story is fascinating. I won't lie, but he said some seriously questionable shit after he's been wanting for that pardon. Oh, do you mean the middle guy who's like part of the CIA whistleblower, and he did RT stuff? Shocker.
To be brought in something like this, to think that you're going into a situation where, hey, we're finally going to get some of these answers that we all want. Because at the end of the day, this is all about getting justice for the victims here, the actual victims. And I keep going back and looking over the different...
No, the fuck, it's not. Anybody who is interested in this pays lip service to giving a shit about the victims involved, but they don't. They just want to expose like the Democrats and the deep state and the fucking pedophile ring and all of that. And prove that adrenochrome exists and was consumed by Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton in staggering amounts. That's what they care about.
Different pieces of this story. You know, what was Prince Andrew disgraced for? Why did he go up on this huge interview and then lose all of his titles and all that? And he's losing his security now, I hear. And why did we go all the way around? Name after name after name. But at the end of the day, it's actually about the victims. And do you really mean to tell me that all of those victims were questioned and all of the things that they said were investigated and were run down? Because it just doesn't really feel like that's been done here.
It doesn't. Talking of Elon Musk. Brian, just to bring you in again here. So Musk is now simultaneous to all this. Obviously, this flame out with Trump is gathering momentum. He's now announced the launch of a new political party, the America Party. Third parties have had, a few instances in modern American history. They never tend to get very far, but we've never had the richest and most successful businessman in history launching one who's got $300 billion and happens to own one of the biggest social media platforms on which he has 200 million followers. He's not just your average third-party guy, is he? How interesting is this, and how damaging could this be, particularly to Donald Trump and the Republicans?
I think it certainly hurts Republicans and Donald Trump more than Democrats. But I would also say what you mentioned, this is the richest man in the world. With money comes a lot of power. This has been tried in the past many a times, but it hasn't been tried with someone with the money and the power that Elon Musk has. But I think the question we need to ask ourselves now is this just another phase that Elon Musk is going through? And then when this blows over, if it ever does, between him and Donald Trump, will he just move on? Or is he really, truly serious about this? There are a lot of people that didn't think that he was ever going to buy Twitter, now X, and he ended up doing that. So,
yeah, but he was forced to do that. He tried to back out of the deal, and it was literally impossible to do it. Hold on. Elon Musk attempts to back out of purchasing Twitter. This was July 8th, 2022. So literally 3 years ago to the day. Tech titan Elon Musk is backing out of a $44 billion agreement to purchase social media platform Twitter. The Tesla CEO said in a filing Friday afternoon that he believed Twitter was in material breach of multiple provisions of the April 25th sale agreement, including Musk's request that the company share info about the number of fake and spam accounts on the social media platform. So the flimsiest, stupidest, technical thing that whatever he could use to try to get out of this, this acquisition, and he was not able to do it.
Will he do this? Will he continue this? And in 6 months from now, will we still be talking about this? I would venture to guess probably so. It sounds to me like Elon Musk is serious, and this will be very damning, in my opinion, to plenty of MAGA Republicans out there.
Yeah, and Adam, what this all seems to center around is that he was brought in, obviously, to run Doge, to reduce government overspending and waste. And at the same time, Trump was launching the big, beautiful bill, which many people think is going to add trillions to the debt. The two were clearly incompatible bedfellows, and that's led to Musk going. Now, Trump talks about EV car mandates being one of the catalysts for the falling out or whatever, but it's probably as simple as one person wanted to slash government spending, and the other one wanted to bring in policies which are highly likely, certainly in the short to midterm, to increase the national spending and debt. So there's the clash. How serious do you think this is going to get?
I don't think you should understate the extent to which Jared Isaacman, the NASA candidate, being slashed, also pissed Elon Musk off.
Right.
He was really mad about Jared Isaacman. What I find funny about all of this is that Elon Musk is now leveraging the same mechanisms that he used.
Yeah, that was the NASA appointee that Elon Musk favored to rise to be nominated as the head of NASA or something like that, and then Trump changed it at the last minute. And this was right before or I should say not long before they had the public falling out.
Trump elected just a few months ago to now start a third party designed to undermine Trump's coalition. So the attention economy that he has with Twitter, he's going to leverage that. The vast wealth, he's going to leverage that. As to the question of how serious this is, I actually disagree with Brian. I think in 6 months, Elon will be on to the next thing. He doesn't seem to have the steady hand needed in politics to carry through a long-term agenda, and we saw that with Doge.
Well, there might be another reason, which is that shares in Tesla are tanking, down 7%, I think, at the start of regular trading today. Now, that might just be a market reaction. It may recover, but certainly recent numbers for Tesla have not been good. John, what do you think of this? I mean, it's not an intelligence issue, but as an American, what do you feel about now the potential for a third party by somebody who's actually got the means to make it significant?
I love it how all these people just take what Trump and Elon say at face value. I mean, they do belong. In a better world, they would not be on these platforms, but in a world that I guess should reflect where Donald Trump's base is at and how they're processing and consuming information, it's hard because these are the same people that go on to be the progenitors of that disinformation in the first place. But I know that the majority of people that support Donald Trump or are MAGA sympathetic or MAGA themselves, they're not actually going to any other source except Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and all of these people that are lying constantly to understand what is going on in the country. So at the very least, the one upside to it is that you can get like insight into like, oh, so this is how these people see the world.
Well, it wasn't too long ago that Ross
and they're voting.
Perot was able to buy 30-minute blocks on literally every network to promote his own candidacy and got something like 19%, which was very, very respectable for an independent presidential candidate. But it didn't lead to anything. With Elon Musk, there's nothing behind it but money. There's nobody running in the state legislatures, nobody running for Congress and whatever it's called, the American Party or some silly name like that. There's nobody running for the local school board or the water commission that's going to be the roots of this new party. I think that this is just kind of a vanity project. And I have to agree that I think in 6 months, some shiny object is going to distract Elon Musk, and we're not going to even hear about this party anymore.
Jack, what do you feel about this? A lot of people on the MAGA side of Trump's support were pretty dubious about Elon Musk to start with. You know, a lot of them thought, well, this guy was a Democrat, and now he's come over, and maybe he's just trying to buy his way into power, get Trump elected and use that to benefit all his companies, which obviously do benefit and have benefited from that association. But now it's gone the other way.
What's the point of creating a party if you have no candidates to run in elections? To get likes on Twitter.
And he's
to aura farm MAGA.
Clearly trying to punish Trump and punish Republicans in launching this third party. What do you feel about the politics going on here?
Well, I think the politics that everyone said, and I broadly agree with everyone's take so far on here. I think this is a way to put leverage on President Trump, to put leverage on the party as we go towards the elections and then determining the swing of things. Because, look, people are saying, what about the presidential race and Ross Perot? And certainly with the tight margins that we saw in the 7 swing states, you could play a role there. But look at the midterms right now. With congressional majority in the House being as small as it is, you would only need to flip a couple of seats, run a couple of spoiler candidates in a few of those tight races, and you could easily flip the House one way or the other. So what it does is right now, today, is buy him much more leverage than he even had before. And he can do that without even running a single candidate anywhere. And I think he'd be much more successful with a project like this at the state level, at the House level, and at the Senate level than at the presidential level. And he can do so quite immediately.
I mean, obviously, you've got a massive clash of two gigantic egos here and people used to getting their own way.
It's like I have no clue if any of that is going to come to fruition. What I support is, again, I guess, anything that splits the right-wing vote, I am on board with.
Do you think, I can't see them really making up from this. I mean, Trump called him a train wreck last night. Elon's been hammering away, dismissing his big, beautiful bill as a total disaster that will bankrupt the country. It's very hard to see how they make up here, isn't it, Jack?
Well, I would say never count anything out. I mean, you've seen President Trump be able to make friends or allies of rivals in the past, and he certainly has the ability to do so, sometimes even against the wishes of MAGA. But, that's certainly his prerogative. For Elon, absolutely, he's got a track record of moving from one thing to the other. But if he sees perhaps a path forward from a business perspective, look, keep in mind, he's still got to deal with the government in terms of a lot of the contracts for his companies, in terms of Department of Defense, in terms of NASA, in terms of Tesla. So he's going to need a lot of this going forward, and I think whether they like it or not, they're stuck together.
He was friends with Epstein. He'll be friends with Elon.
What was that?
He was friends with Epstein. I'm sure he can be friends with Elon Musk.
He actually helped Epstein be prosecuted. He was the only person
my
who
God.
was involved, kicked him out.
Actually, Donald Trump was opposed to Jeffrey Epstein. Just ignore where Epstein in 2017 was referring to Donald Trump as one of his closest friends several years earlier.
The Epstein, you know all this, like it's just a very.
Have you heard of Alexander Acosta, the Florida district attorney who was?
Like your little,
have you
like,
heard of Alexander Acosta? You know who that is?
You're like, oh, I got it. Look at me, like I'm the guy from Third Eye.
You know who Alexander Acosta is? You were duped to come.
The guy from Third Eye Blind. What was that fucking dig?
For sexual abuse of
Donald Trump was kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump was the only one who went to investigators and said, "I will
Piers,
work
do you know
with
who Alexander
against
Acosta
Epstein."
is?
This has been litigated a million times. It's been litigated a million
First of all,
times.
Brian, I'll come to you, but Adam, just explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, really quickly. Alexander Acosta was a Florida district attorney. You can look this up. He knew both Trump and Epstein. He was appointed as a Secretary of Labor under Trump and had to resign in 2017 because people found out that he mishandled the Epstein case in 2007 and let Epstein get an illegal plea deal. Epstein was then able to go reoffend, and Trump appointed him in 2017. So I don't want to hear the dude that was brought to the White House to cover up sexual abuse saying that there was, what are you trying to say here? Yeah.
You gonna wipe your face? Can you just wipe that little thing off your face there a little bit? You got a little,
hold on a
mud on your face.
Okay.
You have no points.
Hold on a second.
No
Can
points, huh?
Can I add something? First of all, I hear the MAGA.
Oh my God, Jesus! This is what I mean when I'm like, how do these people not have any sort of like? They really, I guess, are so arrogant that they think, oh, like I'm gonna be able to just like ad lib something or come up with something on the spot when you get absolutely fucking embarrassed. How do you not anticipate that this could be brought up as something that Donald Trump did that undermines the idea that he ever gave a shit about any of Epstein's victims or uncovering the truth or any of that? How do you not have a response to it?
I hear the MAGA bullshit detector going off every single time Jack opens his mouth. First of all, people like Jack were the people who called Joe Biden a pedophile for sniffing hair, but yet we have Jeffrey Epstein on tape
called failing up. Well, no, I mean they got into these positions specifically because of how good they are at lying. I'm just surprised that they didn't have like the talking points ready for that one.
Calling Donald Trump his best friend. They were hanging.
But I mean, I guess I also shouldn't be surprised because these people almost exclusively talk to other people, other creators that run their own right-wing echo chamber, so they don't really have to ever fear opposition. But it's one person on this panel, and he like can't fucking handle it.
Hanging out together constantly. I've spoken to Jeffrey Epstein.
The best he can do is like call him what, like third eye blind or something, like wannabe or lookalike, and then pretend like, oh, like you don't have facial hair, dude.
Do you want me to go through the list of all the Democrats he was friends with?
Jack,
Piers, like we can go through all this again, but Piers, I know you've done this.
I'm not done yet. I didn't interrupt you.
You've been a real reporter on this. These guys just want to play politics. I'm trying to be serious here.
Jack,
dude, you were at the White House with Epstein files in your hand.
Yeah, just talked about it.
Right, exactly, Jack. Jack, just you want to defend Donald Trump and wear the Donald Trump knee pads 24/7, but when it comes to a Democrat, they're all pedophiles. But if Donald Trump is actually hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and
so do you
Epstein
have like
calls
any
him
evidence
his
of
best
this?
friend,
Like, do you have like a source on that, bro?
No. Thank you for subscribing.
Oh, because the Pambani won't release sources.
Actually, yeah, I do. The Maxwell trial, where it was learned that he was on the Epstein flight. Why don't you listen? It was in the trial, in the Maxwell trial, that he was on the flight log 7 times. We have Jeffrey Epstein on audio calling him his best friend. So here's my question to
whataboutism?
Jack,
if
Jeffrey Epstein was on audio.
And how many times did Jeffrey Epstein say that he was one of the founding members of the Clinton Institute?
I don't defend Jack. If Jeffrey Epstein was on audio saying that Joe Biden was.
If you do this all day long, bro, then why aren't you better at it? Then the only point that you can think to throw out is a personal insult at Adam Mockler and then a whataboutism to this guy who you should not be losing to this dude.
His best friend. That wouldn't concern you at all?
Man, these are
all
like
you do is deflect and you talk about other people.
Do you guys have anything new?
I mean, my line about the Epstein, but my line about the Epstein,
Mockler just fell a few ranks down the shitlib ladder for me. It was good.
Circle of famous friends is to me that there's a clear line before his initial conviction, which was a complete stitch up in his favor, no question of that.
I mean, it also just goes to show that if you're debating MAGA, you really don't need to even like contend with their arguments or lies at hand. If you can just bring up inconvenient facts that are frequently ignored when they're propagandizing whatever topic that you're on, if you can know to bring that up and see what happens when they're confronted with it, you'll have won.
Jack,
because all he did was bring up one thing that is entirely inconvenient to everything that Jack Posobiec had been saying, and he had no response. He completely floundered.
Why won't they release the files then?
Well, hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian. The point I'm going to make is, I do think if you continue to be a friend of Epstein, knowing he was a convicted pedophile after whatever it was, 2009 or so, as Prince Andrew did, for example, then I'm afraid that is seriously problematic For those who were in his circle, a wide circle of well-known people, from Bill Gates to Trump to all these, Bill Clinton, I mean, he hooked in everybody. But a lot of them had nothing to do with him, including Trump, I believe, after that conviction. But if you carried on seeing him, as Andrew did, living at his house for a few days, years later, knowing he was a convicted pedophile, that is different. I mean, do we agree?
Yeah. I think that's all been litigated.
I certainly agree with what you're saying, Piers, and your point there. But the point that I'm trying to make is there has to be a reason why they're not releasing the files. Why are they being so mum? Why is the list just magically disappeared? And I think one can come to a very logical conclusion, unless you're Jack and you.
It would be funny if MAGA works their way into the conclusion that there was no list. There's nothing for Trump to release.
And Donald Trump 24/7.
Because again, there's only two pathways forward. You can either say that you accept the results of the FBI findings and the DOJ report that says that there's no client list and goes against everything that MAGA, QAnon, and Trump himself have been pushing for the last several years. Or you can say that Trump's lying, but it has to be one or the other. Trump's lying, and he's covering for the deep state, and the people that he picked and put in his cabinet to oppose the deep state are actually further entrenching it. There's no way forward.
That maybe there might be something to do with the fact that Trump might be in these files, and there might be some wrongdoing there, considering the fact that they were at one point best friends.
Well, they've certainly gone as an administration from full bore. We're going to reveal everything, and it's really shocking, and there's going to have to be accountability. I mean, I had them on my show. They've gone from that position to suddenly, no, there's nothing mysterious about his death. He definitely killed himself. Here's the CCTV footage, and there is no client list. And none of that is right. And actually, you know what? It's all over. And it is odd. I mean, John.
And how could you argue with that? They saw it with their own eyes. And then he went on Joe Rogan and he said, "I saw it with my own eyes. Trust me, bro."
John, from with your intelligence hat on, does this? I mean, do you smell a rat here? Does this look like there's been a little bit of a closing of ranks to shut this up?
Yes, I do smell a rat. And I'd like to know why no one in the media is talking about...
Here's the way it works. Republicans lie until they get caught, and then they deny and move the goalpost. The people who support him only need the smallest crime of plausible deniability to continue supporting them. Yes, but at least when people watch this, it's not an entirely right-wing audience that is attracted to Piers Morgan Uncensored, and maybe people that would have thought that Jack Posobiec was sounding really good up until Adam Mockler threw a wrench in his propagandizing and embarrassed him. That oh, maybe that dude's not as trustworthy, because as soon as he was confronted with something that completely goes against what he was saying, or is at least inconvenient to the narrative that he was spinning, he didn't know what to say.
The investigation, or the fact that there should have been an investigation into whether or not Jeffrey Epstein was working for a foreign intelligence service. Let's say that. So
that's really interesting. So look, you've studied into this. What is the evidence that he might have been?
He is a textbook example of an access agent. You're, like I said the last time I was on the show, Piers, you're not going to recruit Bill Clinton. You're not going to recruit Bill Gates. You're not going to recruit Alan Dershowitz. But you can recruit someone who gets close to those people. You can give them something that you can hold over their heads if you have to in the end. And then you report back to your handlers everything that they say. And in exchange, you get untold wealth and a house in the Caribbean and the biggest townhouse in Manhattan and a private plane. And that's a pretty good life, especially if you're a pedophile and you enjoy doing things like that. And nobody's talking about whether or not he was an access agent.
I don't know why. I shouldn't be surprised that a sentence like, "That's a pretty good life if you're a pedophile," is coming up in this Jeffrey Epstein panel.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. I mean, does the intelligence community believe that there is merit to that suggestion?
Yes, it does. It does. But the problem here is the accusation is that he was an access agent for the Israelis. And that's something that the intelligence community really doesn't like to touch.
Why?
Because we have this special relationship with Israel, not like a Five Eyes relationship like we have with the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, but this special relationship where we share so much, we provide so much, we work with the Israelis on issues all around the region, at least around the world, and on a handful.
And that's and what are the terms of that special relationship?
Of issues. Why upset the balance over one dead pedophile? Isn't it easier just to cover it up?
Brian, what do you think of that?
I believe that Jeffrey Epstein surrounded himself with a lot of powerful people. It is very, very possible that he could have been working for a government agency. Very, very possible as well. I would tend to agree with the fact that this needs to be investigated more. The media needs to talk about it more. And I don't think this is just a situation where
like there's people that think like, oh yeah, he has like Mossad ties and stuff.
Epstein was getting people to come on his island and sadly do horrible things to young girls. I think there's a lot more to this story. I think there's a lot of people hiding a lot of information. So I certainly agree with what he just said.
I mean, well, he should talk to Benny Johnson, who says there's legitimate reporting out there somewhere.
Jack,
it goes against what the DOJ report says.
I mean, one of the conspiracy theories.
I can't tell you what it is or who authored it or even the publication that I'm talking about, but it's out there. Believe me. Trust me, bro.
I've seen online a lot in the last few days is it's not a coincidence that Netanyahu is coming to the White House, that he's been there, I think, 3 times in the last few months. He has a much better relationship with Trump now than they did when he pissed Trump off by going to see Biden and so on. And that suddenly the Epstein files disappear. If you were working as a conspiracy theorist and you bought into the idea that he was some kind of agent for the Israelis, which is not completely implausible, given all the connections he had, and no, has there been some tacit agreement with Netanyahu to get rid of this problem? I mean, stranger things have happened.
I think the perception is horrible. I think the perception is absolutely horrible and puts a huge, huge onus on the entire administration, and certainly coming from Pam Bondi for her mismanagement of this. I want to go back to something that John was saying as well, but Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, this is so Robert.
He's only concerned about Pam Bondi's mismanagement to the extent that it makes it more difficult for him to spin his narrative on his own platform.
Maxwell is someone who's highly fingered in a lot of these conspiracies or a lot of these allegations. His entire career, there were allegation after allegation that he was involved somehow with Israeli intelligence, going all the way back even to the 1940s, and serious questions about some of the work that he did all the way through this. And then, of course, as it goes, she becomes the recruiter for Epstein. And so these questions have really gone deeper and deeper and deeper. And of course, there's no actual evidence or, just hearing of the evidence or release of the evidence, release of the file, a task force, even a press conference, and instead we get, we're just going to move on, and here's a press release on a Sunday night when it's a holiday here in the US.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Adam, it is just a bit weird, the whole thing. I can't quite get my head around this because they were so emphatic that this was going to be huge, and now it's nothing. It's not like even mini huge. It's nothing. There's nothing to see here.
Yeah, and to build on that, I can't tell if it would be worse if this was a cock-up or a conspiracy, because if it's a cock-up, that means they were straight up lying to the American people the entire time about what they actually had, right? Or if it's a conspiracy, that means they have it and they hid it the entire time. I mean, either way, it looks really bad on the administration, and especially for
And it will mean nothing to his sycophantic followers. Again, the only thing you can hope to do is de-radicalize some or get people that are not completely dyed-in-the-wool MAGA cultists
admin that is created as grounds that
to see the light,
primed for conspiratorial thinking. A lot of the MAGA influencers were super ready, super excited for the Epstein files to release. So when you create the grounds that are perfect for conspiratorial thinking, and then you pull back, there are going to be a lot of conspiracies about the admin now.
Jack, it's a confusing time to be in MAGA, isn't it? It must.
I mean, yeah, they were excited because they were getting ready to basically try to cash some checks,
Right, because there's so much.
Like, all of these people have been hyping their audience up for the second term, for these revelations, and now there's nothing
going on, which must be quite bemusing. You're led up the hill and we're going to get all the dirt on Epstein. That disappears. You've got the attack on Iran, which seems to fly in the face of everything Trump has said about foreign wars, foreign engagement, and so on. You've got a kind of war at the center of the party. You've got Elon Musk, who you were skeptical of, MAGA, and then he's the hero suddenly, and now he's the villain again. This is not an easy time for MAGA to get their heads around the consistent theme here.
Oh, Piers, what are you talking about?
When is MAGA ever concerned about doing that?
I love a fight. I'm always ready for a fight, and MAGA is always made of fighters. So if we got a fight,
I'm always ready for a fight. That's why I had to resort to basically calling Adam Mockler a twink as an insult when he brought up one thing that was disruptive to my narrative.
For coming. And by the way, Charlie Kirk is out there today saying that
dude, Adam, fucking jump in and be like, dude, you ran away from the fact that Trump appointed somebody that helped Jeffrey Epstein get a plea deal that he shouldn't have fucking gotten. How do you answer? How do you square that? How do you square that with the guy that is also simultaneously claiming that he cares about the victims and he's going to uncover the truth on top of his apparently there not being a client list?
There's a huge push for amnesty of these, the farm workers, and this was something that was mentioned at the rally over the weekend in Iowa, or I guess just before the weekend in Iowa. And so, look, if there's going to be a fight, then we are more than ready for a fight, and I know that I certainly am, and I'm not going.
But don't you have to know what you're really fighting for?
I'm fighting for the country. I'm fighting for America first.
No, I get that, but are you fighting for deportations of every illegal immigrant in the United States?
No, Piers, why did you qualify it with that? We already know that Stephen Miller says he doesn't give a shit about going after exclusively criminals. He has literally said, no, we need 3,000 a day, detentions a day, minimum. That's the quota. They can't even break 1,000. And that's because they're violating due process and they're getting just random migrants, people, like anybody that they suspect that they can profile, that they believe might be here illegally, might have overstayed a visa, might not, is somebody who could potentially be deported. That is who they're rounding up.
That means that farms close all over the United States, for example?
Yes, it is 100% across the board. When we were at the RNC in Milwaukee, we had mass deportations now signs. And by the way, that doesn't necessarily mean that they all need to be arrested. I know that people have been crunching the numbers and saying, if you do this many...
Wow, how generous of you. We'll just detain them with no basis. Like a masked person will come and black bag you off the fucking street. You ask in English, why am I being detained? They don't want to answer. They don't have arrest warrants, none of that. But, maybe it won't be forever, he says.
Arrested day and that many. I think that self-deportations are something that really need to be worked on. I think the remittance tax that went through in the...
Their definition of illegal also includes anyone going through the naturalization process, even and sometimes, especially green card holders. Yeah, because permanent residents are not being granted, they're not even trying to pretend like they're granting at least permanent residents or green card holders more due process rights than anybody else that they're just rounding up and trying to deport immediately.
The big, beautiful bill should have been higher. 1% is too low in my... This many arrests a day and that many. I think that self-deportations are something that really need to be worked on. I think the remittance tax that went through in the big, beautiful bill should have been higher. 1% is too low in my estimation. I think that should be 5%, 10%, or even 50%, because in some of these cases, that's exactly what's going on, is that they're here for economic reasons in the United States. And so if you put that...
But doesn't the United States economy...
Isn't the reward for the self-deportation like $1,000? Why the fuck would you ever want to leave and uproot your presence in this country instead of for $1,000 instead of trying to move closer to becoming a naturalized U.S. citizen?
Need a lot of them. I mean, isn't this the whole point about the farmer debate? Is that actually farmers have gone to Trump in big numbers and said, if you deport every illegal, undocumented worker in the country, we're out of business.
Well, look, there can be a way for this to be done in a phased manner where they can get people in, and over time, it's not like it has to be, we're going to snap our fingers overnight.
No, they can't, because these are the types of jobs that immigrants and illegal, illegals, quote unquote, are working because they can't get Americans to do them. Why do you think that they prop up the economy? Even there are areas where Tyson is offering to pay people $25 an hour to work in factory farms, and they still can't get Americans to do it because they don't want to work in those conditions.
They're going to be gone, but absolutely, over time, 100%.
Brian, what do you think of that? I mean, it seems to me that Trump's had a lot of political wins.
So many of these businesses not only rely on the cheap labor, but they literally will not even be able to remain profitable if they had to pay American workers to do the same jobs immediately and replace the majority of their workforce. They're not ready to, they operate on... They're not ready to actually incur those costs.
Whatever you think of him, the last 3-4 weeks, you could argue, have been the most successful politically that he may have had as a president. But it seems like on a lot of these issues, there's this dilemma which he's going to have to confront. And not least, I think, this issue of...
If they have Americans do those jobs, the cost of goods are going to go up. Yep. And these people will be the first ones to bitch, but it will somehow be unrelated to Trump's decisions and mass deportations.
Documented workers.
Well, it's interesting because Jack says MAGA is fighting for the country. So is fighting for the country giving the biggest tax breaks to the top 1% in the history of the nation? Is fighting for the country not giving people due process and people that have been living in this country for decades and ICE agents coming up?
This dude is like a wild card, because I was very annoyed when he was like, oh, wait, no, wait. It was the ex-CIA guy, never mind, who was like, oh, I don't know if that we should really be blaming Kash Patel that much.
To them not identifying themselves, ripping them from their families right outside of the courtroom. They're trying to do the right thing or sending people to El Salvador prisons with no criminal record. That's fighting for the country while Donald Trump is doing this weird masturbation dance on July 4th when dozens of kids are missing in Texas. That's fighting for the country, Jack? No, I'm sorry. That's the opposite of fighting for the country, okay? You know exactly what dance I'm talking about, Jack. I'm sure you do it every night before you go to sleep. Yeah, I think you do, Jack. I think you do, Jack. But the point that I was okay, well, the point that I was trying to make, Jack, is you said that MAGA Republicans are fighting.
I know Jack's not going to get super annoyed that he's making personal attacks when, again, his first retort in this panel was to make fun of somebody else's appearance.
For the country, deporting people
so
and ripping
illegal
up
aliens
parts of the
aren't part of my
Constitution.
country, and in short work, they won't be because those aren't Americans; those are illegals.
So they don't deserve due process? What does it say in the Constitution? It says every single person, not citizen, not non-citizen. The Constitution says
subject
every
to the jurisdiction
person. Okay,
of. It says subject to the jurisdiction.
Okay, so you think that
legal aliens not
so someone should be deported to it?
It's so fucking pathetic to watch these people try to hang these arguments on their fucking stupid interpretation and just like literalist interpretation of it says this, so therefore mass deportation legal.
We actually went through
you're
this last
okay
time
with people
here.
being
You don't have any new.
So you're
talking
okay
points,
with
do you?
someone being yeah, no, it's not a talking point.
Do you think it's ethical to pay migrant workers less than American workers would accept below what you would deem a living wage? Hi, Talibots. No, I don't.
Called reality, Jack. You don't live in reality. You live in MAGA world. And
I think all of these people should be given a path to citizenship and due process. I don't think these people should be removed from the country.
You take
I
the
live in
Ben
reality.
Shapiro
In my
talking
reality,
points.
they're all going home.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, they're all going home. So you're okay. Go ahead, Adam.
I was going to say, can I ask if we had studies?
Of course, undocumented are subject to U.S. jurisdiction. How else you could not deport them? Well, the other thing is that they're not subject to our jurisdiction or whatever. And it's like, dude, if somebody who is undocumented, an illegal, quote unquote, committed a crime on U.S. soil, you would use the same mechanisms you're saying don't apply to be able to mass deport them, to be able to convict them in an American prison or hold them to account in a court of law in the United States. There's no disaggregating those two, and you can't selectively enforce the law. Either these legal principles apply to these people in all contexts, regardless of how inconvenient it is for your mass deportation program to get off the ground, or they don't.
Proving, which we do, that these farm workers lead to increased economic output, would you still want to deport illegal farm workers? How is that putting America first when it hurts the economy?
Wow, it's
Pierce said,
amazing
farm
that
workers are coming to Trump.
Democrats say, "Oh, you're just going on the side of big."
I also don't like this argument from Adam because again, like it turns like the conversation surrounding like quote unquote illegals and undocumented people like the only value like hey, it's basically a more put together version of did you ever think who's gonna clean your toilet? Who's gonna pick your avocados, dude? But like as a serious point, rather than just kind of like a gotcha or whatever, or like pointing out that like, okay, as far as what you're concerned with, this works against other legislative goals you supposedly say that you have or principles that you hold. How do you reconcile those two? To actually try to make it as like a real point is weird to me.
Big ag and big corporations. Like here, I'm the MAGA guy, and I'm the one who's saying,
You're not
let's do
answering my
something
question.
for the
How is
working
that
class
helping
of
the
this country.
economy
Let's do something
if
for
it's
the
less
middle class.
economic
But man,
output?
you guys just love kissing the boots of big corporate America, huh?
No, I like the economy.
What are you
I like having
talking
more
about?
economic output. And
How does
when
the
we have
boot
studies
leather
saying,
taste? Wall Street, the Wall Street boot leather.
this isn't about
corporate
Jack.
America boot
Do you know
leather.
what
How
I
does
would
it
have
taste?
done if I was Trump? I'd have taken a massive victory lap over the stunning success in the southern border, reducing the numbers coming over illegally to almost negligible numbers from the millions it came in under Biden. I'd have taken a massive victory lap, which would have been applauded by, I think, most Americans. And then I would have targeted the people who were in the country illegally who committed crimes. And I would, and that was the first thing he said, I remember, as a campaign thing. When you get to a wider category of people and you simply say we're going to deport everyone who's undocumented in America, I mean, you could potentially be looking at 100 million people. Nobody really knows, right?
Wouldn't that be something?
But the idea that won't rip the heart out of America's economy in industries like farming, I think is for the birds. So I just felt like Trump's got a big win. He's got a couple of big wins on immigration, right? Take the southern border win, deport the ones who commit crimes, and then move to...
He doesn't have any wins. He's not deporting people that commit crimes. They're just deporting anybody. Hold on. This was June 20th of this year. 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. 93% no violent convictions. New non-public data from ICE indicate that the government is primarily detaining individuals with no criminal convictions of any kind. Also, among those with criminal convictions, they are overwhelmingly not the violent offenses that ICE continuously uses to justify its deportation agenda. ICE has shared this data with people outside the agency who shared the numbers with the Cato Institute. Then they go on into the data, and then it's like, well, why is it the case? The shift in policy resulted from White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's meeting at the end of May, when he ordered ICE to start arresting more non-criminals. What do you mean you're going after criminals? He said. Why aren't you at Home Depot? Why aren't you at 7-Eleven? Since then, ICE and Border Patrol have shifted to roaming U.S. streets and workplaces to round up immigrants, regardless of the public threat they may pose. This is not about clamping down on crime. It is literally just about deporting undesirables and brown people. This understates the change in interior enforcement against non-criminals. This is mainly because ICE also booked some people into custody who were originally detained by Border Patrol. Hence, the pre-Trump numbers include many non-criminals who had never lived in the U.S. before. Since then, the Trump admin has put Border Patrol in charge of mass deportation in California, and it is making interior arrests all along the Mexican and Canadian borders. This means that the pre-Trump and post-Trump numbers are not directly comparable. We cannot say for certain how many peaceful individuals are being whisked off America's streets by government agencies. Yes, this is from the radical left-wing Cato Institute that is making this criticism. They've also made like a financial criticism of it because it's going to cost literally $1 trillion if this plan were to actually be implemented to the fullest extent in the way that MAGA wants. Where is that? And there's like the quotas like contributing to them prioritizing these people. Yeah, the White House has ordered ICE to meet an unreasonable quota of 3,000 arrests per day, a target they were nowhere near achieving as of June 14th. Agents are complaining about how the quota is undermining public safety in interviews with conservative outlets like the New York Post and Washington Examiner. And then in the New York Post, he says the agents told the Post that ICE's quota was forcing them to leave, quote, some dangerous criminal illegal migrants on the streets. ICE shifted away from fugitive operations to focus on asylum seekers at courthouse, immigrants who regularly check in with ICE, and other non-threats. So literally the people that are being whisked off the street and not being given any due process were the ones that were the most compliant with the law. The ones that were the most adamant about actually making sure that they had a good track record with the United States government and would be able to eventually become a citizen because they could demonstrate that they were making good faith strides to uphold the law and complete the legal process of naturalization in its entirety. And yeah, it takes money and time to be able to actually like disrupt criminal organizations that include undocumented people. That's not something that you can just do willy-nilly. But if you're going to have these stupid arbitrary quotas, if you need to get 3,000 brown people out of your day, yeah, it's obviously not going to be about prioritizing the violent ones. It's just going to be whoever you can get.
A new reform of the whole immigration system.
Cato actually does some of the best reporting on immigration. I know. That's not really surprising because, like, if you're actually like a true neoliberal or whatever, you should be in favor of like the free flow of migration and like relaxed borders, if not open borders.
But not at the expense of industries like farming. John, you're nodding there.
Yeah, Piers, there's a middle ground here. In early 2001, the Bush administration, the George W. Bush administration, negotiated an agreement with the government of Mexico that would address much of this.
Neoliberal is a slur.
All of the Mexican workers who were here illegally, who were undocumented, would have to go back to Mexico. They could file papers asking permission to obtain a 9-month visa that would allow them to come here, work, pay taxes, and then...
I mean, the other thing is, like, if they were really committed to getting these people out of the fucking country, this is not even the most cost-effective way to do it. But what they would have to do is, there's two things, like, you ever heard of push and pull factors or whatever? There's things that pull people into the country and there's things that are happening in their own country that push them out and they flee from. If you actually invested in these governments, making them more stable or whatever, and there was less political turmoil and destabilization in their regions, they would be far less likely to be fleeing their country and coming to the United States because there's nothing to flee. But again, that would include giving a lot of money to a bunch of countries that Donald Trump's base and his administration have said are like all but said are about enemies of the United States or they're corrupt or we're not going to do any deals with them. So that precludes the possibility of doing this the cheap way. So it must be done this way.
Go back to Mexico for 3 months and they would have to go through this process every year. That way they were legal to come and work, continue the jobs that they had, pay taxes and go back. That was scuttled because of the 9/11 attacks. But I think that's the basis. That should be the basis for something that the Trump administration can negotiate with Latin American governments right now.
Okay, I want to just end quickly with Gaza. Netanyahu is at the White House. Jack, I mean, it seems to me it's imperative for the people in Gaza that there is a ceasefire and actually an end to this war. I think it's increasingly imperative for Israel and Israelis. actually, and Jewish people around the world that this ends. Because unlike the military strikes in Iran and against Hezbollah in Lebanon, this has made what's happening in Gaza with the enormous civilian death toll as they've gone after Hamas. This has made Israel increasingly despised around the world.
Well, it has, and not only that.
It's kind of like overstating that, but somewhat.
But prior to the Iran flare-up, this conflict, this was also something that was eroding Bibi Netanyahu's political base internally within Israel. He's certainly got a rally around the flag moment right now because of the Iran situation and the.
Really quick before they go into this section. So this was updated an hour ago. Bibi meets Trump at White House as Israel Hamas discuss ceasefire. U.S. President Donald Trump, hosting Israeli Prime Minister Bibi at the White House on Monday, said the U.S. had scheduled talks with Iran and indicated progress on a controversial effort to relocate Palestinians out of Gaza. That's one way to euphemize ethnic cleansing, but okay, moving on. Speaking to reporters at the beginning of dinner between U.S. and Israeli officials, Netanyahu said the U.S. and Israel were working with other countries who would give Palestinians, quote, a better future, suggesting that the residents of Gaza could move to neighboring nations. And again, by move, we're talking about the forcible transfer of these people. This is not a voluntary migration. This is not some humanitarian gesture. This is, we don't want to have to fucking deal with these people, so let's push them into other countries and make them their problem because they're all Arabs, right? If people want to stay, they can stay, but if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. Netanyahu lied. If you stay, you're going to be deemed a combatant and killed in a free fire zone, but sure, you can stay, I guess. We're working with the United States very closely about finding countries that will seek to realize what they always say, that they wanted to give the Palestinians a better future. I think we're getting close to finding several countries. I mean, this is like a genius way to this is a genius fucking way to revise history very, very subtly. Because he's saying they wanted to give Palestinians a better future. No, that was not the line. The line from the from every U.S. administration until Donald Trump's was a state, not a better future, whatever the fuck that means. Trump, who initially demurred to Netanyahu when asked about the relocating of Palestinians, said the countries around Israel were helping out. We've had great cooperation from surrounding countries, great cooperation from every single one of them, so something good will happen, Trump said. The president floated relocating Palestinians and taking over the Gaza Strip earlier this year. Gazans criticized the proposal and vowed never to leave their homes in the coastal enclave. Trump and Netanyahu met in Washington while Israeli officials held indirect negotiations with Hamas, aimed at securing a U.S.-brokered Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. Now there's not even the talk from Bibi about total victory is near. Hamas must be completely removed and eradicated. We have shifted the focus to just ethnically cleansing these people entirely. We're not even trying to make our overtures to the fact that oh yeah, Hamas needs to be removed. This is happening in the context where again indirect negotiations with Hamas are occurring right now. Netanyahu's visit follows Trump's prediction on the eve of their meeting that such an agreement could be reached this week. Before heading to Washington, the right-wing Israeli leader said his discussions with Trump could help advance negotiations underway in Qatar between Israel and Palestinian militant groups. It was Trump's third face-to-face encounter with Bibi since returning to office in January and came just over 2 weeks after the president ordered the bombing of Iranian nuclear sites in support of Israeli airstrikes. Trump then helped arrange a ceasefire in the 12-day Israel-Iran war. I can never get over the fact that it will actually be called that. It will be known that. There was the 6-day war, and then there was the 12-day war. Trump said his administration would be meeting with Iran. We have scheduled Iran talks, and they want to talk. They took a big drubbing, he said. Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff said the meeting would take place in the next week or so. Trump said he'd like to lift sanctions on Iran at some point. I would love to be able to, at the right time, take those sanctions off, he said. Iranian President Masoud, how do you say this? I'm not going to say it because I'll botch it. Said in an interview released on Monday that he believed Iran could resolve its differences with the United States through dialogue. So even after the U.S. and Israeli military aggression, they're still willing to engage in diplomacy. It's pretty mind-blowing. Trump and his aides appeared to be trying to seize any momentum created by the weakening of Iran, which backs Hamas, to push both sides for a breakthrough in the 21-month Gaza war. The two leaders, with their top advisors, held a private dinner in the White House Blue Room instead of more traditional talks in the Oval Office, where the president usually greets visiting dignitaries. Bibi met earlier on Monday with Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He planned to visit the U.S. Capitol on Tuesday to seek congressional leaders. During their meeting, Bibi gave Trump a letter that said, that he said he had used to nominate the U.S. president for the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump, appearing pleased by the gesture, thanked him. Well, this went over better than when he handed him the golden pager. Well, it was, hold on. Trump, Iran. Did they talk about like his response to it? Yeah, Mr. Netanyahu made his first visit of the second Trump term to the White House on February 4th. He presented a gold-plated pager to Mr. Trump and a silver-plated pager to Mr. Vance, the same devices the Israelis had secretly packed with explosives and sold to unwitting Hezbollah operatives, who would later be maimed and killed in a devastating remote control attack on the Iran-backed Lebanese group. Again, even the way that they state this, there were two of them. There were two waves of these pager attacks, these like indiscriminate like remote controlled attacks or whatever that like maimed a bunch of civilians. Yet like everybody repeats, 1,500 Hezbollah militants were like taken out of like commission or whatever, but only 39 people were killed. It gives the impression like it was fucking devastating. It was like, yeah, it was devastating to the civilian population. It was not devastating to Hezbollah itself. Mr. Trump later told an ally he was disturbed by the gift. He's such a fucking psycho, man. Where are we? Ahead of their visit, Bibi told reporters Israeli negotiators were driving for a deal on Gaza and Doha, Qatar's capital. Israeli officials also hope the outcome of the conflict with Iran will pave the way for normalization of relations with more of its neighbors, such as Lebanon, Syria, and Saudi Arabia. And they go into the second day. Let's see. I thought it was way longer. It's pretty short. Wickoff, who played a major role in crafting the 60-day ceasefire proposal at the center of the Qatar negotiations, will travel to Doha this week to join discussions there. White House Press Secretary Caroline told reporters earlier on Monday. In a sign of continued gaps between the two sides, Palestinian sources said Israel's refusal to allow the free and safe entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza remains the main obstacle to progress in the indirect talks. Israel insists it is taking steps to get food into Gaza, but seeks to prevent militants from diverting supplies. Love how we're just going to uncritically print that, and we're not going to point out that even Haaretz is reporting that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, an organization that was created this year in February 2025, that was headed by somebody who immediately resigned because he knew it was, like, according to what he stated, his reason was for resignation, is that it was not going to be able to comply with humanitarian principles or international law, so he stepped down. Yeah, that same organization is the smokescreen for the massacres that take place when the population that they intentionally starved tries to go get food, and then you're fucking killed. It's just a death trap. On the second day of negotiations, mediators hosted one round, and talks were expected to resume in the evening, the Palestinian sources told Reuters. The U.S.-backed proposal envisages a phased release of hostages, which it needs to be, because if they release them at the beginning, then Israel gets back what they want, and then they don't actually adhere to the rest of the ceasefire, which is what happened in the last ceasefire that Israel violated. So Hamas is saying that it needs to be 90 days, and it needs to be some at the beginning, some in the middle, some towards the end. It's the only way to get security guarantees. Israeli troop withdrawals from parts of Gaza and discussions on ending the war entirely. Hamas has long demanded a final end to the war before it would free remaining hostages. Israel has insisted it would not agree to halt fighting until all hostages are released and Hamas dismantled. Well, there's finally one mention of it down in this article that, that was a stated goal for total victory. Trump told reporters last week that he would be, quote, very firm with Bibi on the need for a speedy Gaza deal, and that the Israeli leader also wanted to end the war. Some of Bibi's hardline coalition partners oppose halting military operations, but with Israelis having become increasingly wary of the Gaza war, they're wary of the war, but they're totally fine with the ethnic cleansing, which is the only reason why he's excited, he's maybe fine with the prospect of this genocide ending. His government is expected to back a ceasefire if he can secure acceptable terms. A ceasefire at the start of this year collapsed in March, and talks to revive it have so far been fruitless. Meanwhile, Israel has intensified its military campaign in Gaza and sharply restricted food distribution. Gazans are watching closely for any sign of a breakthrough. I ask God Almighty that the negotiating delegation or the mediators pressure with all their strength to solve this issue, because it has become totally unbearable, said Abu Solomon Kadam, a displaced resident of Gaza City. The Gaza war erupted when Hamas attacked southern Israel in October 2023, killing around 1,200 people and taking 251 hostages. Some 50 hostages remain in Gaza, with 20 believed to be alive. There will be no mention of the decades-long occupation or blockade. I digress. Israel's retaliatory war in Gaza has killed over 57,000 Palestinians, and this is a conservative number. There are more reputable figures suggesting it's probably over 100,000 at this point. According to the Enclave's health ministry, most of Gaza's population has been displaced by the war, and nearly 500,000 people are facing famine within months, according to the United Nations estimates, which is based on the IPC's reporting. Trump has been strongly supportive of Bibi, even wading into domestic Israeli politics last month by lashing out at prosecutors over a corruption trial against the Israeli leaders on bribery, fraud, and breach of trust charges that Netanyahu denies.
Way that's been viewed. But prior to that, he narrowly survived a leadership vote just a week before the initial.
One day, all the people on both the left and right who didn't think this was all a genocide will be trying to explain why they were always against the genocide, and they will do so shamelessly. You'll see that fissure. You'll see some people make that pivot and attempt to say that we couldn't have known, this information wasn't out there, it was unreliable, Hamas this, Israel that, fog of war, blah, 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 blah. That will be their excuse. Then there's going to be other people that find new ways to deny it or downplay it, and still deny that it's a genocide. Yeah, it's not uncommon.
Strikes were taken in that operation. And by the way, all of that was predicated on him breaking the ceasefire deal originally with Gaza. So if he does not agree, and I know that there's been a ceasefire that's I've seen in media headlines, but I would love to see him standing there with President Trump agreeing to that ceasefire there at the White House.
Yeah. And, Adam, I just feel like, I'm somebody who, for many months after October the 7th.
Hussein in chat, unfortunately, I do not speak French. So you will need to ask your questions in English before I can respond.
Given the scale of what happened, I continued to defend Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas, because Hamas were wedded publicly to continue doing this as many times as they could do it. They were wedded to getting rid of every Israeli if they could. So I supported the right to defend themselves. But in recent months, it's become almost impossible to defend what...
I mean, they could say that they're going to do October 7th over and over and over and over or whatever, but... let's look at the facts. There are more Qassam Brigade militants now than before October 7th. Wasn't that what Blinken said on his way out? They don't have any air support. They don't have any sea support. They don't have tanks. What is this threat we're talking about?
Israel's been doing. The 3-month blockade of already impoverished and starving people. The relentless bombardment killing so many civilians without any hostages getting released through this period. And then the people like Smodrich, the finance minister, publicly stating that his goal is to cleanse Gaza of all Palestinians, which is actually his ethnic cleansing, which is a war crime.
Usually the pivot for this is who cares that person said that? They're not actually in charge of any military policy. So just because they made this ghastly statement that is probably indicative of the general attitude that's fostered within that administration and highly pervasive, don't pay too much attention to it.
You put all that together, and it's become almost impossible to defend Israel continuing to prosecute the war in Gaza the way they're doing it. So I
find it interesting. There was a whole minute missing from the Epstein video, and you have no alibi. Straighterade. What do you have to say for yourself? What I have to say is that I find the Epstein shit so overrated and so incredibly boring. But because MAGA cares about it, then I am forced to care about it to see what the fuck they were saying about it.
I just feel, as somebody who likes Israel and Israelis and feels for Jewish people around the world, you've had a very traumatic 2 years, as the people of Gaza have had, the innocent people in Gaza. I feel this has to...
These are put on the same scale.
End. What do you feel?
20 months ago, 1,200 Israelis are killed. 100,000 Palestinians killed since then. Suffering on both sides, you guys.
Yeah, I think I've gone through the same journey that a lot of people have, including you, where initially after October 7th, I was fully supportive of Israel's right to respond and root out Hamas. I would even argue with people in my generation, because I'm 22.
I've met him in person, and we talked about this briefly or whatever, and when it came to Israel, it was like a talking point machine. It was just like Hosbara on demand. He had very little knowledge of this, so I would be interested to see how he navigates this.
And they have some wacky opinions. I'd be like, listen, if the power imbalance were reversed and Hamas had the power over Israel that Israel has over Hamas, there would be no Jews in the Middle East. So you just have to understand the power imbalance.
Oh, okay. So don't be concerned with the current ongoing atrocities and genocide. You should imagine a reverse genocide, and then things wouldn't be so fun then, huh? So let's construct policy surrounding hypotheticals that have no chance of happening or coming to fruition anytime soon. So, and what do we call this? Oh, the 1% doctrine. Yeah, this is like Dick Cheney's way of thinking. Imagine the biggest nightmare that you possibly could it doesn't matter how astronomically low the chance of it actually coming to fruition is. Craft state policy around this thing that you just made up to scare yourself.
But I can't put an exact pinpoint on the date. At some day, I feel like they're just beginning to cross the line over and over and over. And when we're heading into like a year and a half or 2 years of a war with no end goal, no specific end goal, like I know they say they want to root out Hamas.
Well, I guess that joke didn't land. No, it's like almost 4 a.m, and I'm realizing that you're saying I'm responsible for it. It's like I'm fucking autistic.
But at some point, it feels like they're just killing people who are getting flour and way overstepping. So I've talked to a lot of people who seem to have gone through the same journey where they're like, oh, of course, root out Hamas.
Like all of this like weasel language or whatever, they seem to be overstepping. Things seem to be like they're looking too far or whatever. But when it was like coming to talking about like Palestinian resistance and militancy, they want to fucking kill every single last Jew, blah, 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 or whatever. It's like, okay, so it is possible for you to speak with conviction and clarity with respect to this issue, but you're going to be hyper partisan in the way that you apply that, and you're not going to actually even attempt to make it like to be as stringent or like as abrasive with Israel as you were with the Palestinian factions, right?
Of course, but at some point, it seems to be too far.
Yeah. Brian, your thoughts?
At some point, not this point currently. At some point, it seems, as in it might be, too far.
Yeah, I just want...
Like, you killed one too many Palestinians. You know, I was okay with the first 10,000. I was fine with the first 20,000. 30, 40, 50, 60. We're starting to push it, you guys. You know, I was, again, fine with the first 30,000. But 60 is a little bit much.
I want to make a point, and you made this earlier, Pearson. We agree on this. Just because you criticize the Israeli government doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic.
No.
Okay, I'm Jewish. I criticize the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu, and Donald Trump took the Israeli intelligence over our own. Now we're involved in another war, this time with Iran. I thought Donald Trump was going to be the peace president, and he wouldn't get us into any new wars. Listen, Israel has a right to defend themselves. I agree with you, Pierce, 150% on that. But there comes a point where this is their...
It's so disgusting how they even bother like virtue signaling with this with the Israel, like the thought terminating cliche of Israel has the right to defend itself. From who? From what?
War.
Like that second order question is never brought up or whatever. It's a thing that just, it's like a truism that's just said. It's a platitude. It means nothing. Like, he may as well like throw like a I condemn Hamas in here as well.
It shouldn't be our war. Somehow it's okay for us to put all this money into this situation with Iran. And by the way, that's a whole other story of how successful this strike was. But yet when it comes to Ukraine, we got to stop aiding Ukraine. How much money have we given Israel? $450 billion plus. That seems to be totally fine. But when it comes to Ukraine with these MAGA Republicans, no, we got to stop defending our allies in Ukraine. So I've criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. I will continue to do so. We need to question the Israeli government, and the fact that our own president takes their intelligence over our own should tell you something. He's full of crap. And I got to tell you something. We got to stop putting all this money into a war that we should have never been involved with Iran in the first place.
Yeah, and it's perfectly possible and indeed perfectly reasonable, I would argue, to criticize the Israeli government without being anti-Semitic at all, i.e. like me, or to look at certain things Israel has done in its defense, the way it attacked Hezbollah with the extraordinary pager attack, and say that was a very precise, very well targeted, very successful mission against a bunch of terrorists who've been waging war against them for years. So, and also think that...
Where can I find the most accurate and unbiased reports of civilian casualties versus combatants in Gaza? I haven't looked into those stats myself yet. I have no idea where to look or to trust. I'm going to link you some resources in chat, but I will say the Harvard study that is saying 300,000 Palestinians are dead, that methodology is there are a lot of issues with that methodology. That is not the correct casualty figure at this point, is with the information that we know. And the Lancet study that says 100 or whatever, that one also has a very it's not a bad methodology, but people don't realize what it is it measures and the way that they arrived at that figure. So just watch out for those two.
What's happening in Gaza has got completely out of hand.
Let me find it.
And it looks like it's just involving the obliteration of the whole strip and the elimination of everyone there out of the strip. John, final word to you. What do you feel about this?
I have to agree. You know, when you look at the Hezbollah operation, that was absolutely brilliant from an intelligence perspective. Imagine the moving parts that are at play in an operation like that, where you go from the point of production to the point of delivery and everything in between, the supply chain. Absolutely incredible. But you can't just slaughter women, children, emergency workers, doctors, blow up hospitals every single day.
If you talk to a defender of Israel, apparently they can.
And say that you're fighting.
And with no impunity.
Hamas. Sure, Hamas is a terrorist group, but Hamas is minuscule compared to the population of Gaza. And these tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of deaths are unacceptable. These are crimes against humanity, and they have to stop.
I don't think we've ever discussed this topic where everyone on a panel has broadly agreed. So I'm gonna take the win on the broad agreement and hope that I got a feeling Donald Trump is going to get some movement on this with Netanyahu. I got a feeling we may hear that sooner rather than later. I think he, you know, you know what? People who are cynical say he just wants the Nobel Peace Prize. Well, Obama got one after 8 months in office for saying some fancy speeches. You know, if Trump was to actually get this sorted, this war ended.
What did Obama? Why was he given a Nobel Peace Prize?
And could then move to Trump.
I don't put too much fucking stock in it, really, to begin with. Fucking Henry Kissinger has a Nobel Peace Prize.
Do the same in Ukraine, as I know he desperately wants to. That would be an amazing achievement. Gentlemen, thank you all very much.
It would be a stunning achievement for the guy who was promising fucking repeatedly that on day one of my presidency, I'm going to be ending the Russia-Ukraine war.
Thank you, Piers.
Donald Trump is due to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, with the president saying a ceasefire deal in Gaza is close and could be agreed this week. Trump previously told reporters he'd been very firm with Netanyahu about ending the conflict after 21 months. Well, joining me now is Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Dunham. Mr. Dunham, thank you very much indeed for joining me again on Uncensored. What can you tell us about this meeting that is happening?
Okay, so I linked in chat. I don't know that I'm signed into my Haaretz account. I am. But it's a subscriber only. Fuck. I should try to find like a non-paywalled one. But this, what is it? Article from Haaretz, 100,000 dead, what we know about Gaza's true death toll. They spoke to somebody who I've had on the channel. His name is History Speaks. His actual name is Matthew Cockrell, I believe. Has done research looking into the numbers surrounding the Gaza Health Ministry and how many people have been reported dead. Because there was a controversy where at one point they actually purged about 3,000 names from the list. But it's not because those people hadn't died. It's because they didn't meet the conservative criteria that the Gaza Health Ministry uses, which is a civilian org, to arrive at the like a confirmed death by their standards, which is that it needs to be. I think there's like two conditions to it, preconditions. You need to have like a death certificate, and somebody who works for the Gaza Health Ministry needs to actually view a body before they will be willing to put their name on the registry. But it cites the research. I see. Thank you. I'll look into this. I need to find. I'll try to find like a non-paywalled one, because again, like I have a Haaretz account. It's like not letting me into this. But
in the next few hours, between the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel.
Thank you for having me again, Piers. First, it's the third meeting within 6 months. I think it's remarkable. It shows the strength of the bond between two nations that are together, the friendship between the leaders. And, you know, we accomplished a lot during the fight against Iran. I'm sure the Prime Minister and President Trump will reflect on the achievements, but we'll also have to look ahead.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, this asshole. He's a favorite on Piers Morgan.
What we are doing now with Iran, you know, in terms of diplomacy, in terms of some kind of supervised methods, maybe sanctions. I think, you know we achieved a lot, but we have to pay attention to the future. We don't want Iran to go back to the same position they were a few weeks ago. The second issue would be Gaza. We still have 50 hostages in Gaza. There is a proposal on the table, a very detailed proposal. We said yes, and Hamas said yes, but. And now they're trying to add more things to the proposal, like always. So it's difficult, it's challenging, but we are not giving up. We send our team to Doha to continue to negotiate, and hopefully we will.
Yeah, just Google remove paywall. You'll find the way around it really quick. Well, I do, but with I don't even think remove paywall doesn't always have like mirrors of every single thing that like I wish they did. And usually with Haaretz, it's like it's usually pretty bad because these like subscriber only ones. That was to the chatter. Well, excuse me, you were only typing in my chat, so fuck me for thinking it was to me, right?
See this partial deal comes into effect, which will allow more hostages to come back.
We've seen reports which have been not confirmed officially, but that the framework for a ceasefire could see Hamas hand over 28 hostages, 10 of whom would be alive and 18 sadly dead, in 5 stages over 60 days. And there would be a surge in humanitarian aid entering Gaza as well. Is that your understanding of that part of any agreement?
Yes, in general, those details are accurate. We wish to get all of the hostages, but it's not happening now. But we accept this framework of receiving half of the hostages who are alive, 18 bodies. I think that's something we can work with. And within those 60 days, we can talk about what's happened next, what will be the next stage. I want to remind you, we have 2 goals in this war. We didn't choose to fight this war. It was brought upon ourselves. Our goal is how to release hostages and to make sure that Hamas is not in charge of Gaza. There is no future for Gaza with Hamas.
Do you accept, Mr. Danon, Mr. Ambassador, do you accept that, unlike with the action in Iran, which was widely seen as a very precise strike against very precise targets, military targets, nuclear sites, nuclear scientists, nuclear military.
I always like that at least Piers Morgan, for all the other faults that I have with him, will always bring up, like, okay, so if you want there to stop being so much disinformation and misinformation and lies and blood libels surrounding the quote-unquote war you believe you're conducting, then how come you don't let journalists in?
People similar to the very precise attack on Hezbollah with the pager devices exploding.
So precise, just military ingeniousness. It's amazing that you guys managed to kill 40 people. It's great. It's awesome. Wow.
The problem with Gaza is that the world has looked on with increasing horror at what appears to be a policy of just completely obliterating the Gaza Strip. 70% of it has now been
but we're fighting Hamas. Let's see.
Destroyed.
Let's see if that if that's really not just going to be his thing. Like, yeah, when we're aiming for Hamas, but when we also kill fucking 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 Palestinian civilians per one supposed Hamas affiliate or whatever, it's an accident.
Continues on a daily, nightly basis. And in the process of continuing to go after Hamas, more and more civilians are getting killed, including a staggering number of children now. And this is bringing on Israel around the world a lot of deep criticism, not least from your own allies, not least from people like me, who were very supportive of Israel's right to defend itself after the horrors of October the 7th. Do you accept that Gaza is now a particular problem for Israel in terms of global opinion?
Well, first, I agree with you, Piers. You cannot compare what happened in Iran to what's happening in Gaza. And it's much more challenging for any democracy.
Why not?
To fight a non-state actor. When you fight a state, it's easy. You know where the targets are, where the military bases, the leadership. And we proved, when we attacked Iran, we did everything we can to minimize.
Chad, what do you think is harder? Fighting a criminal gang or going to war with an entire state? What do we think's harder? Because this person's trying to make the argument that it's harder to fight like guerrillas than it is to declare war upon an entire state that has a military, that has international legitimacy and recognition, that has their own rights.
Civilian casualties, and it was very successful. When you fight a terrorist organization which took over the population in the last 20 years, and they are putting them as human.
Like, if you took like an inventory of all of Hamas and every single Palestinian militant faction in Gaza, what are their armaments? What do they have the ability to do? What is their legal standing? What is their legal recognition, right? They're a designated terrorist group. They have no international legitimacy. They have the worst allies in the world. It's like Iran and shit. They have no respectability. Their leaders are killed instead of like negotiating with. And if you had to aggregate all of that data and just even like actually separate that out and just look at their military strength and rank it, where do you think it compares to the Israeli military? Where do you think it compares even to the Iranian military? And he is going to argue that it's actually harder to get them.
Shield in front, it's challenging, it's hard.
Like international humanitarian law favors states, does not favor non-state actors.
It's hard by all aspects. You mentioned the civilian casualties, but also it's hard for us. For Israel, with our might of the IDF, to drag this war for almost 2 years, it's painful. It's painful for the country. It's painful for the families. It's a painful process. It's the longest war ever in our history. But because you have the population there, you cannot fight like you fight a military or army. And Hamas took advantage of that. That's why you see that we had to ask the population to move. And if there will be no deal, which
we had to ask the population to move. Like, at what point, again, like, will people look back and just be like, it was just, like, all out in the open. They made these, like, ghoulish genocidal statements out in the open, and Piers Morgan was just, like, sitting there, like, nodding, listening.
which I hope they will in the next few days. But if there will be no agreement...
Like, could you imagine if this was some Russian talking head saying, we're not at war with the Ukrainian people, just like Ukrainian Nazis, and we're just asking them to leave?
Then we will have no choice. We will have to, again, ask the population to move out and send our boys to fight and push Hamas out. It will be painful for both sides.
But do you accept that too many civilians have now been killed?
No.
I accept the fact that on both sides it's suffering. You know, almost 2,000 Israelis died. I don't know the number.
Not almost 2,000. That is actually astonishing that he does not know that. Well, he does know that, but he's lying. 1,200. Even the first estimates or whatever, it was 1,400. But the fact that he doesn't know, unless he's going to, like, the argument's going to be, let's combine the casualties from October 7th with the casualties that have since occurred, since October 7th when they began their incursion and genocide. If we lump those all in together, sure, it's more than 2,000 Israelis. But he knows what he's doing, like what impression he's given. Didn't the Russians already say that? Yeah, they have, but if they were saying it on Piers Morgan Uncensored, it would not go unchallenged.
When we spoke about it last time about the Palestinian side, it's very...
He would say, but you're not just asking them to leave, are you? You're aiming a gun at them, making them do it first or whatever. He would like actually, make them justify that further.
To know the real numbers, because Hamas, they will not tell you how many civilians died from natural causes in Gaza in the last 2 years. Everything they put together, and I'm sure they exaggerate.
But you wouldn't dispute that many tens of thousands of civilians have died.
Like the way that they try to push that, like those numbers are not reliable. When the Gaza Health Ministry publishes like an ID number, a full name, an age, a birthday, like all of that, completely transparent. What are IDF numbers like? They just give you these numbers. There's no transparency. It's completely opaque. They don't tell you the methodology for how they decide who died, how they calculated if somebody was engaging in hostilities or not. None of that is shared.
Gaza.
Well, I can agree with you that civilians were killed. And unfortunately, civilians are suffering.
But like they're setting people up to think, oh, the number's wrong. It's going to be lower, actually. It's going to be far higher.
Gaza, because of Hamas. And that's
like we haven't even counted like how many people are buried under the rubble.
Today, I saw this morning, I saw people in Gaza chanting and calling Hamas to accept the deal. And they don't understand why Hamas is continuing with the suffering. So yes, there is suffering. And I think also when you speak about the day after, I speak with many of my colleagues from the area. And there are a lot of ideas about the day after reconstruction. And they tell me, Danny, we are not going to send not only soldiers, but not even one check to Gaza if Hamas will still be there. So if you think about the day after and reconstruction...
Again, just openly stating, we intend to collectively punish the civilian population of Gaza that is currently protesting Hamas, by the way.
Building a better future for the people.
Because he didn't just say, we're going to make sure that like nothing gets to Hamas or whatever. He just said, nothing is getting into Gaza so long as Hamas is in charge.
Gaza, one has to realize that Hamas will not be part of this equation.
Do you accept, Mr. Ambassador, that criticism of the Israeli government and Israeli government policies is not anti-Semitic?
No. He'll say, yes, I accept that, but then if you try to bring up any instance or whatever, he will say it's anti-Semitic.
First, I'm at the UN, so...
It's anti-Semitic, it's a blood libel, it's a curse upon the Jews, like, it's all that.
I'm used for criticism. It's legitimate to criticize Israel. But you have to use the same standards like you use against any other democracy. So if you have criticism about the way we conduct our urban war methods, let's compare it to the UK, to the US, to other democracies who took actions on similar cases. So, but when it comes to Israel, unfortunately, you see that the UN and other international...
When it comes to Israel, unfortunately, people have issues with the ongoing apartheid. People have issues with the 60-plus year never-ending occupation. People seem to take issue with the blockade. We're treated very unfairly.
Organizations, they're using different standards. They don't make the same remarks when it comes to Israel. And that's something we cannot accept. It's legitimate to criticize Israel, but we expect it will...
Hamas was formed by Israel to bring down the power of the PLO, to be more controlled opposition after the time at the time after the PLO leader died. See, you don't need to go back that far. You only need to go back far enough to learn that Iran started funding the proxies at some point. Don't go further than that. Just stop there, and then blame Iran.
Should be done in the same criteria like any other country.
Tucker Carlson, the conservative commentator in the United States, has just released an interview with the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, in which he says this, the president.
2 Iranian ayatollahs have issued fatwas against Donald Trump. What does that mean exactly, and what do you...
What is he talking about? No one would ignore the fact the U.S. has a long history of genocide against Native Americans, against Mexico, against Inuits, you name it. The thing is that Israel is actually, and this is one way to prove to people that it's not this liberal, the only democracy in the Middle East. It's like, yeah, well, democracies tend to, even if it's against their will or there's revisionism involved, tend to acknowledge their past atrocities and crimes against humanity in some instances, past genocides even. But Israel does not. Israel does not even acknowledge that the Nakba happened, nor will they ever accept responsibility for it.
You think of it.
This, the president.
2 Iranian ayatollahs have issued fatwas against Donald Trump. What does that mean exactly, and what do you think of it?
To the best of my knowledge, they have not issued decrees or fatwas against any individual or against Donald Trump.
There are some large number of Iranian nationals living in the United States. Some have said they are, quote, sleeper cells. They are terrorists who are acting at the command of your government. Would you right now make a statement to Iranian citizens living in the United States not to commit acts of violence in the United States?
You see, these things you're telling me, this is the first time I'm hearing them from you or from anybody.
What is your reaction to that interview?
First, I don't understand why you should give a platform to such a leader. If you go back in history, you should ask yourself,
God, dude.
In the sake of journalism.
We're gonna pearl clutch over, yes, the head of a state of 90 million people that we just had a war with. How dare you platform him? Are we fucking kidding me? These are again Tumblr standards.
You interview anyone, and I think there should be limits. And you see the Iranian leader lying,
Very, very problematic of Tucker Carlson to platform checks notes the head of a fucking state, the president of Iran.
Everybody knows.
Very, very disconcerting. Highly problematic. Don't you know that he has said very questionable things?
Fact. They tried to assassinate President Trump not only once, twice.
This is a notable person, whether you want them to be or not, dude.
They tried to assassinate Prime
And it's also a separate question of how you. He didn't say these are not. That's not the right way to go about conducting an interview with the president of Iran. He said, "Why are you even talking to him?"
Netanyahu. They're using the proxy against us. So all of a sudden, they speak so nicely, so quietly. I think we're beyond that. We expose this regime, and now they have to decide. We will not buy those lies. They can decide to move forward and accept restrictions which will not allow them to build.
And on this, there's no reason to uncritically accept the word of the Iranian president. But like our friend said earlier, let's apply consistent standards. That means there is no reason to accept uncritically the word of any head of state. It does not matter if it's Israel or Iran or the United States or Syria or Saudi Arabia. You should not ever uncritically accept the word of a government.
Capability they wanted to build, or they think they can continue with this game.
But it's not unique just to Iran. You should not believe a thing this guy's saying either.
Giving soft interviews
without verifying it
and continue with the deception. It will not work. We have the capabilities. Us and the US, we will follow very carefully what's happening on the ground over there.
Finally, Ambassador, do you look forward to a day when Israel is not at war somewhere?
Absolutely. My dad was wounded because of the war and he lost his life. I served in the military. My son was an officer in the military. I pray for the day that we can deal with other issues. We are a peaceful nation. We pray for peace. And I believe that in the near future, we will be able to expand the Abraham Accord.
You've killed more children in 2 years in one conflict than if you added up like the last most notable conflict. Like, what is the statistic?
And develop, relationship with our colleagues in the region. But we have to first fight the radicals. We did it in Lebanon, we're in Gaza, in Iran, and I'm optimistic about the future.
Ambassador Denon, thank you very much indeed for coming back on.
Thank you very much.
Almost 3 years ago.
Okay, let's see.
Four University of Idaho students were stabbed to death as they...
Oh, we're not doing this. Let me find the article that I was fucking thinking of. And this is not new. This is like what I'm going to pull out of it is like nothing new. It was literally being published in 2023. Where are we? The Save the Children organization. This was October 29th, 2023. 3,195 children killed in 3 weeks surpasses annual number of children killed in conflict zones since 2019. Again, October 29th, 2023. This was like 20 months ago. What do you think that number's at today? That dude just said Israel's a peaceful state. Okay, dude. Okay, man. Whatever you want. Whatever you say, dude. Well, actually, I am going back to the full screen because if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, you should be. That way you can know whenever I go live, which is basically every single day. I can't guarantee what time it's going to be, but yeah. And if you're interested in subscribing, you should definitely do that. And you can get access to an ad-free experience and cute emotes. So if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream so it pushes it out to other people. And subscribe to me if you aren't already. You can get access to all my past VODs completely for free, which might change soon because I have memberships and maybe I'm considering making like my VODs like members only after a few days, but I haven't decided yet. I don't know. But yeah, I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. Good morning. Not seen you live before. Glad to help you hit your follower goal. Your vibes are good. Suitably angry for the state of the world. Thank you. And now I'm at 1,500 followers on Twitch, which I'm very happy about. I just need to get to partner now. That's all I want. All right, what's next, though? What's next? I really want Trigonometry to explain to me why socialism is on the rise.
Do you want to know?
Nope. The real reason socialism is on the rise, according to Konstantin Kisin, the co-host of the Trigonometry podcast. I think we're going to talk about the scary Muslim man, Zohran Mamdani. Let's see.
Why socialism is on the rise.
Yep.
In the wake of Zohran Mamdani's win in the Democratic primary for mayor of New York, there's been a glut of commentary from people who didn't see it coming, attempting to understand what is happening. Some, like investor and former Trigonometry guest Bill Ackman, argue that Mamdani is a uniquely talented retail politician who outworked the competition. In this conception, his policies were not the determining factor. Others, like fellow investor...
Wait, what? Who made this tweet?
Argue that Mamdani is a...
Oh, Bill Ackman or whatever. I'm supposed to give a shit with this billionaire things?
Uniquely talented retail politician.
Isn't this the billionaire that, like, funded those, like, doxing fucking cars or whatever? Targeting, like, pro-Palestine activists? Am I making something up? Bill Ackman funds, like, doxing trucks? Bill Ackman says the doxing trucks rolling around Harvard could teach its president, Claudine Gay, what it feels like to be a Jew on campus. Bill Ackman may have slammed the doxing trucks at Harvard, but the billionaire investor also appears to think there could be a silver lining to them. Okay, so he didn't fund it, but he was like fine with it. Whoever is behind the so-called doxing trucks at Harvard needs to stop this now. We can agree or disagree with that Harvard, and we can support or criticize President Gay's leadership. But to disrupt her home with these trucks is unfair to her and her family, and an insult to all of us. Perhaps the doxing trucks will give President Gay some perspective on what it is like to be Jewish and or Israeli on the Harvard campus, the Harvard alumnus wrote on X on Wednesday. Critics of Harvard's President Claudine Gay have called for a resignation after a controversial testimony at last week's congressional hearing on on-campus anti-Semitism. During the hearing, Gay did not unequivocally condemn the genocide of Jews, despite being asked several times if such rhetoric would violate Harvard's rules on bullying harassment. This isn't even true. This is a complete distortion. So what she was actually asked is by Elise Stefanik, who's a proponent of the Great Replacement theory, by the way, but this is the like Trump's like champion of Jews or something like that. The first it was like talking about From the River to the Sea. She condemns it as anti-Semitic. And then we're talking about is like calling for the genocide of Jews. Is that like against, would that violate Harvard's rules? And she said it would depend on the context because it could rise to the level of intimidation if it's met or like if it's directed to an individual or a small group of people. But just saying that in the abstract or whatever, like she couldn't say for sure. Out of like if you're just giving her this devoid of any context, if that would warrant disciplinary action immediately, she would need like more information. I admit it's a clumsy question or whatever, but it's like that really is the American standard for what constitutes free speech. You know, if you say the N-word on a campus, if you just like shout it, does that require like disciplinary action? I don't know. I need more information. Was it directed at somebody? Did they just say it? Why did they say it? Was it a joke? Was it to be like intimidating? Like you can't even, you're supposed to like render judgments off of like nothing. The ensuing backlash has seen some of Gay's critics deploying billboard trucks on Harvard's campus calling for her resignation. Similar trucks were also sent to the University of Pennsylvania, agitating for the then president's Liz McGill's resignation, which again, like all of these people ended up resigning. Claudine Gay, the best friend Hamas ever had, one truck's LED screen red. Can you tell it's almost 4 a.m? Claudine Gay refuses to protect Jewish students. Read another message. Be your Nazi wife. Already taken, dude. But good one. See ya. The trucks first appeared in October. At the time, they drove around campus displaying faces and names of students, along with claims that these students signed a pro-Hamas letter. In both instances, the trucks were deployed by the conservative organization Accuracy in Media. To be clear, I'm not recommending the trucks continue, but the experience to date might provide some useful perspective. Ackman, who's been on the warpath with his alma mater since October, also slammed Gay's congressional statement. The funny thing is that she ended up resigning, like being called to resign because of like academic dishonesty or something like that. And then it turned out that Bill Ackman's wife had like plagiarized fucking Wikipedia for her thesis or something like that. Bill Ackman's celebrity academic wife, Neri Oxman, dissertation is marred by plagiarism. Harvard's president, Claudine Gay, resigned after conservative activists revealed she had plagiarized. This was reported January 4th, 2024. The hedge fund manager and prominent Harvard donor Bill Ackman helped lead the charge against Gay. Business Insider analyzed Ackman's wife's doctoral dissertation and found numerous instances of plagiarism. Literally could not, like beyond parody, the fact that this is what happened. And then again, it was just like Wikipedia. Like the thing that Claudine Gay did was like, she didn't summarize or like she didn't cite something properly. I can't remember. But it was a less severe form of like academic dishonesty or whatever, which it was never about in the first place. But yeah. And at the beginning of this, all of these people were like, Israel has a right to exist. And as a Jewish state, they did all the virtue signals. It still didn't matter.
Who outworked the competition. In this conception, his policies were not the determining factor. Others, like fellow investor Tyler Winklevoss, believe that it's simply time.
Man, I disagree with you on a lot of stuff, as I am a millennial liberal as opposed to a communist. But I appreciate your honesty. It's hard to find ideologically devoted people who are also honest. Thank you.
for young people to be reminded of the realities of socialism. According to this view, indoctrinated at school and university and let down by parents who failed to prepare them for the real world, millennials and Gen Z just won't wake up until they face the reality of Mamdani's insane policies, like government-run grocery stores and rent.
Mamdani ran an energetic campaign focused on affordability, promising free buses, universal childcare, a $30 minimum hourly wage, a rent freeze, and city-run supermarkets, all paid for with higher taxes on the top 1% of earners. Again, this is captioned with Mamdani's insane policies, like taxing the wealthiest people within a city to pay for things for the fucking city. What is this insane agenda this man is pushing? This is literally communism, you guys. Communism is when you use taxation.
Freezes. Others still take a dimmer view of the next generation, proclaiming that Mamdani won because of vibes. The centre-left, on the other hand, consoles itself with the notion that he was up against a terrible candidate in Andrew Cuomo. All of these people are right, and all of them are wrong. It's true that Mamdani appears to have the common touch, but many people who do are unable to produce the stunning victory he achieved. It's true that young people do not understand the history of socialism and have little idea of just how terrible the consequences of Mamdani's policies will be. It's true that vibes were a powerful force in this election, but politics has always been about vibes. The elections of Barack Obama and President Trump were about vibes too. And yes, it's true that Cuomo is a terrible candidate who's facing allegations of elections. But politics has always been about vibes. The elections of Barack Obama and President Trump were about vibes too. And yes,
okay, this whole we're really starting to just be like it's all vibes or whatever is like highly reductive.
It's true that Cuomo is a terrible candidate who's facing allegations of sexual harassment.
Hey, Aaron, are you reading any interesting books currently? I answered this. You asked me this earlier, and I said that I'm not because I'm fucking reading Abundance, so I can know what the fuck I'm talking about on Live and Learn. But once I'm done with Abundance, I will move on to other things on my list.
Scrutiny.
Before I was reading this book called The Cinderella Complex before, but it was interrupted by Abundance.
Disastrous decisions during the pandemic. But that doesn't explain the popularity of Mamdani, only the unpopularity of Andrew Cuomo. The reality is that
I do think it's cope also to overemphasize the extent to which this primary was a referendum on Cuomo, because I really do feel like that is just trying to say no, nobody really likes Zohran. He definitely doesn't have this groundswell of organic support. He's not really popular, you guys. Don't worry. They just all hate Cuomo. Okay.
None of these variables on their own are sufficient to explain the rising popularity of socialism in many Western countries, or, more specifically, many large Western cities. Every comedian has to learn this lesson the hard way. You may have great jokes, but people will only laugh if they agree with the premise of those jokes. The fact that for at least a decade our schools and universities have acted as work madrasas is sufficient to prime young people for receptivity to socialism. But it does not explain why the ideas are landing as hard as they are. So, why is socialism becoming popular? I tried to remind my conservative friends of this at the end of my speech.
But you just said it was because it's not that it's becoming popular, it's that Andrew Cuomo is not popular.
At the first ARC conference when I said,
many of you here are conservatives. I'm not. I look terrible in tweed. That's why I identify as politically non-binary. But I can tell you conservatives something.
Oh my God. The right is getting better at comedy and the left is getting scared. In 2025, we all but made a fucking helicopter joke or whatever year this was.
You will never get young people to want to conserve a society and an economy that is not working for them. We will not overcome woke nihilism.
I laugh at things. I don't agree with the premise of it, though. Please tell me you did not actually find that joke funny.
As long as young people are locked out.
Yo mama joke is literally funnier than what he just said.
Out of the housing market.
It's not because I'm triggered. It's because that joke has literally been told a million times.
Unable to pair up, unable to have kids, unable to plan for the future.
Born in 1982, I am what you might call a geriatric millennial. I entered the workforce in 2003 and worked solidly for over a decade, making a good income as a translator and then as a circuit comedian. Together with my wife's modest income as an artist, we earned a little above the median household income in Britain. We bought our first property, a tiny apartment, at the age of 35. Far from being unusual, this is becoming normal. In London, the average age of a first-time buyer is 35. In New York, it's now 37. The counter often wheeled out against this argument is that while certain aspects of life have become more challenging, young people now enjoy access to an immense array of consumer goods, electronics, food variety, and so on. But the problem is that some things matter more than others. Housing is one of them. Most people, for example, would not want to have children until they have a place of their own. And as any parent will tell you, having kids...
This says London flat, £960 per calendar month. New York apartment, $1,200 per calendar month.
...changes everything. If you can't afford to buy your own place and settle down, you're stuck in a permanent adolescent limbo in which making the right decisions no longer makes sense. I know many people of my generation and younger who, it could be said, waste lots of money on coffees, eating out, and so on, while paying rent instead of saving up for their own place. The problem is, though, that saving £200 a month towards a deposit on your first property makes very little sense when the price of that property grows by tens of thousands every year. This sense that the things you actually want deep down are speeding away from you on a train you'll never catch is the real driving force behind the popularity of politicians like Mamdani. Young people are open to...
I mean, I don't even know that people are necessarily like attached to the idea of like buying a house. I think what it is like that is the layman's understanding of how you build generational wealth, because it will probably be the biggest purchase that you ever make. So it's a proxy for that. But I mean, I don't know that people are necessarily like married to it. What they want is like stability and personal prosperity and to be able to afford rent, and for like, they would like for like 40% of their fucking paycheck annually to not have to go towards rent or a mortgage, ideally.
Socialist demagogues, not because they've sat down and done the sums on their policies. They're open to them because they're desperate and see no way out. This, by the way, is always how radical and unworkable ideas become popular. The rise of communism and fascism in the late 19th and early 20th...
A house would be nice. What are you, a socialist? What are you, an entitled millennial? Who the fuck do you think you are wanting a house?
20th centuries was the direct result of the excesses of the Industrial Revolution. During that period, human wealth shot up, but so did wealth inequality, with the people at the top accumulating most of the gains. By the middle of the 19th century, the top 1% of people in Britain owned 50 to 60% of the wealth. Sound familiar? The rise of socialist politicians and the popularity of left-wing commentators like Gary's Economics are not the problem, they are a symptom. And until the real problems are addressed, it's Mamdani's all the way down. If you enjoy these videos, you should know that they're available as articles on my Substack at www.
I cannot believe this video is turned into this or whatever. Into a like, I guess it's like it's him reading his essay, but
ConstantineKissin.com, days, weeks, sometimes months ahead of time. So head on over to www.constantinekissin.com now and subscribe. The news doesn't just tell you what's happening.
Oh my god, is this really more ad reads? The fucking ground news? That was it? That's why real socialism is on the rise or whatever? I feel like he didn't even really offer like an alternative. This almost came off of like he said these policies are insane. He didn't actually read them out loud, because then you would see that they actually are not as insane as he's trying to present them as. So he has to euphemize it as like, it's insane. He flashes it up hoping that you don't actually like read that part and see like, oh, he wants to pay for social programs by taxing the wealthiest individuals in that society. Sounds good to me. This is supposed to be insane, apparently. And then he goes to talk about like, yes, there's housing insecurity and like people want to be able to like afford rent. People need to like speak to, you know, the economic anxieties of their constituents or whatever. I thought he was going to like come in with saying like, here's why you don't want to embrace like socialism though. But like, no, he didn't even end up like doing that. Damn, this guy sucks. I thought he'd have something better. He like said that Zohran's insane, points to a real issue, and then provides no solution or alternative. Why would you? How is this not like ending up just like an advertisement for Zohran? Yes, these policies are insane. The reasons people support them make sense, and then offers no alternatives. I have accepted that I'll rent forever. I'm 35. I work in tech. My wife and I have decided not to have kids. She also works in the gaming industry. A house still isn't viable. By the time we have paid off our student loans and other debts we incurred during the previous recessions, we'll want to put any savings towards a retirement fund. Remember, retirement funds are a scam. If you want to be able to retire, organize the fund yourself. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that like another reason why I feel like, I don't know, like a house is like such a huge purchase that most people, like, I'm not saying that they don't want like generational wealth or whatever, but like there's more factors that go into like why people don't want to like own a home. And it's because moving is incredibly expensive. It's incredibly difficult, and renting, for all of its fucking flaws and pitfalls, at least provides people with the nominal flexibility of being able to move. You know, you can like change your lease and stuff like that. And it's not, you're not gonna have to like sell that house if that happens. And given how like unpredictable people's like jobs and professional situations could be, why wouldn't, like, there are some people that it makes sense for them to opt to rent over to buy a house when, if you have the type of job that could require you to move or you could be promoted in like 5-10 years, how can you ever like put down roots? Maintaining a whole house is a huge pain in the ass too. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that like landlords try to like sneak in a bunch of hidden fees and shit like that. But at the very least, you as a tenant have rights and they're liable for things. So when things break in your apartment or whatever, suddenly like finally you feel that like, oh, I'm seeing like my rent at work because when the dishwasher broke, they had to fix it. I don't have to pay to have like this place like, what is it, like sprayed down for bugs and shit like that. It makes sense that this is appealing to some people. And even then, it's like you buy a house, it has a bunch of like you're never going to purchase a house that is just like live-in ready. You will always want to like renovate it and stuff like that. So that's not even getting into the cost of like, oh, I bought this house, it's cheap, but it needs a new fucking roof. So now I have to buy I have to buy a roof, or like I need to do painting again, or like the fucking wooden floor in the basement is completely rotted, or the electrical like wiring needs to be redone, like that kind of shit or whatever. It is a huge cost and responsibility. But what are we doing next, you guys? That video sucked. Let's see what the hell is going on with Matt Taibbi, man. Yeah, there's the cost of all of that on top of the down payment and the mortgage. Like this is like, that's not even like getting into any of that, or like your interest rates. Wait, no, I didn't want this tweet. Just live in a car. The real life hack that no one's talking about. Landlords hate this one trick where you just live in your car. So on recently, June 25th of this year, Matt Taibbi posted something that went under the radar for a little bit. It was called "Socialism Wins. It's American Normandy. Zohran Mamdani's victory in the New York City mayoral primary opens a new era in American crazy." It's voila. New York City's mayoral race has been won by Zohran Mamdani, no Bernie Sanders-style imitator, but the real thing. Son of a famed socialist scholar and Marvel superhero to every Jacobin-reading, keffiyeh-wearing student activist huddled in Judean people's front-type confabs. We are really laying it on heavy here with the, assumed pejoratives. Between bell hooks readings and visits to mom and dad on the Upper West Side. In this country, it's the most significant movement victory in a century, almost certainly presaging in the near future an epic clash at the summit of American politics between socialism and, well, anything else. As Michael Buffer would say, let's get ready to rumble. In a comment-like assent, Mamdani has become a bête noire for conservatives, many Jewish New Yorkers, and moderates thanks to a list of controversial statements, including a quasi-defense of the phrase globalize the intifada. In fairness, after a gotcha question, again, a thing that he never said, that he was asked to disavow or like give his thoughts on. How polemical of him. Dude, I have read excerpts from Insane Clown President, and I do not remember Matt Taibbi's prose being this like flowery and over the top. Like it's not cute, but I don't really like this style of writing. That's just me. Not signing a state assembly resolution recognizing the Holocaust. What's going on here? New York City mayoral contender didn't back measures condemning Holocaust, supporting Israel. Zohran Mamdani has been attacked by his foes for his stances on Israeli issues. So this was published this year. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani declined to sign on to a state assembly resolution this week recognizing Israel on the 77th anniversary of its founding, 4 months after the lawmaker passed on signing a separate resolution condemning the Holocaust. Okay, it might be separate. Let's see. Those choices are almost certain to make waves in this year's mayoral race, where Mamdani is running second to Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary. Mamdani's critics laced into him for his decision against signing the ceremonial gestures in the assembly, saying they're evidence of a trend. Quote, he condemned Israel the day after October 7th, that's not like... So what they're referring to here is it took, somebody timed it down to the hour. It took Zohran Mamdani 17 hours to make a statement on October 7th. By the time he had made a statement, Israel had already begun its incursion into Gaza. And he condemned the attacks by Hamas. And then he also condemned the Israeli response, which immediately began to kill and maim civilians. This is apparently, this is characterized as he condemned Israel the day after October 7th. When again, with both sides, he was talking specifically about their actions. Regularly gives interviews on unapologetic anti-Semitic platforms, citation needed, and just proudly accepted an endorsement from a disgraced former fire alarm pulling congressman, talking about, is it Jamal Bowman, who denied October 7th rapes before walking that back. I can't remember if he actually did this or not. Said Assembly member Sam Berger, referencing Mamdani's recent endorsement from Jamal Bowman, who became more critical of Israel after J Street funded a trip to Israel for him. He went to Haifa and he saw apartheid. Then he suddenly, yes, he became an outspoken critic of the Israeli state. That is correct. His plan to combat anti-Semitism is tossing more money at the Jews. At what point do we acknowledge that if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's a duck? Wait, what? Tossing more money at the Jews? What is the basis for him saying this? I have no clue what he's referencing. The annual resolutions honoring Israel and condemning the Holocaust have historically been among the most uncontentious events in Albany. Honoring Israel? Like, I can see why he wouldn't sign on to that, because it was the formation of Israel occurred simultaneously when they expelled hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. And then this one is the Holocaust. Mamdani was one of only 5 members in the 150-person assembly who did not sign on to at least one of the 2 resolutions this year. He absolutely supports the Holocaust Memorial Day resolution, said campaign spokesperson Andrew Epstein, who noted that Mamdani has regularly commented on the Remembrance Day and condemned the genocide of Jewish people on social media. He had to harrow down the capacity as he's running for mayor and working as a legislator later. Epstein explained. He's a very careful legislator, he added, so he has not put his name on any resolutions this session. Epstein did not know why Mamdani declined to sign on to a similar resolution on the Holocaust in 2024, well before he started to run for mayor. Mamdani's name has been added to dozens of resolutions in recent years on subjects such as Neurodiversity Pride Day, Juneteenth, Police Memorial Day, Lunar New Year, Black History Month, Women's History Month, Disability Awareness Day, Transit Equity Day, and Korean American Day. But Epstein said each of the 8 he signed on to in 2025 were ones that he was automatically added to. According to Epstein, Mamdani does not support the Israel measure due to language that says the country, quote, continues to strive for peace with security and dignity for itself, its neighbors, and throughout the world in order to fulfill the prophecy of becoming a light unto the nations. I think that is belied by the conduct of the right-wing government over the past 18 months, Epstein said. This is actually a conservative judgment. You could absolutely talk about things that happened before October 7th to justify not signing a resolution that characterizes the state of Israel this way. Other Democrats in the state legislature disagreed. At a time when Democrats should be coming together to fight the very real threat from the Trump administration and Republicans in Washington, some candidates seem more inclined to try and divide our party, said Assembly member Neely Rosek, the sponsor of both resolutions and the first Israeli-born member of the Assembly. Okay, so because he's actually the one sowing division, because he doesn't sign on to, like, the virtue signal resolutions, or what? Supporting Israel's right to exist is a fundamental American value. This is beyond parody. This American value is actually embodied by the support of a different state entirely. One that goes back more than 77 years and that an overwhelming majority of Jewish New Yorkers support. This is not something Democrats should be relitigating now when our resources and energies are greatly needed elsewhere. New York City is home to nearly 1 million Jews, making it the second most populous Jewish community after Tel Aviv. Cuomo has framed anti-Semitism as, quote, the most important issue in the campaign for City Hall. And Mayor Eric Adams, who opted out of the Democratic primary, wonder why? Will they say it's because he was marred by scandals that he made a deal with Donald Trump to get rid of, so he wouldn't be charged with them? Probably not. Conservative or moderate? Me? Chat, they don't know. Somebody fill them in. What is it? Where are we? Oh, yeah, like he's running as an independent, has also focused on anti-Semitism as he vies for a second term. This was before he met with a notable neo-Nazi by the name of Sneeko on the porch of Gracie Mansion alongside Amber Rose and a cigar salesman for some reason. And then the way the media handled it was like, why did you smoke cigars in Gracie Mansion? They were more concerned with that. That's the candidate that says, I'm running to oppose anti-Semitism. On Thursday, Adams announced a plan to ban masks as part of an attempt to curb college protests over the Israel-Hamas war. Both Adams and Cuomo have been critical of Mamdani for his stances on Jewish issues. Mamdani was not actually spotted in Albany's legislative chamber at all Wednesday when the Israel resolution was formally approved by the full chamber. Instead, he spent at least part of the day in a co-op city where his mayoral campaign picked up the endorsement of Bowman, who lost his congressional seat last year in large part due to his harsh criticisms of Israel following the October 7th attack by Hamas and the pro-Israel funding those remarks motivated. Something tells me that this has more to do with him not winning his re-election campaign than the former, but what do I know? What is it? And leading efforts to boycott Israel and slow Israeli charities. If it's your thing, feel free to flip out over those, but the true red flag is Mamdani's economic platform. It's a yummy poo-poo platter of rent freezes, free bus rides, free childcare, and subsidized city-owned grocery stores that will, quote, buy and sell at wholesale prices and, quote, centralize warehousing and distribution. Clamping down on those evil bodega owners and private supermarkets that force overpriced Fritos and soda on the poor. Dude, the way that he, like, goes about writing this, I cannot believe this is Matt Taibbi. Like, I can, given his pivot, but yeah. I'm asking if the critique of Israel's conduct starts before or after October 7th is conservative, as you said, or moderate. Oh, I was saying that, like, it's not an extreme statement to not be comfortable signing on to a resolution that characterizes the state of Israel that way, given that it's an apartheid state, and Amnesty International and trusted and other reputable human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch affirm that. So I wouldn't say it's conservative. I would just say, like, it's conservative in the sense I don't mean like MAGA conservative. I just mean that, like, that should be an uncontroversial statement. This will be the AOC theory of inflation caused by price gouging, deployed in life via a program to reverse ongoing harms of colonialism by liberating humans and non-human food animals from industry-driven food myths that compel us to harm our bodies. And have you stabbed yourself in the face yet? Viva la revolution. Colleges used to, I mean, I'm close to that, but it's because I'm reading this article with quite the polemics. Colleges used to subtly pull students back from the sledge before graduation so as not to freak out actual tuition payers. But now the parents are socialists leading here. Parents are socialists? I mean, like, a lot of his base was, like, young. Anyone tempted to laugh shouldn't. This is the flip side of Trumpism. Inevitable for similar reasons, and absent full catastrophe is coming. Mamdani ruled Gotham. Not impossible. The electoral mainstreaming of dingbat campus socialism has only begun. I guess there's more to it. It's so clear that he's, like, trying to, like, capture Hunter S. Thompson, like, Gonzo-style writing and journalism, but he, like, can't even come close, dude. This is, like, reads like what I would expect ChatGPT to say, like, this is definitely sounding like Hunter S. Thompson. Then he also did this one. Pause to chuckle at the Democrats tortured Mamdani wig out. The victory of Zohran Mamdani in the New York mayoral primary swiftly moved Democrats to denial, anger, bargaining, and depression, but not acceptance. This was published 2 days later. From old friend Philip Bump in the Washington Post, Cuomo was a better candidate for the middle ground. Don't rock the boat national play. Democrats in Montana weren't going to have to worry about potential red state voters seeing negative Fox News segments about the liberal excesses of Mayor Andrew M. Cuomo. Elect a Muslim immigrant socialist with an unusual name, Fox would have a field day. They were always going to have a field day. The thing is that Andrew Cuomo wouldn't have been criticized on that basis. He would have been criticized for the way that he handled COVID, the nursing home deaths that he contributed to and attempted to cover up himself, and still denies that he had any involvement, and the sexual harassment scandal that forced him to resign in disgrace. That's what they would have brought up. If younger voters didn't remember the era when the right accused Obama of all of those things, Democratic Party leaders sure did. I know, but like accused, they were not real. Do you at least believe that people should vote, given the current structure of our government in the U.S., the lesser of evils, rather than throwing away one's vote to go to Jill Stein or something? Do you think that I'm some Jill? I fucking hate Jill Stein. Jill Stein is like a grifter, and yeah, I don't think that you should be voting a third party. You should. There is no viable third party in this country, unfortunately, because we don't have ranked choice voting, and we have the Electoral College. You have to support Democrats if you want to oppose Trump. It's just the fact of the matter. So it sucks. I hold my nose and vote for them as often as I can. Unless there's like an independent who is managing to actually have a chance at winning, there's like no reason to be voting for like Jill Stein or like the fucking the Green Party. Zohran Mamdani's victory in New York's Democratic mayoral primary is fascinating on many levels, including the one involving consternation he inspires among ostensible supporters of the party. The same people whose epic misreads of Donald Trump twice helped elect him have been taking turns working through stages of grief over an intramural challenge for sheer humor value worth noting, at least in brief. Okay. But then I saw this thread. So Ben Burgess, love him or hate him, dude's a leftist, had criticisms of this. It brings me no pleasure to say this, but at this point, at Matt Taibbi has gone full idiot. Okay, if you are barely seeing this, July 3rd, 2025, you are late to the party, but I will still hear you out, because better late than never, right? Let's take a look at his response to Zohran's big win. I always like his writing. I still think Hate Inc. is an insightful book, and I thought the kinds of criticisms of the stupidities of cancel-y left identitarianism he was making 5 years ago were obviously correct. Largely agree with this. I was an early subscriber to what was then called TK News. Even then, I was bothered by early signs that, like so many other commentators, he'd started out making totally reasonable intra-left criticisms, but instead of stopping there and just advocating a better left, he was drifting into far less intellectually defensible territory. One of the biggest early warning signs was a TK News essay about Howard Zinn, where Matt Taibbi says he liked Zinn back when liking him felt cool and countercultural, but doesn't anymore since Zinn core point is lame and popular now. I found A People's History a fascinating and enjoyable read when I first read it in college, but that was when it was a ballsy, quasi-forbidden, counterfactual to official narrative, not anyone's idea of the actual history of the United States. The national idea of historical reflection back then was Forrest Gump, literally a 2-hour-long shrug. Because of that, the book made sense then. Decades later, in the middle of a reverse cultural mania that devours it as gospel, Zinn's book reads like the rantings of a mental patient. I disagree. I taught this book when I was getting my undergraduate. I publicly argued at the time and still think now that some of the Twitter files revelations were in fact very bad. This is such a vague statement. I mean, they were very bad, but there was no way to know the extent of the issues that they were trying to talk about with the Twitter files because it was selectively released. An editorial decision went into what information was published. So there was all of this emphasis on like there was conservative censorship or whatever. And there was a little bit of discussion about the fact that they also deprioritized people that were like Bernie supporters, leftists, etc. But in general, the conclusions that Matt tried to draw from the Twitter files, like even Brianna Joy Gray, who was like open to hearing him out, was like, no, you don't have the evidence for the claims that you're making because you're getting it directly from Elon Musk, who could be using you to launder his agenda by selectively releasing this information. It's impossible to independently verify. There would need to be far more transparency into what was released, how it was released. Like everything would need to be released. Like you've just seen the tip of the iceberg. You can't draw strong conclusions from that. But around the time he did that reporting and slightly after, a lot of his pronouncements about Elon, the comparative dangers of Dems and the GOP, made me think he was pretty badly losing the plot. Honestly, though, it's been a while since I checked in with his work, and the Zohran reaction, it's so fucking stupid. Let's take a look. I agree with him. The weird rambling opening line makes clear that the core of Taibbi's objection is that lots of people he finds annoying, like Zohran. Yeah, where he was talking about, like, the socialist scholar, Marvel superhero, to the Jacobin reading, keffiyeh wearing student activist. between bell hooks readings. It's like, yeah, we get it. If you think college kids, like woke SJW college campus warriors are annoying, right? And hey, it's certainly true that no one could win 56% of the vote in an unusually high turnout NYC mayoral primary, beating the former governor by 12 points, if he didn't have the support of lots of people Matt Taibbi finds annoying. And I'm sure plenty that I'd find annoying, even if I obviously don't think Jacobin reading is a strike against anyone. Ben Burgess contributes to Jacobin, FYI. But someone a bit more curious about the world than this iteration of Taibbi might pause to focus on a different question. Why did so many middle-income, working-class New Yorkers with bills and families and zero resemblance to any of this pull the lever for Zohran? Which is true. There's a lot of emphasis on like the core base that got Zohran over the finish line, but within that included tens of thousands of people that ordinarily would be hostile to this sort of candidate, but because he had such a strong presence, he has charisma, he's young, and a very, very central like economic message to his campaign, he was able to attract people that typically don't even participate in the primary. He got non-voters involved. In the second paragraph, Taibbi gestures at the mountain of hysterical smears about Zohran being anti-Semitic or pro-terrorist. While he seems vaguely uncomfortable with all of that, he implies that there's something to these accusations before moving on to the economics. Yeah, and then he's like, feel free to flip out over these, but this isn't really the true red flag. When he like uncritically printed this, even though when you get into the article that he linked, it seemed like it had far more to do with Zohran being critical, either not being present at the state assembly or being critical about the language, and they could point to it with respect to the like pro-Israel resolution. Just a total virtue signal anyway. Zohran is running on implementing the kind of free bus system that's worked well for a long time in many cities around the world, which worked well in a New York City pilot program that Taibbi shows no sign of having heard about. He also, because he was also like, he wants to give everybody a free bus ride. This crazy socialist redistributing your fucking wealth. He also has ideas like doing exactly the kind of rent stabilization for already rent-controlled apartments, for which there's lots of precedent, opening a grand total of five city-owned grocery stores. Where are we? To provide a lower-cost option to some underserved neighborhoods. I thought it said undeserved. Underserved. Oh, and the children, so poor and middle-class people desperately trying to juggle the bills while they raise their kids. We keep hearing that there's a population problem, can have some relief. Somehow, though, Taibbi, who ardently supported both of Bernie's runs for president, describes all of this in the third paragraph as a yummy poo-poo platter of utopian nonsense that will buy, like, especially the grocery stores. Free bus rides? Where is this country gone? So radical. He also describes an experiment with 5 city groceries as clamping down on private store owners, which only makes sense if you assume the experiment will be widely successful. That's the thing, like the private store owners or whatever, we're talking about like fucking Publix. We're talking about major grocery chains. Like, it's not supposed to like threaten the bottom line of Publix and fucking shut it down entirely. It's supposed to help encourage them, to incentivize them to lower their prices so they can compete with the city's prices. Hard to square that with his other statements about how this will lead to empty store shelves, like he saw in his time living in the Soviet Union. But whatever, why not have it both ways? As he really warms up to his slam poetry about all of this, he manages to imply that any suggestion that corporate price gouging played a meaningful role in inflation in recent years is silly, commie economic literacy. And this is where he says, this will be the AOC theory of inflation caused by a quote-unquote price gouging deployed in life. Again, price gouging. I guess Matt Taibbi doesn't think that's real. This is exactly the kind of claim classic Taibbi would have had fun skewering. Hell, I can imagine the Rolling Stone article. It would have been plenty of jokes and zany metaphors, sure, but he also probably would have reminded his readers that all of those investor calls at the height of inflation discourse were food company CEOs were bragging about record profits. That Taibbi seems to be gone, though, so he does his little jab at anyone who believes price gouging was a meaningful part of the mix, before free associating his way into a riff about the annoying way he imagined some hippie in his head would talk about all of this. This is another conservative classic. Make up a hypothetical person in your head to get mad at, and then not even be able to, like, land your point, because you're so focused on being mad at this person that you made up in your head. This boogeyman. via a program to reverse ongoing harms of colonialism by liberating humans and non-human food animals. And this is where he was like, do you want to stab yourself in the eye yet? Or like in the face yet? This is, to put it mildly, not how Zohran Mamdani actually talks, which is why he doesn't quote him. In the next paragraph, he's still riffing about the hypothetical hippie-ish college kids who would be into Mamdani. Zero nutritional content. This is where he said, college used to subtly pull students back from the ledge before graduation so as not to freak out actual tuition payers, but now the parents are socialists leading here. I mean, this, like, and also, if he believes that this is the case, this is an indictment of higher education. Because what you're saying is, yeah, colleges exist not to educate people, but to pull them back from the ledge so that the people that pay them money aren't offended by the ideas that come out of the institution that they paid a lot for. In the next one, he finally sort of addresses the blindingly obvious contradiction between his past enthusiasm about Bernie and his hysterical red-baiting reaction to Zohran. And this is what I wanted to say, because I couldn't get from behind, like, without subscribing to it. Many will argue we saw movement in Mamdani's direction with the rise of chief backer Bernie Sanders. Bernie nearly captured the Democratic nomination in 2020 despite self-identifying as a Democratic socialist, unimaginable as recently as the Obama years, while Sanders infamously went on a very strange honeymoon in the Soviet Union and authored books with titles like Our Revolution and It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. His politics by the time he reached Washington were closer to Eisenhower than Marx, as he pushed ideas like an increased minimum wage, single-payer healthcare, and drug re-importation to fit the framework of traditional free market America. So is the argument here that he's like a hypocrite? First, you're saying, like, again, all of Zohran Mamdani's policies and like the embrace of him by the by the voters of New York in the Democratic primary. This is madness. This is insane. This is a reaction to Trump, something. But now you're chastising Sanders for like not being left enough, for like purity testing him. It's like, you say you're a leftist, Bernie Sanders, but I notice that you're not calling for revolution to overthrow capitalism, huh? Checkmate. Like, yeah, you're actually making the pitch that Bernie Sanders makes, like his surrogates make, which is that his platform only seems radical to like a corporate Democratic Party that tries to frame it as such, because they're crossing your fingers that you don't realize that the United States is quite behind when you compare us to other developed countries and look at the robust civic infrastructure that they provide to their taxpayers and citizens. That, like, yeah, these should not be radical ideas. These should not be seen as socialism. It actually would be appropriate to say you are closer to Eisenhower than you are to Marx. Sanders grew up dirt poor in Brooklyn and never lost his affection for the party of the New Deal, which again, yeah. Perhaps to a fault, loyalty to the DNC and figures like Pal Joe Biden were a reason he never reached the White House. Loyalty to the DNC? Bernie Sanders? Again, independent Bernie Sanders, who only ran because it's who only ran as a Democrat rather than an independent because it's the only way to actually get your voice out there if you want to run for president in the United States. You have to pick one of the two major parties. So what exactly is the distant analogy supposed to be? He attempts to explain the difference by pointing out that Bernie's platform was full of ... federal versions of exactly the kind of short-term reforms within capitalism Mamdani is championing on the municipal level. This is from Matt. Many will argue we saw movement in Mamdani's direction with the rise of chief backer Bernie Sanders. Bernie nearly captured the Democratic nomination. Oh, wait, Oh, no, we read this, sorry. He's just talking about, like, the fact that, increased minimum wage, single payer, drug all of this or whatever. He's like, yeah, Mamdani's basically doing, like, a Bernie Light type platform. Oh, and at the end of the paragraph, he makes it clear that somehow, despite years of writing about the man, he's unaware of the most basic details of Bernie's pre-2015 career. Yeah, and he does know this. He does know this because he supported Sanders. Unlike Zohran, who's ever run as a Democrat, Bernie started out in the youth wing of the Socialist Party, first ran for office as a candidate of Vermont Socialist Liberty Union Party, and has since run as an independent in every race of his life except the 2 presidential runs. Which, again, you have to run that way. In the next paragraph, he tries to explain why Zohran is different. It's not promising since the first attempted disanalogy is that Bernie grew up with, quote, political muscle memory that's all American, while Zohran is from Uganda. Mamdani is different. Born in Uganda. Great start for Matt. Born in Uganda to a post-colonial theorist and a future Hollywood director, he's a fancy prep school kid like me, Bank Street in Manhattan, and a recent immigrant. In itself is not bad, but the crises of... It's interesting that he puts it this way. This Twitter feed is like a book. Well, Ben Burgess does have a lot to say. I mean, he's like a contributor to Jacobin. He has his own podcast, and he's written 2 books. He's written Give Them an Argument, and... I can't think of the other one, but it's like a critique of the left and like talking about cancel culture. In itself, not bad, but the crises of America's past aren't in his political muscle memory. You'll get a better sense of his beliefs reading father and Columbia professor Mahmoud Mamdani's Impenetrable Citizen and Subject than you will watching docs about Maria Savio or Woodstock. God, dude, I cannot stand his writing. But Bernie's dad was a Polish immigrant, and Zoran was living in the U.S. by the time he was 7. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like there's all this emphasis on the fact that like he was born there and he only became a naturalized citizen like 5 years ago, but he was literally like in his 30s, and he's been here since he was 7. Does political muscle memory start to form before the age of 7? After a quick nod to Zoran's dad being a scary radical academic, the next 3 paragraphs are about how Zoran is a naturally talented politician who is able to plow through an ineffective dumb establishment. I guess we're getting to an explanation of why exactly this is bad. He puts, also unlike Sanders, he's as polished as they come in the conventional political skill department, able to adjust his style for any situation and never losing his cool before crowds or a camera. Unlike Sanders, I don't think Sanders ever gets like loses his cool or anything like that. What? Ironically, in this, he's not unlike Barack Obama, a politician about whom he once tweeted, "Hasn't Obama shown that the lesser evil is still pretty damn evil?" Cuomo kept trying to bring this up, and he just like would not let him. It was amazing. I wonder how Mamdani feels about Letitia James breathlessly comparing him to the evil one. Then there's the rap. This is like about his music. Donald Trump needed South African artists the kiffness to immortalize. They're eating the cats, but Zohran Mamdani is a no-shit Queen's MC who performs by the name of Cardamom. Anyone who expects suckage will be stunned. Depending on your point of view, now is the exact worst time for someone with these skills to appear in politics. Well, Bernie is a bit passionate at times, but he just repeats his stump speech. There's never really a point where Bernie ends up deviating significantly from what he always says. If you've watched one Bernie Sanders interview, you have pretty much seen them all. Depending on your point of view, now is the exact worst time for someone with these skills to appear in politics. Trump had a different media strengths, but his path was cleared when the GOP put up a clown car of yammering zeros as his opposition. Dolts like Jeb Bush, who couldn't find their asses with the map generally. I mean, I don't like Jeb Bush. I find him uncharismatic, obviously. But he was the smart one that description fits way better for George Bush than it does for Jeb Bush. Jeb Bush was the polished statesman. George Bush was like the one with like the Bushisms and like the one who came off as like an idiot, basically. And walked face first into every trap set by Trump. This I agree with. Mamdani similarly is up against a Democratic Party that's achieved a rare total bankruptcy of appeal, unable to rise in polls above Trump despite supposedly historic opportunity. This is also true. In fact, forget stopping Trump. The best idea traditional Dems could muster to suppress the Zoran challenge was disgraced Gorgon Andrew Cuomo, a figure so low that even a clearly desperate New York Times couldn't bring itself to endorse him. Instead, the paper ran a verbose editorial decrying Mamdani as uniquely unsuited. Yeah, they said they weren't going to endorse anyone, and then they like published this hit piece, and now they've come out with like this. Did you know that Zohran Mamdani, a man who was born who is from South Africa and Indians, aka he is Asian, identified as African American, which again he is from South Africa, and Asian, which again he is of Indian descent, on like a college admission where he also disclosed that he is from Uganda, and he felt that the options that were presented to him did not really encapsulate his identity, but bringing that up for some reason. The kind of old head media condemnation that surely played in the Manhattan Socialists' favor as their disdain did for Trump. Trump rose because the traditional Republican Party strangled itself by enmeshing the country in lengthy foreign wars, sent the economy to mass collapse in 2008, and landed in the post-Bush years without any ideas that went beyond waving the flag and issuing vague bromides about opportunity. As they floundered, I mean, you can do vague platitudes, right? Uganda? I know, he was born in Uganda, but he was raised in South Africa, no? So he was born in Uganda. I could be wrong. Oh, no, I'm not wrong. He lived there until he was 5 when his family moved to Cape Town in South Africa's Western Cape province. But you can have, like, again, vague platitudes like opportunity. I mean, fucking Maga is very, very vague. Or, Obama change. Like, it's a Rorschach test, and it's about, like, can you actually sell it, though? I couldn't care less that he identified as he did on the college thing, but I guess as a millennial liberal, I wish he could have just disavowed the insane slogans on that podcast interview. So you wish he could have virtue signaled harder? Why? Why should he disavow a slogan he never even said? Trump rose because, no, we read that. What is it? As they floundered, Trump oozed confidence and claimed to have answers. Mamdani does too, at a time when the heads of the traditional Democratic Party look either ancient or dead and have no ideas beyond bleating about democracy and denouncing critics as Russian traitors. Yeah, he's mad about this one. Matt Taibbi used to be a contributor to RT, by the way. A confident salesman will win this in this argument. The difference between Trump and Mamdani, of course, lay in their respective answers. I mean, yeah, I've said before, I think I said like yesterday that the only thing that they have in common is that their base, both of them have bases that actually like them. The next paragraph slips into an outright distortion of Zohran's platform. This is the portion of the program where the progressive-minded reader protests. He or she says, what's wrong with free childcare and free buses and rent freezes and lower grocery prices and a Kindler? I hate the fucking arrows cover it. I can't even read what it says. Something. Department of Community Safety instead of the NYPD. What's wrong with building public housing and cracking down on evil landlords? Whose side are you on anyway? It sounds like a good question if you haven't visited the source of this particular Nile. Zohran very explicitly does not want to abolish the NYPD or even slash its budget. He wants to do the social workers, community safety stuff in addition to normal policing, which would free up existing policing resources to focus on solving violent crimes. Yeah, his emphasis was that we don't need to increase the budget for the NYPD. We need to better allocate funds. He is basically doing what trying to fulfill the promises of defund the police without saying defund the police. Because since then, he can look at polling data and see that that phrase is unpopular, but the policy itself is not. So this is the way that you implement it. In the next paragraph, he lets us know that he knows perfectly well that an earlier version of him would have dismissed the kind of saying right now as hysterical red baiting horseshit. Yes, he would have, Matt. Yes, he would. 20 years ago, this all seemed impossible. At the time, I was one of those East Coast liberals who howled with laughter at Michael Savage's rants about the creeping danger of New York and its red diaper doper babies. Much of conservative media then couldn't tell the difference between a communist and a Woody Allen fan, so modifiers like red and Marxist lost all meaning. Also, if you listened closely, you realize even Savage knew his infamous RDDBs weren't real revolutionaries. Taibbi appeared several times on the Michael Brooks show back in the day. Hell, he used to co-host a podcast with the socialist to the left of Zohran, my friend Katie Halpert. Yeah, this is also true. Called Useful Idiot. She now does this with Aaron Mate. Are we really supposed to believe that he despised Marxists and socialists back then as much as he does now? Like, really? This is the strongest point as well. Like, just immediately to, like, disrupt this narrative that he's trying to perpetuate within this article. It's like, dude, all of this stuff you're decrying, again, you can say, like, oh, I've changed and stuff like that, but, like, how much did you change and why? I find it hard to believe that anyone that wants to hear him condemn that shit would believe him anyway. LMAO, they just keep harping on it. They'd keep harping on it or they shift the goalpost. Because again, it's the same way when somebody is asked to condemn Hamas, it's not actually about Hamas. It's about changing the conversation. It's about getting people to, it's about extracting the bare concessions that they can. It's about doing anything but to actually avoid discussing the subject at hand. So instead we're focusing on things like, again, a slogan that he didn't even say. And why the candidate for the New York City mayor is even being asked about the state of Israel when, again, you're running for a municipal office in the United States of America already fucking boggles the mind. He has no influence over international policy related to that beyond what the city, like, how the city interacts with Israel. But, like, again, we interact, like, New York City interacts with thousands of countries. Or, like, classic RT. Telling someone to thousands of countries. What? Banger. Did I just say thousands of countries? No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. Wait, I have my bot up. I can pull it up. I'm gonna mute my desktop really quick. I did say it. Okay, this is why you don't stream at like 5 in the morning. Am I high or did you? No, I did say that. I didn't mean to say thousands of countries. Substack Taibbi makes me appreciate the value of editors. Yep. Anti-open border motherfuckers be like. That version of Taibbi was, sure, more moderate than Michael or co-host Katie, but he had enough of a sense of perspective that when push came to shove, he would pretty consistently side with Zoran-style democratic socialists against centrist politics as usual. You're doing great. Thank you. I need positive reinforcer right now, you guys. Where's that clip of that, what's that kid? The one I watched him fucking talk to Matt Gaetz or whatever, where he is like, name 10 books. Yeah, well, try naming 1,000 books in 1,000 countries. Apparently, those days are gone. In any case, in the next paragraph, he's lost the thread of the argument again, and we're doing more meandering ranting about how it was a lot of meandering ranting. That's the thing. Like when Hunter S. Thompson does it, there's truth to it, but when fucking like he's doing he's like fighting ghosts. He has to like come up with people, like caricatures of people in his head that don't even exist. Well, imagine running for office in a city and people are like, so what are you going to do about insert foreign country? It is, and then they'll also say, why are you stop holding us to a double standard. There were few true Marxists in America, and then, even among college grads, since we'd been through the discussion. Again, and this, like, capitalizing stuff or whatever, this is like Hunter S. Thompson to a T. 17-year-old males of my generation reached college trained to see the main logistical challenges of life as scoring beer, scoring weed, and chasing girls. If you went to a certain type of school, Mamdani's Bowdoin definitely qualifies, there was pretty much always beer and and weed somewhere in your dorm, and often girls too. The only admission price was the discussion. Something went to Bard, where a handful of dudes I envied deeply wore Daniel Ortega jackets and something style facial hair and talked about systems of oppression, which is capitalized as well, until women threw themselves at them. It was a great rap. Human problems would disappear if society would just meet citizen needs, not force people to fight for resources, and eliminate sociopathic mechanisms like the corporations that profit from war, disease, and addiction. You can make it sound awesome even now. Again, like this started off talking about like Zohran Mamdani and how like the democratic failures or whatever, and then it just like devolved into that. The next paragraph, we learned that at the 5 city-owned grocery stores, prices would for some reason be determined by committees of sociology majors and AOC types deciding how much they think shoes or ice cream or a house should cost. If the concept only has to hold up long enough to get a college student laid, socialism works. You only land in the big LOL once you take the step New York just has into reality. The part no one mentions at campus parties is that the replacement for markets and socialism is not just human authority, but dumb authority. Yes, prices can be oppressive, but try swapping out organic pricing, something committees of sociology majors and AOC types deciding how much they think shoes or ice cream or a house should cost. Like, again, it's like not even attempting to seriously engage with the argument. I'm too tired, I didn't even notice. I mean, people watching my stream are either dead tired because they stayed up way too fucking late, or they're dead tired because they've just woken up. So we're all, this is a stream for EP people. Assuming Mamdani wins, this is going to be a hilarious surprise to voters eager for a city-run stores and the fantastic services we've been told, apparently falsely, need to cost something. Why? Just look at the Staten Island ferry. Quick question. Does he think that that's how vodka is priced in the 17 states with state monopoly liquor stores? Is this a thing? Where does New Hampshire find all these sociology majors and AOC types to handle ordering at all 80 of the tiny states' publicly owned liquor stores? Why do states have publicly owned liquor stores? I didn't know this. Why are there states with publicly owned liquor stores? This seems some like a blue law syntax type thing. Due to historical and public health reasons and as a response to the end of prohibition. We think the 21st Amendment did more good than harm when it abolished prohibition, but like most laws, it had unintended consequences. It gave purview over the sale and distribution of booze to each individual state. That system not only means you can't get certain brands in certain places and that deliveries can go awry, it also means that some state governments have taken complete control of liquor stores. They're known as ABCs, Alcoholic Beverage Control States. Unlike states that opt for a free enterprise or those that license package stores, where private retailers must specifically package liquor before letting it out the door, this is like a brown bag stuff. Remnant from, these are blue laws, prohibition. Doesn't Canada have them too? Lots of questions. I just know that like Texas, I think, like has weird laws, and Florida too. Like you can't buy certain liquors on Sunday or like on the weekends after a certain price or like after a certain time. But I didn't realize that we had like, there were still like state-owned liquor stores in some places. That is strange. It's weird. There are pros and cons to state control, but navigating them does take a little know-how. So here's how. There's 17 states. States of Alabama, Idaho, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Utah, and Virginia all own the liquor stores directly. Which states control distribution? Names a handful, pull the strings from on high, selling a selection of spirits to all private vendors. The state sets minimum costs, essentially dictating prices on the consumer level. What does state control mean in practice? Splitting liquor law hairs all day can be fun. Wait, that's not fun for you? But what really matters is how decisions in the state capital affect your shopping experience. First of all, control states decide where you can shop, while in free-for-all states, okay, this gets into like ideology shit. Like what would happen if it were privatized or whatever. But that's weird. I didn't know that. I don't know enough about government-run liquor stores to have an opinion on them, honestly. I mean, I just found out about them, so kind of feel the same way. It's interesting. While we're at it, would the Committee of Sociology majors and AOC types be deciding on how to reimburse doctors and hospitals under Medicare for All? As Mouthy, we're citing Mouthy Infidel. Cool. I do like Mouthy Infidel's work. He has like a good, he has good video essays. EP Raid. Taibbi's always been on board with Medicare for All. Guy who believes in single-payer healthcare but thinks universal childcare is dangerous Stalinism. In the next two paragraphs, he makes various objections to proposed funding mechanisms, while just sort of taking it for granted that, if he's right, no alternative mechanism could be found. Billy Mays graphics notwithstanding, Mamdani doesn't inform us that the MTA is running an annual $3 billion deficit, which won't improve once Mr. Mayor cuts into the 25% of revenues the authority earns from fares and tolls. Ferry rides are free, somewhat randomly and for political reasons, but the service is obviously not devoid of cost. He just proposes to make up for lost revenue elsewhere. Well, lots of elsewheres. Same with food. where Mamdani wants to, quote, redirect funds from corporate supermarkets to city-owned grocery stores to provide the healthy, appropriately priced food ripped from poor neighborhoods forced to eat McDonald's. These I mean, they're not forced to eat McDonald's, but, you know. These stores will also be exempted from rent. And, like, the thing is that he's like, these people, like, they get food stamps and then they fucking eat terrible food and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, well, every time they try to put restrictions on what type of food can be purchased with food stamps, you know what ends up happening? Like, sugar lobbies and, like, food industries come in and lobby to make sure that that doesn't fucking happen. It's exactly what happened in Texas. Somebody in Texas proposed that you probably should not be able to buy fucking hot Cheetos and Red Bull with food stamps. Guess what? The Coca-Cola lobby came in, spent millions of dollars to lobby against it, and they actually argued that, like, there's no such thing as, like, an objectively healthy food. So who's to say what's healthy in the first place? Then that's how you end up with no restrictions on food stamps. So these people end up buying food that is low cost and good. Like highly palatable, but not nutritionally dense or anything like that. These stores will also be exempted from rent, taxes, and some utility costs, which will provide New Yorkers the dual benefit of removing a significant source of city income while placing downward price pressure on the corporate markets that, remember, are paying for the fright of these new competitors. This hilarious concept is premised on the notion that private food chains are gouging customers, a crime that will be punished by just enough tax and price pressure to remove the excess profit incentive, but not so much that Gristedes and the Whole Foods pull up stakes and stop subsidizing Shame Mamdani. It has to be just the right amount of pain. Hurts so good, sing it New York. This is so cringy, man. He needs an editor. So it has to be, oh wait, we said that. Of course, I lived in a world of state-run grocery stores. He loves talking about this. Experiencing the joys of shopping at Meat Number 6, where food Soviet committees decided was good for me, tasted suspiciously like dog shit, but miraculously the same dog shit everywhere across 11 time zones. Shortages were constant no matter how many agriculture and transportation ministers were disappeared, and this despite abundant labor and all the arable land anyone could want. The system doesn't work and has always made a significantly more massive mess of things than capitalism, but the Mamdanis of the world won't be talked out of it until they get to blow $78 million on a borough co-op that sells alley tomatoes and halal Oreos before going under. Yeah. And this was characterized as, in those paragraphs, he makes various objections to proposed funding mechanisms, while just sort of taking it for granted that, if he's right, no alternative mechanism can be found. Gristedes prices are insanely high. I've never heard of this grocery store chain before. I just read it in that. Like that was the first time I'd ever read that or said it out loud. He just sort of takes it for granted that if it's too big a lift for what we're constantly told is the greatest city in the world to swing the funding for, 5 grocery stores. Again, it's 5 grocery stores. It's basically an experiment. And anyway, he suggests, sounding like Rush Limbaugh on one of L. Rushbo's less inspired days, they had grocery stores in the Soviet Union too. It's like, again, do you think that Mamdani is calling for like Soviet era, like against Stalinism? That's why it's ridiculous to even make this comparison. Why not do a more apt comparison? Actually fucking steel man it and engage with it and see where this has been tried nationally, which it has been. What's going on today? It's fucking tearing into Matt Taibbi's like really, really stupid Substack article, which is somehow worse than I expected. I did not think that my opinion of Matt Taibbi's reporting and writing could be lower, but I was wrong. This is impressively bad, even for Matt Taibbi. Of course, up until the great right-wing Mamdani freakout of the last week, I'd never heard anyone suggest that the grocery stores per se were the problem. I get into this a bit in my article today for MSNBC. This is an opinion that he does. This is why he knew about the liquor stores, because he authored an op-ed. So his argument is that it's a quirk of culture and history that publicly owned liquor stores are so much more common in capitalist countries than publicly owned stores selling milk and eggs. But on a basic logistical level, a city-owned grocery store in Queens would be much more like a state-owned liquor store in New Hampshire than it would be like a Soviet grocery store. I might steal this argument. I need to read. I should read this full opinion and see if it's good. Yeah, Che sells in Che Guevara. Aside from Meghan McArdle, this Meghan McArdle woman or whatever, if anybody listens to Chapo or whatever, they've like spent hours tearing into her terrible fucking op-eds, but she wrote under the moniker called like Jane Galt, and she's like a libertarian writer, and then she also wrote a book called like The Upside of Down, or one of those types of like cutesy little titles or whatever. But like her refrain is like, I know, like she will speak to some like unspeakable like tragedy that occurs in capitalism, or something that at the very least, even if you don't want to attribute it back to capitalism, was entirely preventable if you just had like competent government bureaucracy. And it's like, yeah, that's bad, but have you considered that people die all the time? In the grand scheme of things, it's really not that bad. All she ever does is anytime she's made to address or confront the results of policies that she supported or was in favor of, or wars that she was okay with, it's like, yeah, it's bad, but bad things happen all the time. Things have been worse. There are starving children in Africa, is pretty much what she's saying. I've never heard anyone suggest that the reason shelves were often so empty at Soviet stores was because the stores themselves didn't know how to order needed goods from suppliers or stock the shelves, rather than the problems with making sure the annual production of goods was coordinated with the fine-grained consumer preferences in a system where every aspect of the economy was centrally planned. Perhaps given the smaller profit margins in stores selling perishable groceries than stores selling beer, wine, and hard liquor, though, Mamdani's proposed experiment with a tiny number of municipal grocery stores would be a failure, and it would have to be abandoned. There's no way to be certain before it's tried. Somebody linked me an article where it had been tried and there had been success in like Oklahoma or Kansas or something like that, and I still need to read it. What I can't get over, though, is the massive contradiction at the heart of the right-wing panic about his proposal. The shelves would be empty since no public employee could ever navigate the delicate logistical hurdles. Why on earth would anyone shop there rather than funding a private alternative? But if so, how are we supposed to understand the claim in the Wall Street Journal op-ed that Mamdani wants to, quote, replace private with public grocery stores? Is the problem that any city-owned grocery stores would be horrendously inefficient, such that we'd see empty shelves a la Leningrad in 1970? Or is it that they'll be so wildly successful that the initial experiment with 5 stores will mushroom and all private competitors will eventually be put out of business? And I mean, that really is why they're upset about it. They use like Red Scare tactics or whatever, but it really is like they see it as that's the bottom line. In any case, as far as actual engagement with the substance of Zohran's platform, that's it. That's all Taibbi gives us to justify his Fox News-esque reaction to the election. In the next paragraph, he's done with all that boring econ stuff, and he's back to doing something he's clearly much more comfortable with, bashing lefty academics. Not a word in these paragraphs about Zohran Mamdani, just a whole lot about Mahmoud Mamdani's academic work. And we're definitely not reading all of this if that's what he's talking about. When I started to read some of the elder Mamdani's books, I was amused by, like, why are you even doing that? I was amused by an old... This would be, like, again, like, looking into... Doing a profile on, like, Barack Obama in 2008 and then dedicating any amount of time or words, or, like, the word count Obama's father believed. And unless you can, like, draw a line between, like, what Obama's father believed and what he believes or whatever, like, why are you wasting any ink on it? I was amused by an old passage about the Marxist-Leninist government of Mozambique, which overcame its colonial legacy thanks to what another writer called, quote, a flexible and non-coercive relationship between the formal and the informal sectors of justice. The elder Mamdani praised an eloquent defense of the Mozambican Road by 2 authors who said the secret to reform, quote, lies in understanding change as the result of a process, a protracted struggle, in which the objective is never seen to be that of destroying the old, but of transforming it, of developing the aspects that are positive and eliminating the aspects that are negative. I chuckled a little bit at this. I guess I am reading this because I want to see where he's going with this. Because I went to school with Mozambicans in the Soviet Union and had a good friend from there with whom I played chess regularly. He would have laughed at the non-coercive line because his family's land had been nationalized and he'd been sent to Soviet Russia to study refrigeration, even though he hated working with machines of any kind. He described life at home as being like getting done in the ass over and over and over, and must have meant it because he schemed to stay living on a meager stipend in freezing Leningrad for years by strategically bunking key classes, even after liberalizing reforms took place while we were at school. He may still be there for all I know. To the extent that the elder Mamdani's text about protracted struggle is readable, it sounds like what his son is proposing to... Okay, so here's how he connected to Mamdani. It sounds like what his son is proposing to do with New York. Revitalize neighborhoods through new socialist mechanics while eliminating the bad old New York, where the market is the, quote, sole determinant of the distribution of dignity. I need that fucking meme. I need the meme that's like, it's like Mario Party 7 or whatever, and it like circles party, and then next to it is a photo of the Wikipedia page for the Nazi party, and then it's circling party there as well. There was no connection between, like, it's such a fucking reach to say that there's any connection between Mamdani's platform that could be, like, you could draw a parallel between that and, like, his father's work or whatever. But, of course, Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg both have academic Marxist parents, too. This is true. With Taibbi, I didn't know that Pete Buttigieg's parents were, like, Marxist or whatever. I knew that one of Kamala Harris's parents was. Would Taibbi dissect those guys' academic writing for clues to the children's worldview too? Or is this just for social democrats who the audience that's captured him finds scary? Damn. In the next paragraph, we get a fascinating implication that social safety nets are an un-American preoccupation, that regulating how DoorDash drivers are paid is going too far. But remember, all this is totally consistent with his past support for Bernie, guys. This is where Taibbi writes, the attraction of America for centuries of foreigners has been the idea of coming to a place where you can do anything from pushing a hot dog cart to inventing bubblegum flavors to being a pool hustler, and no one bothers you. They do not come here for social safety nets or masses of regulations to formalize Grubhub or DoorDash delivery earnings. Another of Zohran's ideas. This is such a stupid way of, like, looking at this. In a vacuum, America would never go for it, but at a time of limited options and extreme instability, a political talent like Mamdani, how many modern Democrats do you know who could inspire a Hot Girls for Zohran group is going to turn a lot of heads? It's weird. In the next paragraph, we're almost done. He's back off topic, ranting about unnamed podcasters he hates. But the really interesting bit is showing his own political muscle memory. There's a weird jab at Lena Dunham. One of the infuriating surprises of the otherwise salutary development of a thriving alternative media sector is the fact that a sizable proportion of these entrepreneurial media voices claim to be socialists. These are people who'd scream murder if you suggested that they share profits with lesser sites or sacrifice any autonomy, but don't tell them they don't believe. They have fetishistic attachments to global resistance movements, even though most come from wealthy families who'd be something the first to have their dignity surpluses hoovered up under a real proletarian revolution. Most irritatingly, I've seen this. They feel total impatience with any actual underclass people who resist their vast wisdom on anything, from economics to education. This is where we ventriloquize a random poor person that they make up in their head who happens to agree with everything that they think. These new media pioneers worship Zohran. Don't be surprised if his career becomes the avatar that galvanizes them behind his quest to Lena Dunhamize world attitudes. Lena Dunham, who again supported Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders in 2016. How do we think that Lena Dunham feels about Zohran Mamdani? Something tells me she's not a huge fan. Probably not a huge fan, no. Does Taibbi really think that Zohran's politics have anything whatsoever to do with Dunham's combination of performative cultural ultraliberalism and love for centrist Democrats? I guess the world may never know. Did he miss all of the debates or all of Zohran's speeches, where his consistent impulse was to pivot away from identity stuff to constantly reorient the conversation around class and affordability? Or perhaps can Taibbi just not keep track of who he's supposed to be bashing and why he lazily winds his way through the free association and hits post? And the last pair, I mean, like, nobody who's reading that Substack or whatever is, like, going there for new insights or ideas. It's, like, a total echo chamber. Because, like Burgess said, he is audience captured. In the last paragraph, we finally get Taibbi's theory of the case about why all those thousands and thousands of working and middle-class New Yorkers throughout the 5 boroughs voted for Mamdani when the entire Dem establishment, all the big newspapers, were screaming not to. Are you ready? Is your mind prepared for this level of insight? Here you go. The reason is that they were dumb. America's only just getting to know Zohran. My guess is that while he'll take hits for not infrequent outbursts of bullhorn goofery, pledging to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he visits New York was a classic. Why is that stupid? That's based. Like again, why is that, like, you're supposed to just this is one of those things that, again, it's supposed to be just be like obvious or whatever. And I guess like to the people that read the Substack, like that would be or whatever. But to anyone outside of it, it's like, no, you have to actually like explain. You can't just point to this thing and go me no like and think that that's going to be the start and end of the argument. And the only thing that you need to convince somebody who doesn't already completely agree with you that you've made a point. And for his embrace of every hot button wokeism, Americans learned to groan over years ago. Free bus rides for free gender affirmation treatment for minors. Hell of a fucking straw man. He'll succeed as a political phenomenon in ways Bernie and AOC never did. The camera loves him, he's not Trump, and he's sure, which counts a lot in the internet age. He is the perfect person at the perfect time to sell the one thing America's never bought on impulse. What a prize this country would be for international socialism. Are we dumb enough for this too? So many countries pledged to arrest Netanyahu. It would be a dream if one of them followed through on it. Well, according to Matt Taibbi, that's just those countries virtue signaling and doing absurd buffoonery or whatever. Thanks for that, Matt. And this is actually a very good thread. Ben Burgess can be hit or miss, even though like with like what he chooses to focus on, even though I mostly agree with him. That wasn't bad. That was very good. And I was surprised in two ways. I was surprised that I agreed with Ben as much as I did, and I'm actually surprised that I hated Matt Taibbi's article as much as I did. Hassan? What about Hassan? Forget Hassan. Think Straighterade. If you're watching on Twitch, you should follow me if you aren't already, or subscribe to me. You can get access to an ad-free experience, or... No, not or. And also emotes that are cute in my chat. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me as well if you aren't already, and like the stream so it pushes it out to other people. If you want to support the stream, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description boxes, and I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. That was some thread. Great transition. Thank you. I work at it. Is there anything else? Do I want to... I did want to see Finkelstein apparently talked about don't make Corbyn's mistake. Let me take a look at this. Stop. So this was earlier today. Norman Finkelstein to Zohran Mamdani. Don't make Corbyn's mistake. All right. I love Grandpa Norm, but he speaks really, really slowly, so we're going to speed this up a little bit. Don't go to review toys in the back. At least help me get to my $50 one, and then we'll talk about it, okay?
That Mamdani, he represents almost in a pure form the class struggle. You know the famous line by Karl Marx in the beginning of the Communist Manifesto. The first line is, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. The history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggles. And we're seeing in the Mamdani campaign, it's clearing the air. If you remember when the Bernie Sanders challenge to the existing system emerged, it got the powers that be tried to confuse the stakes. So all of these woke people, they started to criticize Bernie for being weak on the black question, weak on racism, weak on reparations, weak on the women question. They said Bernie bros. That was how they called it. That was all men, all white men. Of course,
there were a lot of attacks like this levied at Bernie Sanders. He's not wrong. I think Norm is more of a criticism of I broadly agree with like a lot of the criticisms that he'll make about the way that identity politics are like cynically and selectively deployed to be in opposition to like class first and class centered movements in the United States. But he doesn't make the arguments against them that I would think to make.
Bernie's campaign was all about the class struggle. Every night when he came out, it was attacking the billionaire class. It was attacking Goldman Sachs. It was attacking big pharma. But both the Republican and the Democratic Party both tried to obscure what was going on by turning it into an identity politics struggle. So the Republicans represented the oppressed white working class who are being oppressed by identity politics.
I'm like 80-20 on Mamdani cucking the Dems in AIPAC. I mean, he's already backing off some of his criticisms of Israel, but I've not looked into this.
politics, and affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion. And
Which, like, obviously, it's not going to impact Israel in any way whatsoever, but it does make me wonder, like, will he be like Obama? Will he cave?
the Democratic Party tried to turn it into also an identity politics campaign. We represent Black people, Mexican, Hispanic people, sexual minorities. So each of them pretended, they wanted to obscure the real issue. The real issue was a class struggle. And Bernie was very emphatic about that. Now with Mamdani, that sort of identity politics is not going to stick with him. He can't say a fellow named Mamdani is weak on race questions, ethnic questions, religious questions. It's not going to work. So it's a straight out class struggle.
Well, I mean, they're trying it by saying he's an anti-Semite or whatever, specifically because he's Muslim. But yeah, it will be hard to say that, like, Zohran Mamdani is fostering, like this is why there's actually so... He's getting away with people overstating the extent to which he's kind of, like, brought together this, like, rainbow coalition or whatever, when, like, the majority of his base seems to be a lot of, like, white people. A lot of, like, more educated, more affluent, white men specifically, is because he himself is a Muslim, so...
His campaign was just like Bernie's. Bernie's was about affordability, and that's Zohran Mamdani. It's about affordability, but in this case, you can't use any of the woke weapons against him because his name is Zohran Mamdani. He's clearly not old white male, So it's a clear-cut class struggle. They're very scared of it because remember, the other side has the money, they have the power, they have the organization, but one thing they don't have the numbers. And in a democracy, a formal democracy, one person, one vote, that's a problem. They don't have the numbers. The numbers aren't even close. And now, the primary, they brought to bear their money. Bloomberg, just Bloomberg, Michael Bloomberg, a former mayor of New York, a Jewish supremacist billionaire, he gave Cuomo $8.3 million.
Yep. And Bloomberg is still talking about, like, funding the independent run. Well, I think Bloomberg fund the independent run of Andrew Cuomo. The list of billionaires who bet big on the New York City mayoral primary and lost. Several billionaires had poured money into the race to try to boost Cuomo and stop Mamdani. Michael Bloomberg, $8.3 million of that sum came from Michael Bloomberg himself, a former New York City mayor and the billionaire owner of Bloomberg LP. I also know his strengths as a leader and manager, Bloomberg said in a statement endorsing Cuomo. Of all the candidates, Andrew has the skills of our city. The skills our city needs to lead us forward. It is so insane that they, like, you'd think that they actually would have, like, tried harder to, like, stop Zohran by getting anybody else who didn't have all this fucking baggage to run against him, but no. Literally, rather than, like, try to find some, like, Richie Torres type to oppose Mamdani, which probably could have been the only way to seriously challenge him, from the right flank of the Democratic Party, that would have been the only way to even attempt to do it. Why did they went with the old guard, but they went with a disgraced member of the old guard with Andrew Cuomo. Bill Ackman, billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman and William Lauder, the executive chairman of the Estee Lauder companies, each gave $500,000 to the group. In the days leading up to the primary, Ackman wrote or reshared multiple posts on X that were critical of Mamdani. On Wednesday morning, Ackman wrote on X that he had a, quote, great idea for the city that he would share as soon as I can. I was a bit depressed when I woke up this morning, but now I'm optimistic, Ackman wrote. Barry Diller. Media mogul Barry Diller donated $250,000 to the pro-Cuomo group. Diller is the chairman of Expedia and IAC. Reed Hastings. Netflix chairman Reed Hastings, who stepped down as CEO of the streaming giant in 2023, donated $250,000 to the PAC. Daniel Loeb. Billionaire hedge fund manager Daniel Loeb, founder and CEO of New York-based firm Third Point, also donated $250,000. Alice Walton, a billionaire philanthropist from the family that founded Walmart, contributed $100,000 to the PAC. Girl boss. Walton, who has an estimated net worth of $117 billion, it's a number I can't even, like, comprehend, man, per Bloomberg's Billionaires Index, is the youngest of Walmart founders Sam Walton's children. And that's like nothing. When you have your net worth is $117 million, $250,000 is just like, it's like not even a penny to you. Ken Griffin, and just like that, you have like all of this influence instantly. Ken Griffin. Citadel CEO Ken Griffin gave $50,000 to Sensible City, a separate anti-Mamdani group. Several of the billionaires include, I mean, like, you don't, like, forget, this is like a hell of a pitch. You don't even need to say that, like, talk about Mamdani's platform. You can just say, look at how fucking scared all of these people are, because all of these people that don't even live in New York City, probably, are pouring hundreds of thousands, if not, like, millions of dollars into the opposition candidate. The opposition candidate who's a disgraced member of the Democratic Party who had to resign because he sexually harassed women. Several of the billionaires, including Ackman, Loeb, and Griffin, who supported efforts to elect Mamdani's rivals, also voted for President Donald Trump or supported his 2024 campaign, a fact that Mamdani frequently emphasized on the campaign trail. It's insane.
And as I said, your mailboxes were stuffed with, we have to stop Mamdani. We have to stop Mamdani. Anti-Semitism. They were, literally jam-packed. The mailboxes. Didn't work. The numbers are coming back to haunt them. It's not what the Occupy movement said. It's not 99%. Remember the slogan of the Occupy movement, we are the 99%. It's closer to 80%. 80% is a lot. 80% are the losers in the system. 80% are the folks who have gig jobs, what are called, gigs. Three people have 3 gigs, no vacation, no healthcare, no pension, no future, no nothing. That's about 80% of our city. So they're worried, and it's very predictable. I predicted the first day. I knew exactly. I sent people the email. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to buy out all of the opposition candidates, the three main opposition candidates. Not any of your viewers should know or would know. Would be Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican nominee, Eric Adams, the current mayor of New York, and possibly Andrew Cuomo. It's still unclear. So they were going to buy out all except one. And they're all crooks, Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, they're crooks from the day go. So it's easy to buy them off, a bribe here, a bribe there. So they'll narrow it down to 1 versus 1. Exactly what Obama and the Democratic Party leadership did after South Carolina. You remember Obama picked up the phone, get Buttigieg out, told him, you don't drop out, no future in the party.
Buttigieg? I wonder if this is like, I wonder if he like genuinely doesn't know he's mispronouncing his name, or he's like being funny with it.
Called up Amy Klobuchar, don't drop out, no future in the party. And then it came down to Biden versus Bernie, and that's when it was over. Because up until that point, the mainstream Democrats were divided.
And this did happen. You have liberals like Jake Tapper now willing to openly acknowledge that the closest thing that there was to like literally a shadowy cabal of people influencing major political decisions in the United States behind the scenes was to consolidate around Biden for 2020.
So Elizabeth, even at the end, it was Elizabeth Warren, Biden, Buttigieg, and Amy Klobuchar. So step number 1, get rid of the other candidates. And now step number 2, it's perfectly obvious what's going to happen. What they did with Jeremy Corbyn. With Jeremy Corbyn, it began in the UK with the Labour Party. It began with the Jewish Board of Deputies attacking him on anti-Semitism. And the issue was for them. I mean, the Jewish Board of Deputies are basically...
Can't tell if he actually talks like this or the video is sped up. The video is almost sped up at like 2x speed because Norman talks very, very slowly.
5th column. They are foreign agents of the state of Israel. They should register as foreign agents, but of course they're not going to be asked to, because then it's a trope. Jewish, you're claiming that Jews have dual loyalty,
He's talking about like these groups in the UK or whatever that are like functional to like AIPAC or like committees that act in coordination with Israel being made to like register like I guess with their equivalent to FARA.
A trope, they call it. I hate that word. It's just a stupid word. So
to be clear, I think Norman goes too far, and Norman basically thinks that like anti-Semitism doesn't exist anymore, which I disagree on. I think it does exist, but it primarily exists and persists on the right.
They're foreign agents, agents of the Israeli government. In any event, so they start with the anti-Semitism, and then what happened? The whole British ruling elite, they latched onto it. From BBC to Sky News, from the Guardian newspaper to the tabloids in the UK, they all latched on to the anti-Semitism. Not that they cared about anti-Semitism. The Board of Deputies cared. True, not anti-Semitism. The Board of Deputies cared that Corbyn was not aligned with Israel. So they wanted to stop.
Like there was like issues of like anti-Semitism and stuff like that. From Corbyn, it was because like Corbyn, like he posted on Facebook like an anti-Semitic meme. Hold on. What did he do? This mural. That's what it was. Corbyn and anti-Semitism row after backing artists behind offensive mural. Labor leader offered support on Facebook in 2012 to artists whose work featured anti-Semitic tropes. Jeremy Corbyn was embroiled in a fresh anti-Semitism row on Friday after conceding he was wrong to support a graffiti artist whose offensive work was scrubbed off a wall in London's East End. In a Facebook post in 2012, Corbyn offered his backing to Los Angeles-based street artist Mir One, whose mural featuring several known anti-Semitic tropes was due to be removed after complaints. Mir One said on the Facebook page, "Tomorrow they want to buff my mural, freedom of expression, London calling public art." Corbyn replied, "Why? You're in good company. Rockefeller destroyed Diego Vieira's mural because it includes a picture of Lenin." In 2012, Jeremy was responding to concerns about the removal of public art on the grounds of freedom of speech, said a statement. Oh, actually, okay. Then even I was duped by this. I thought he like you can't repost on Facebook, but I thought he had like liked something or like shared it or whatever. But if this was his defense of it, this isn't as bad. I mean, like I don't think if you want to run for public office or whatever, it's like these will always be like optics nightmares. You have to either like stand by them or disavow them or not do them in the first place. But it does seem like this was like getting more like a freedom of expression type thing. Yeah, was responding to concerns about the removal of public art on the grounds of freedom of speech, said in a statement released by the Labour Party on Friday. However, the mural was offensive and used anti-Semitic imagery, which has no places in our society, and it is right that it was removed. The mural, which was subsequently scrubbed off, pictured several apparently Jewish bankers playing a game of Monopoly with their tabletop resting on the bowed naked backs of several workers. I mean, this is like, yes, like this obviously is fucking loaded with anti-Semitism. Labour MP someone Berger raised the issue with Corbyn's office after screenshots of the Facebook post emerged. She said on Friday afternoon she was not satisfied with the statement issued by the Labour press office. Of course not, it's not about that. Corbyn's office then released a second statement shortly after announcing the sacking of the shadow Northern Ireland Secretary, Owen Smith. In it, Corbyn said he had made, quote, a general comment on the removal of public art on grounds of freedom of speech. He said the case he cited, in which a mural by Mexican artist Diego Rivera in New York's Rockefeller Center was plastered over, was in no way comparable with the mural in the Facebook post. I sincerely regret that I did not look more closely at the image I was commenting on, the contents of which are deeply disturbing and anti-Semitic, he said. The defense of free speech cannot be used as the justification for the promotion of anti-Semitism in any form. That is a view I've always held. It's probably not a view he's always held. It's probably a view that he feels the need to hold now because he is trying not to lose the race. Corbyn has been accused of failing to crack down on a series of cases of anti-Semitism. He recently admitted guilt, being a member of a closed Facebook group called Palestine Live, in which a number of anti-Semitic posts appear, though he did not join in the conversations that left the group in 2015. Are we fucking serious? Because he's in a group? And nothing that he actually said. He was just in a group. Again, for Palestine. You just scan over, it might be a critique of the rich or some conspiracy shit. Yeah, but it might be that, and I think it signals that to most people that like aren't familiar, I guess, with like stereotypes surrounding Jewish people, but it obviously taps into like prolific and like notable anti-Semitic tropes. Like, look at their features, money, like this, like a shadowy cabal of people controlling money, like the fucking Illuminati. When the existence of the group was revealed earlier this month, Corbyn told reporters, had I seen it, of course, I would have challenged it straight away, but I actually don't spend all my time reading social media. After Friday's incident, goddamn, this really was fucking overblown. Because again, we're getting on him about like a comment that you definitely could see his defense of, as like really just like on free speech grounds, not an endorsement of what the art was, which I thought it had been. It's like very milquetoast. Call me crazy, but they look Russian to me. You're on that Ruskophobia arc, right? The anti-Slav bigotry coming through. Maybe being woke is knowing that it's actually not like Jewish stereotypes, but it's just anti-Russian stereotypes. After Friday's incident, Labour peer and former Ed Miliband advisor Stuart Wood said the German Social Democrats had an expression in the 1890s. Anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. Sadly, Labour's leadership now faces the challenge of having to convince our party and country that they will not tolerate those who confuse the two. A statement that I agree with, but I do not agree that Corbyn is anti-Semitic on these grounds. This is like, again, he is being chastised also for his affiliation with Palestine. Like Palestinian rights. Dudley MP Ian Austin said the mural was one of the worst anti-Semitic images he had seen. Jeremy would have never defended racist imagery aimed at any other group, he said. Some Labour MPs have also, I mean, I doubt that, because he literally in that post talked about how like Lenin was removed. Well, I guess it's not like racism or that was like politically motivated. Corbyn was slandered. I mean, it seems like it. Some Labour MPs have also expressed concerns about the long-running case of Ken Livingstone, who remains suspended over a series of controversial remarks. The thing is like we have like a Guardian article dedicated to a post that he made on to a comment that he left on Facebook, like 7 years, 8 years earlier. Meanwhile, the abhorrent like open racism and xenophobia that persists within not only that like the Labour Party, but also in all of the different right-wing parties in the UK, like nothing on that, or like no political consequences for that.
For only one reason, Israel, the Jewish Board of Deputies, because they're Israeli agents. But then the whole ruling class, because they didn't want Corbyn, he represented the real insurgency. He was a class struggle. It was the class struggle. So they all exploited the anti-Semitism to stop Corbyn. And it did play a role. It wasn't the critical role. The critical role, judging by all the information we have, the critical role.
And like, I knew that it had been boosted. Like, I knew that the reason why that's at the forefront of anybody's mind is because he didn't like that he had like class-focused politics, right? He wanted the Labour Party to be an actual Labour Party, not just be like the party of like fucking Tony Blair anymore. But I didn't realize, I thought there was at least like one kernel of truth in it. But really, that's like completely overstated, in my opinion. I thought he had defended the contents of the mural. Not even that.
Well, it was Brexit that Corbyn was not firm on the Brexit issue, no Britain leaving the European Union. But the anti-Semitism played a role. The assault attack played a role. And so now in New York, they'll find one candidate, and they're going to go after Mamdani on the anti-Semitism issue.
Do you think it'll be as effective?
And it all depends on him. My counsel, which hasn't been solicited, but I'll just tell you, don't appease, because you'll never win. If you remember the Corbyn campaign, he made one concession after another concession after another.
He really said, up yours to the woke mob. We'll see who cancels who.
Concession.
I have said before that I see like the left's embrace of him, and I really like Norm, as he's kind of like Peterson.
The party adopted the...
Corbyn was schemed. No, he was. I thought there was at least like something there. There really didn't seem to be.
IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is basically any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. They gave in on that. Did it help them? Did the juggernaut suddenly stop? You can't appease them.
It was like a Facebook post that he commented on because he saw like he saw that like a mural like that had been put on the side of a building or something was being taken down, and he thought it was like politically motivated or something like that. And he was just saying like, should we censor public art that we find offensive? This is reminding me of like when Rockefeller got rid of Diego Rivera portrait because it had Lenin in it. But he wasn't like defending the imagery. Like I had assumed that he had like defended the imagery, or he had like reposted it in some way. It wasn't even that.
Because the issue is not anti-Semitism. The issue is Israel.
Are we up late or are we up early? Yes.
And the class war. They are not going to let Zohran Mamdani, even if he gets circumcised, gets a bar mitzvah.
I mean, he's Muslim, so I assume that he is circumcised.
Yeah, right. I recognize that, but you get the point. Yeah. So they will never. He will never placate them. He should, in my opinion, he should stand firm in his convictions, He should surround himself with an iron.
That was an oopsie. The friends thing was strange. Yeah, that's the other thing. He met with somebody who's like some really, really pro-Russia guy, right? And that person is like crazy. That was the other sticking point that I was like, this is a valid criticism here, sure. But like the extent to which it was like emphasized, like these types of things or whatever, like a Facebook post from 7 years earlier somehow becomes like this massive media story, dude, unheard of.
Of Jews who support him, and let them do the hard work of fighting off these Jewish supremacist billionaires. And there are a sufficient number of young Jews who support Zohran Mamdani, but for sure it's Zohran. I also don't like that. I don't think that Jewish supremacist is the way to go to criticize like Zionists or like pro-Israel people. Me personally, I think Judeo-fascist is a better way. And
many that have been canvassing for him quite actively as well.
Why are we talking about his penis? Because the point is that Zohran Mamdani could literally convert and become a Jewish person, and he would still face charges of anti-Semitism because he's a Muslim.
Excuse me?
And many of them have been canvassing quite actively for him.
Absolutely. And he should make the point.
There's a genuine annoying link between Corbyn's Arab socialists and Russia, but that was a bit UK specific.
Over and over and over again.
Mr. Zohrani, please.
I am not the extremist. I am in the mainstream. I go with what Amnesty International has to say. I go with what Human Rights Watch has to say. I go with what the International Court of Justice has to say. I go with what international law has to say. I go with what a large number of Holocaust scholars or genocide scholars, including Israeli genocide scholars, I go with what they have to say. You are the extremists. You are the fringe. I am not the fringe. You are the fringe. Israel is the fringe. Israel's defenders are the fringe. I am not. That should be his strategy. No appeasement, no attempt to placate.
Why the weird stream times I'm waking up for work? It's a work in progress, okay?
Surround yourself with an iron wall of Jews who support you and let them make the case.
I really do love that Norm just goes there and he's like, yeah, he should like pretty cynically, he should just, not cynically, he should shamelessly point to a not insignificant amount of his base that is Jewish as a shield against the charges of anti-Semitism. Like he absolutely should do that if he wants to get political capital.
And make the point over and over again. I am not the extremist. You are. You are the ones defending.
Norm appeal to the majority fallacy. Epic. Norman Finkelstein destroyed by the Pawn Scum podcast right here in the Straighterade streams chat.
What the International Court of Justice decided was a plausible genocide. I'm opposing that plausible genocide. You are the extremists, not me. That strategy it's not going to win Jews. Or I should say, it won't win the older generation of Jews. It'll probably win about 30% of the younger generation. I would estimate about 30% of the younger generation. So that's what I would recommend to him. If he starts appeasing them, number one.
Corbyn also pointed out with receipts a number of actual anti-Semitism marches he'd been on. As was pointed out, most of the people attacking him for the anti-Semitism had never paid any attention to the issue before it became a useful attack vector. No, 100%. Again, like that. If I do the Guardian. Anti-Semitism, Corbyn. The one that's getting me. Do not forget Jeremy Corbyn's failure on anti-Semitism. The regret over the mural doesn't go far enough. He said he's sorry for like the hurt that he inflicted or whatever, but like the Palestine one is like the most insane. Again, he recently admitted being a member of a closed Facebook group called Palestine Live, in which a number of anti-Semitic posts appeared, though he did not join in conversations and left the group in 2015. And he says, had I seen it, of course, I would have challenged it straight away, but I actually don't spend all my time reading social media.
One, it'll never work. And you know what's going to happen? Number two, it'll disillusion his base. They'll say he's already betraying his convictions and he hasn't yet even been elected. And it'll dissipate the enthusiasm. So he'll be a...
Wait, what did he capitulate on?
He's already betraying his convictions and he hasn't yet even been elected. And it'll dissipate the enthusiasm. So he'll be a disaster. We already know it. We know it from the Corbyn campaign. It'll be a disaster if he goes down that path. I don't know what he'll do. I'm sure, right now, the Jewish mafia, like Gerald Nadler in New York, he's saying he's supporting Mamdani. No. Gerald Nadler has a very long history of being a grotesque apologist for Israel. But his aim is to try to persuade.
I can come yap about Corbyn if you want. I want nothing more than that, SmugBug. Let me get in the live thing. Join whenever you want.
Way from within. And there'll be a lot of sweet talking.
Wait, Christ, is it like 5? It's actually 6 a.m. for me.
A lot of talk about being reasonable, about Jewish fears, and using all of that language. And I don't know how he'll stand up. It's too soon to tell. So far, he's done well, I would say. The two comparisons that are being made with him are with Barack Obama and with AOC. But
all right. Yap away about Corbyn. Yes, it's 6 in the morning. Get over it.
Jesus. Okay. All right. Sorry. Christ alive. Okay. All right. The Corbyn shit.
But wait, really quick. If I go to sleep in like 30 minutes or whatever, and I wake up at noon, 5.5 hours. That's not bad, and I won't have completely disrupted my day.
No, Aaron, that makes you evil. You're an evil person. You're foundationally, fundamentally evil. No,
okay, fuck you.
Please go to sleep at a normal time. You cannot sleep from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. and have a normal life.
But what if I don't have a normal life? I never have.
I am begging you. I'm begging you to be normal. I'm begging you. Please collect fewer labubus and collect more hours of sleep.
What's
please,
out there
Aaron.
for me? Why do I need to be awake when the sun is up? Why?
What's out there for me is the worst thing I've ever fucking heard.
There's nothing. I've been outside. There's nothing out there for me. There's nothing that appeals to me. I'm perfectly safe here.
You could be sitting down having changed my mind debates with with prominent streamers, Aaron. Okay, that's how you got your start. Imagine the growth potential if you went back out there.
Look, you didn't even know it was practically morning here because it looks like it's nighttime. So just go back to that mindset.
I want you to go over to the blind and check how much dust is on them from the last time you opened them. When's the last time those blinds were open, Aaron? Be honest.
I brought you on to talk about Jeremy Corbyn's anti-Semitism, not about the dust that's collected on my blinds, which is none of your business, frankly.
Listen. Our mutual friends all called me to have an intervention. Okay, this was a scheme. All right.
Who's behind this?
Just like him. It's just like him.
Okay. He's accepted that I do this. He's accepted that I do this. He went to sleep, and right before he was like, before you go to sleep, take the dogs out, and I'm going on a bike ride in the morning. So he's fine with it because it means that I'm up so early that I just end up I do the first shift for the dogs. So he loves it. Don't be fooled.
The way you said he's accepted it is not encouraging. That's like, my wife will get over her heroin addiction one day, and it's really up to her. It's on her terms.
That's very why reach for heroin? I thought you were gonna say her Quaalude, or her love for Quaaludes.
Streaming will destroy your brain exactly as much as heroin. I will not be taking questions. I think this is psychologically valid.
Smug would know this because he is in fact a streamer himself.
I stream once a week, okay? So I'm only doing a little bit of heroin every now and then.
I only do heroin weekly. I only do meth once a week, Mom. Get off my case.
Hey, you know what? Better than doing it every day and staying up till 6 a.m. I've slept through the entire time you were streaming after my lovely stream on Mondays at 7 p.m. UK time.
Corbyn, anti-Semitism now before I kick you from your own live channel and your own Discord.
Yeah, wait, I don't even know if you've got the kick power. I'll have to just say you'll kick me and then I'll pretend I'll kick myself out.
Okay.
The Friends thing was really fucked up because he literally said something along the lines of they were at a diplomatic event or something, and he basically said something along the lines of, "I've invited our friends from Hamas to discussions," and literally that's it. He
rules.
It's just a friendly colloquial thing you would say, especially in Britain.
Right.
Our friends from the other side. We're negotiating with our friends.
It's the same way if somebody
Nazi Party,
if a presidential candidate or something called somebody a cunt here, it would be a big deal. But if that happened in the UK, it's not going to be. It's like slang there.
As long as it's not a woman, you could get away with it. Sure, I suppose so.
I think even if it were a woman, you probably could.
Jeremy Corbyn is not allowed to call Maggie Thatcher a cunt.
No. But if he said something like, "I take one look at a portrait of her and I think bugger off cunt," like would it really like land the same as if he like directed it? Unless he like actively directed it at somebody, I think it's not gonna land.
Right. I suppose you could say bugger off cunt to like a camera, you know, like a paparazzi, like it's getting in your face. I think you could get away with that.
Yeah. So the friends thing you think was like, it's like, okay, chill. It's like he wasn't actually saying like, he's like not a fucking Hamas Nick. What it was literally just like a turn of phrase.
Yeah, but to this day, you will have people like Piers Morgan or whatever going on TV and saying he literally called people in Hamas his friends. And then when you look for the context, it is literally just, you know, it's like you're saying, or in Parliament, people say like, you know, my dear friend on the other side of the house, you know, or my friends in the opposition.
My Republican comrades. They said comrades. They're fucking talking about like Soviet era Stalin, ushering in Soviet era Stalinism. You've heard him say this before. It's
my comrade Marjorie Taylor Greene on the other side of the aisle.
Yeah, exactly. What's next? A border czar? Oh wait.
Yeah. So the mural thing you already covered, right?
Yeah, so actually I was wrong on something. I thought that he shared or reposted the mural and promoted it. But what he did was he commented underneath it, seeing that it was a LA-based artist who was drawing attention to the fact that their mural was going to be taken down, even though I don't know that it was publicly commissioned, but because it obviously features anti-Semitic tropes, it literally has like a bunch of like clearly Jewish bankers and like an Illuminati behind it, and they're like fucking playing Monopoly.
The mural?
Yes, yeah, we pulled it up.
Okay.
But all Corbyn commented underneath, he didn't repost it like I thought he did, and he didn't like the post or anything like that. He just commented like, "Oh, this is troubling. This is kind of like when Rockefeller had Diego Rivera like his mural removed from Rockefeller Center because Lenin was on it. It was literally a point about like political censorship or whatever. Is it an expedient comment to make when you plan to run for office in the UK? Probably not. But I was like, this isn't anti-Semitic. And then immediately he was like, oh, I shouldn't have done it. Or like he said he caved and apologized.
Yeah. It's so clear that it's a mistake. Like if you look at the mural at a glance, as you would on Facebook, it's just a bunch of like a Monopoly board on the back of a bunch of people, right? You can immediately see with a bunch of like, you know, Monopoly monocle banker dudes. Only if you look closer is like the Illuminati and the fucking
all of it's
sketchy.
You can see it, but it wasn't an endorsement. I thought it was like at some point like he shared it or something like that. No, it wasn't even that. So now I realize that like all of this is complete. Like genuinely, there was like nothing to it. Nothing. I thought there was something. I thought he retweeted it. Something, some sort of endorsement of something like anti-Semitic or strange or like dog whistly. Nothing. That was a total nothing burger.
It's but all of them are. This is the thing. Like you will never see a more obvious like dismantling by the British media is a little bit different as well. Like they are extra disciplined and conniving about the way that they dismantle politicians they don't like. There's the wreath. Do you know about him laying the wreath?
No, what?
Okay, so basically, another one of the accusations is that he laid a wreath for terrorists who killed some Jews. Basically, so he attended a memorial for Palestinians who were killed in like an Israeli airstrike on I think it was like the Palestinian Authority or something, HQ, something like that. And basically some paparazzi took photos of him near the graves of some people who were associated with the attacks on Jews during that era. Okay. But he laid the wreath at the Palestinian victims of like an Israeli airstrike, and the graves happened to be nearby also some terrorist graves. But they caught him like with a picture in front of them. So they ended up just saying, yeah, he was laying wreaths for his favorite terrorists, you know, his friends.
Dude, by Israel's definition, if you're standing in a Palestinian cemetery, you will be standing by like terrorist graves. Like that, it's true, so actually. Fucking insane.
But this is the classic inflation, right? You can't be rude about the IDF because every Jew goes in there, and you can't be okay with Palestinians because every Palestinian has some conflation with terrorists. Like it's just part of the game on either side.
Well, there was no statement that he could have made that was ever going to prevent all of the op-ed pieces that were immediately penned after he made a statement. They already had them pre-written. It's like, here's the statement that we're going to publish if he disavows it and tries to distance himself from it, where we say it's still not enough. And here's the statement where we publish if he doubles down. And we say he really is anti-Semitic. So there was no winning. There was no preventing that.
Yeah. So that there is one accusation which I think holds a little bit of water.
Is this where he met with that guy who's like pro-Russia or something like that?
No, that was okay. Actually, fine. Well, if you want to complain about him generally, like the Russia thing, we can talk about. I think on the anti-Semitism stuff, there is a broader accusation that basically Labour became anti-Semitic under Corbyn's rule. And this is a little bit. There were basically a bunch of complaints about members making anti-Semitic remarks. The kinds of like minor scandals you would have expected Corbyn to have done, like for example reposting something anti-Semitic. This is a thing that some Labour MPs ended up doing, right? Like that some of them did end up reposting things that were anti-Semitic because there's a few like there's a few like Muslim MPs that were very sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, and action wasn't taken fast enough is the general vibe.
Oh,
right?
I thought you were saying so naturally these Muslim MPs and doing their pro-Palestine activism just had to say anti-Semitic shit.
Well, some of them did repost stuff that was like, Jewish conspiracy.
Well, here's the thing that's bullshit about it. We're talking about the party of like Tony Blair, right? Cheerleader of the Iraq War. There's no conversation about anti-Muslim bigotry or Islamophobia that is pervasive in the Labour Party. There will exclusively be a conversation about supposed anti-Semitism. So it's just completely like there is no sense of like proportionality with respect to like targeted like having meaningful discussions or whatever the fuck that means on addressing bigotries in a party. It's stupid. It's a joke to me.
Yeah. No,
and to the extent that like anti-Semitism exists in the UK, I would obviously think that it's going to be far more associated with the right in the UK, not the left or like not Labour.
Yeah. And Islamophobia is a much bigger issue in the UK, I would say.
That seems like bipartisan.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like Islamophobia is our like anti-black racism, basically. Like that's
it really is. It really it's just
it's really
the status quo. I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah, but basically all of the investigations that happened, I've read through the fucking reports. Like, the investigations basically say that there was a bit of a systemic issue. But the thing is, like, if you could do one of those reports and you could find a systemic issue in regards to women being mistreated,
that's the thing. It's like that's what I'm saying. Like, let's
if you do a big
use
report,
the same rubric for every other type of mainstream bigotry, and you will get equally as abhorrent reactions or like results when that's the methodology.
100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's okay to do these investigations, but of course, just by virtue of a report existing, now people will say, well, Corbyn was so anti-Semitic, they had to do an investigation and they found systemic anti-Semitism. And it's like, okay, the narrative is sealed, you're done.
Did you see like the worst examples from like the worst things that they found from like the pervasive anti-Semitism that exists on like Columbia and Harvard?
Oh, no. What was this?
I need to find, let me see if I can't find it. Hold on. This was, so the Free Press, this is Barry Weiss's fucking rag. They're like, Silver Bullet was like another like nothing burger. Hold on, if I put Harvard anti-Semitism. Okay. This is what we found inside. I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, I'm looking.
Okay, you watching?
Yep, let's have a look.
Here's what we found inside Harvard's long-awaited anti-Semitism report.
I'm a Jew, and I've learned that that's enough to make me no longer worthy of their friendship or even basic kindness at school. That's from Harvard's 311-page anti-Semitism report, which reveals what students already knew to be true, that the norm for Jews on campus is social exile, silence, and suspicion from their peers and professors. I'm Maya, I'm a reporter for the Free Press, and I just went through Harvard's anti-Semitism report, and here are
It says, it's not just an anti-Semitism report. Final report, Presidential Task Force on Combating Anti-Semitism and Anti-Israeli Bias.
Oh, no!
So that's, but they say it's just the
what a
anti-Semitism report.
most disturbing thing.
Holy.
Nearly 60% of Jewish students at
Anti-Israel
Harvard said they'd
bias.
experienced discrimination, stereotyping, or negative bias on campus due to their views on current
I've
events.
experienced all of those things.
Due to their views on current events. So this is, again, viewpoint discrimination. People having differing opinions with you on current events. This is supposed to be like, these are the worst examples from this report.
At a university. So basically, this is 60% of people at university have been disagreed with.
Yeah, 60% of Jewish students specifically found that other people disagreed with them on their opinions on current events.
That's so awesome. What an awesome report. This is great. I love this. This is banging.
Like, again, this is a presidential task force. If there was systemic anti-Semitism at this campus, it would have been found.
Said that they concealed their identity from classmates and have been ghosted by longtime friends for expressing sympathy for Israel or for simply appearing
I'm not
on an
gonna make
Instagram
a
post with someone who did.
Jews pretending to be
At
white
Harvard
joke.
Medical
I'm not going to
School's
make a
admitted
Jews
Students
pretending to
Day,
be white joke.
One student was told by another that Zionists are not welcome at Harvard Medical School. At Harvard Divinity School, an Israeli doctoral student said that the professor began a class about the Israeli-Palestinian...
Sorry. Can you stop for a second? Zionists are not welcome at Harvard Medical School. Yeah, Israel blows up hospitals. They blew up a Doctors Without Borders. Oh no, that was America.
The funny thing is, like, we started off talking about...
Mixed up.
We started about talking about, like, here's discrimination that Jewish people faced, and then it's turning into, here's a Zionist, and here's somebody who disagreed with them. And this is getting, like, laundered into the report on anti-Semitism.
This is fucking
by telling
awesome.
students that the discourse is saturated with the Israeli narrative and that she had decided to, with a heavy heart, remove Israeli sources from the syllabus. During listening sessions with the anti-Semitism...
Cool, you found an example of a college professor being fucking cringe, sure.
Yeah, but that's so weird. Like, why would you remove Israeli sources?
Yeah,
like,
that is,
what,
that, like,
the Israeli
it's just...
scientists are yeah.
It's a total virtue signal to be like, oh, to balance the scales or whatever. Like, let's do to Israeli sources what is so often done to Palestinian sources, which is that they're not included.
That's so fucking sick. You're a fucking academic, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to do the only thing that's in my power to do. I'm going to reduce the number of citations that Israeli scientists get. That's it. That's my contribution to the Palestinian plight.
Or like if you had some teacher that's like, I don't use any sources from any white person ever. And then it's like, let's fucking make a report about anti-white bias at Harvard. And then like the top example is that it's like, it is racist, sure. But I don't know that we need to be like authoring reports and stuff.
Task Force, Jewish students spoke about Harvard-run privilege trainings, where they were told that they were deemed to be privileged not only by dint of being identified as white, but also because of their Jewishness, which allegedly endowed them with an even higher level of privilege. Students reported
I'm gonna Illuminati post now. Okay. Listen, I think Jewishness comes with some downsides. At least me growing up, those motherfuckers had impeccable community. They had like incredible networks of people from a young age. They had friends. They had like bigger family. Maybe I'm jealous because I grew up with like one sister and a single mom and fuck all else for family. But every time I went to a Jewish person's like a Jewish friend's place, their family was all over the fucking shop. They went to fucking synagogue. They had like the best benefits of like religion and secularism all bound together. Like it seems like
there's a lot of cultural institutions for Israelis and Jews that exist for a very specific reason. That's not like even that you're joking. You're hyperbolically saying Illuminati posting or whatever. It's like no, they have intentionally, because of their unique history, that has been. That has been the case. That like yes, if you were a Jewish person from cradle to grave, you could probably be taken care of. But based on that identity alone, because of how many Jewish foundations, charities, organizations exist to facilitate Jewish prosperity. That is just a fact.
And once again, Israel makes that more awkward because they give so many privileges to the Jewish ethnicity just based on the ethnicity. So they kind of, you know, they make it true. They manufacture the reality that Jews do have a privilege by giving them privileges as a nation state.
This is like, what is it? Did you see... Somebody left... Ila Klein got a Star of David tattoo that was blue on her hand or something like that. And somebody said like, fuck you, you support genocide or something like that. And then in response, Ethan Klein like went on their thing and was like, it would be a shame if somebody like contacted their employer or their family or whatever. He was like going through their Instagram like live on there, and they were like saying that this was anti-Semitic because all it was like a Star of David tattoo or whatever. But it was like, yeah, but it was blue, so I don't think it's unreasonable for people to think that it was like, oh, it's in reference to like Star of David on the Israeli flag, not because if it were just like the Star of David, wouldn't it be golden?
Yeah, I declare both sides of this story cringe. That's
Yeah.
why, thank you.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's like the clients is like Instagram comment section is like not, you're like screaming into the void or whatever. But
Absolutely, yeah.
okay, listen to this. Stop trying to silence this
is
Jewish
fucking awesome.
voice. There's only 60 more seconds.
Sorry.
They were asked, who is more marginalized, Jews or Palestinians? In response to a friend to the people who were killed at the Nova Music Festival, one student reported a close friend said, I mean, I guess that sucks, but what's...
One student reported that a close friend said...
That's awesome. Holy fuck. What did they expect? That's so fucked up. But this is literally a bunch of... Like, these are children. These are children who are saying things like this. It's literally like fucking 20-year-old students going like, well, what did they... I don't know. What did they expect?
Okay, you found a college student with a stupid opinion.
Yeah, like that.
What a revelation.
Especially in America.
You found a college student that was like flippant and insensitive towards somebody they obviously should not have fucking been towards, you know?
Another person asked, do you believe in decolonization?
Also, like, again, it started, the question started from who's more oppressed, Israelis, Palestinians? That didn't even get addressed. We move on to, did you know that you happen to be talking to somebody who knows somebody who was a victim of the Nova Music Festival massacre on October 7th? And then a friend of a friend said, what did they expect? It's like, we are so, this is supposed to be, again, proving systemic anti-Semitism and like a culture that is pervasive on this campus. And all you can find is like a bunch of people like self-reporting saying like a friend of a friend said this was like insensitive, this weird comment, like comments that like, I'm like, this isn't even actionable. Like, you could not even, like, credibly get somebody not only, like, not expelled, but, like, in any sort of disciplinary action being brought against them, because it's like, okay, they said something stupid, but, like, what do you want the school to do? I don't get it.
But also, I'm at school, and that question gets asked, and someone next to me goes, yeah, like, you know, people I know were massacred in that attack. Like, as a 20-year-old student who is an idiot, right?
Yes,
like, is a
you're
moron,
objectively stupid. Yes.
I'm gonna be sitting there sweating like, what the fuck do I say? Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry, bro. That's terrible. I guess what did they expect? I don't know. Like, how do you react to someone saying, you know, people were massacred?
If that's being brought up in the context of a discussion on like who's more oppressed, Israelis, Palestinians, and it's like, well, I know one like an Israeli that was killed or something like that. It's like, well, we've moved off the point now, because now we're just talking about like your anecdotes. We're not making like a systemic analysis anymore. We're like zooming in on you and
That's
like
true,
what your experience was.
Just,
you know,
I know one really oppressed Jew, and they were killed. They were killed for being Jewish.
So who's to say? Israelis, Palestinians. One has a state, one doesn't. One's backed uncritically by the U.S. and has nukes. The other has no such thing. Really hard to put like to pick a side here.
In theory or in practice? An Israeli graduate student reported that one of his friends was told that it would hurt his career to associate with a Zionist and to be publicly associated with one. These are just some of the findings of the report based on 50 listening sessions.
That's real. Wait, what do you mean? Like, that's a reality. That's like, what, sorry. So what that report is literally saying, another person said that their friend wasn't brave enough to accept their bad opinions in public. Like,
right.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't like that my friend is being made to contend with the reality that Zionism is quickly becoming a very, a far more controversial thing to associate oneself with than it previously had been. That is just a reality.
Wait, having a music festival right next to a poverty-stricken, suppressed gulag is a very bad idea. You take Glastonbury out of your damn mouth. How fucking dare you? That's a fine festival, and London is not a gulag. Unbelievable.
Faculty and staff, as well as over 2,000 respondents to an online survey, including 477 students who identified themselves as Jewish. You can read my full report at thefp.com.
The FP, and
We will not be
it's
doing that,
titled
thank you.
"Denounced." You would have to pay to view this journalism. Denounced, cursed, and ghosted. What Harvard's anti-Semitism report found. Yeah, I'm a Jew, and I've learned that that is enough to make me no longer worthy of friendship or even basic kindness at school.
That's so awesome. That's so a hex has been placed upon Zionists.
I'm sure this outlet, anytime Harvard has published this with respect to any other minority or demographic, certainly trans people and black people and like anti-black racism or like Muslims, I'm sure they did not immediately decry it as woke nonsense and PC culture run amok. I'm sure they definitely looked into it and took it very, very seriously, right?
Yeah, I think I bet you could find the counter report talking about how it's no big deal on the other side.
Not kissing Zionists' ass is now a hate crime.
Yeah, Maya do be sulkin. that would be a killer joke if you were still on the title with the. There you go, nailed it.
Oh yeah, Maya Sulkin.
Yeah,
she do be.
Yeah,
she do be.
She do be. Oh god. Okay, I think that's the Russian thing. Okay. Last thing, because I think the Russian thing he has said some vaguely cringe things.
Is it in the vein of like Russia. NATO did this? NATO expansion did this?
I don't think he's been super explicit about that. I think he'll like hint at it, but he's smarter than most of the pro-Russian shills. He is obviously okay. I can give a little bit of background on Corbyn and kind of explain how he arrived at this. So it's the same, and actually, it explains his behavior with Hamas as well, because it's true, he is very, very buddy diplomatically with terrorists. He's super happy to shake hands with terrorists, and that is a criticism that is, I think, bullshit. It is a thing that
we're talking about that in the context of like Donald Trump, who wanted to host the Taliban at Camp David with almost no conditions.
Yeah, that is also objectively based, and I will defend Trump till the day I die for that.
It didn't actually happen. But my point being is that like it's always
the Taliban were cool.
So you would go to the Camp David summit with the Taliban.
100%. Yeah, it would be insane not to. Like, why would you not? Imagine being the first American president to be assassinated at Camp David by the Taliban. You would be remembered for 10,000 years.
He would get that Nobel Peace Prize posthumously.
Oh yes.
He may have ended a war, but that's why he'd actually get it.
Yeah, that would be so fucking sick. He okay, so it's worth remembering that Corbyn's kind of claim to fame in the UK is being a very, very important part of brokering peace with the IRA, right? The Irish terrorists who were fighting back against English rule and blowing up our buses, like doing terrorist attacks. Like we had our little local terrorist attack, the car bombings and shit. Now Corbyn built a very, very good relationship with the IRA and was like an incredibly important part of brokering that peace. Some people attribute a significant proportion of the Good Friday Agreement to his diplomatic work, and the same thing was happening. He was being called a traitor, he was being called a piece of shit for shaking hands with terrorists, but it did literally help make peace, a lasting peace with the IRA that lasts to this day. He has applied the same pacifist, and he is a genuine pacifist in every cringe.
He sounds like Carter to me.
You could imagine.
Because Carter had criticized like Supreme Court rulings that stated that like what constituted like providing material support to terrorist organizations. Like, hold on. Well, like the Carter Foundation said, this is going to disrupt our ability to try to get different militant factions to renounce violence, because if you're saying that our association with them can constitute or like any sort of support or patronage towards certain aspects of their organization means that we're materially supporting terrorists, you're actually like arresting conversation and diplomacy from even occurring in the first place, because you put like too much constraints on like saying that like now free speech or interaction with these people, you're now an accomplice or an accessory to terrorism. So he's like, it's gonna have this massive chilling effect that you shouldn't institute this.
Did that messaging take hold, or did people still criticize Carter?
Well, if people agree with Carter, it's like, well, so what? Because the Supreme Court has already disagreed with them. So,
right, okay.
But I do think if people realize that is going to be like the downstream chilling effect on this, like with that ruling, that they would not really support it.
Yeah.
But this is not a recent ruling. This ruling happened like several years ago. And Noam Chomsky was like, this is really like a devastating blow to First Amendment protections in the United States, because it's like, no, you should be able to communicate with a terrorist without, like in this country, without you yourself getting put on a watch list. Like, it really does need to be more before, like the government could justify like surveillance against you or something like that. Like, you interacting one time should not constitute should not be able to form the basis for like intrusion into your privacy. Because now, like, then you're also disrupting like journalists from being able to like interact with terrorists.
Well, it's almost I feel like it's based in this like weird liberal insecurity. It's a similar thing to like the deplorables thing, or like Walt saying that 80 million Americans are now just lost, as in like unreachable because they're Trump fans now. Like, they've become permanently
He was based for that, though. He was based for that, though.
No, he wasn't. I will.
We fought on this.
I was
going to say we fought on this with the Gavin Newsom thing, and I disagreed.
I want to. Yeah. Okay, we don't have to rehash that. But he was. Yeah,
here's the thing: it's like, to me, the only criticism is that like he kind of said the quiet part out loud, because I do think that more and more Democratic strategists are starting to think this and are going to start realigning their messaging, but you don't say it.
I appreciate that he was honest. He was honest about his opinion, which is, but it's just the opinion is incredibly toxic and evil. It's really bad to just say there are 80 million Americans disconnected from reality that it's not worth attempting to reach anymore. That's insane to me. Like,
I think it would be better if you said there's 80 million Americans that have been duped or something.
Yes, but that's the thing. That would imply it can be fixed, and Waltz doesn't think it can be fixed.
That's what I mean.
Wants to outcompete them on new voters, essentially, which is impossible because Trump always wins on new voters. Like that was always going to be a losing strategy.
No, that's not impossible. It's like, explain. Like, look at Zohran. Zohran can be the blueprint for the Democratic Party to show that, like, no, it's actually possible to bring out people that had been like disaffected or not participated in the electoral system in like a minute. But if you have an exciting like economic agenda, or you're young and charismatic and Muslim or something like that, you can get voters.
I want to be clear. I was saying that the Democrats are incapable of doing that. Zohran is not a Democrat.
Well, he is a Democrat, as much as they want him to not be. But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like the Democratic Party doesn't like him.
Yeah, they can win if they replace the entire party with fucking AOCs.
They would rather lose. They would rather lose than have Zohran win.
Yeah,
I know that's the case.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. Yeah, but okay. So on the Russian thing, because I think there's something that doesn't get, and this is maybe a little bit of a pet theory of mine, but I think it's fairly well backed. You look at people like Chomsky or Corbyn, or these kind of older socialists, these people who kind of grew up, especially in like British socialism, the sort of like socialist workers magazines, and these kind of like institutions in like the sort of 70s and 80s.
Yeah, like Sanders grew up and he was like part of the Vermont Socialist like Union Party or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So there's this weird thing with Russia, because before social media, before distribution became decentralized, there were very, very few sources of support and funding within the West that would accommodate socialist values and socialist kind of like political movements, right? Like American and British politics were very happy to try and rip apart and shred any, especially this is like, Reagan era as well, like 70s, 80s, Thatcher, Reagan. Like communism is not acceptable. So you don't really have many sources of internal fundraising. And Russia was a pretty reliable source of fundraising and information. The kind of information that you want to do genuine journalism. And so I think what Russia did was they very shrewdly supported these systems, because it created, what they perceived to be internal instability, and, pushed forward the cause in terms of like, frustrating the American and British governments. And so they funded these magazines, and they sourced them with information that was, of course, in part sourced by, pro-Russian efforts.
Right.
And so I think what happened is people like Corbyn and Chomsky got shaped by this Russian support in a way that made them a lot more sensitive and sympathetic to Russian values, even to this day. When I think that was basically part of a brainwashing campaign. So it's quite complicated. Like, basically, they are pro-Russia. The information and money they got from Russia was genuine and good. The best way that you can fuck with the UK government or the US government is by genuinely supporting socialist projects internally in a like non kind of deceptive way. But as part of that, all of that kind of came bundled with this sort of implicit Russian bias that I think eventually shaped the way Corbyn views geopolitics and Chomsky views geopolitics. These kind of older
No, 100%.
socialists.
These were people that like were not scared by the Red Scare. They resisted that.
Yes,
but in doing so,
yeah.
you are going to end up like absorbing some like Soviet myths or like era propaganda or whatever within that, because that was really like the only resistance to ally yourself with to that force, or like to be a counter to that force. Like there was really no other opposition other than that. That's also why there's like all of this talk about like, oh, like leftists are just anti-America now. I'm like, one, the people saying that are usually just uncritically pro-America, and that goes undiscussed. But that aside, I'm like, not compared to when you looked at like leftist traditions in this country. People used to want to be defectors to other countries. They were far more sympathetic to like fucking China and Russia. I'm like, it is like so different. Like as far as like if
double agents going across the Berlin Wall.
Yes,
just, like,
it's like you think this is anti-Americanism now? It's like reformed compared to where it was just like 50 years ago. Where again, you had people that were literally like, I support fucking Mao Zedong over the United States government. Like what you'll find here is like even the tankies. It's like you're gonna find some like Xi Jinping simping, but really what you find is like apologism for it. You don't actually find overt endorsement. It's like, hey, give them credit for like the monorail or whatever. And I'm like, this really is not to me like the like anti-Americanism in the way that you're thinking. Like it could really be. It's shaped by their perspective is just very warped.
Yeah, no.
And like this is what happens when you have like no history or like context of like what leftist movements even like looked like in the United States. Like the Black Panthers were literally handing out like the Little Red Book. You know that, right? Like to find me where that's happening today.
Harvard campus.
Yeah, I was at a Harvard campus and somebody literally handed me the first iteration of the Hamas charter right to my face.
Yeah, except. Yeah, now it's Mein Kampf they're handing out at Harvard. That's the
theory.
Yeah. I think the Russian thing is really the only valid critique. I would take that, and I guess he's a cringe pacifist. So he's like,
and I mean that tracks with Noam. That tracks with Chomsky because Chomsky is one of these like he's very big into like the NATO expansion like narrative. Yeah, and then Finkelstein disagrees with him to the point that he's like, Russia had the right to do it, which he literally does argue. Unfortunately,
that's insane. Yeah, Finkelstein does seem like a hack. You were right when you said that he's the leftist JBP. He's about as useful to us as JBP is to the right. Which is
he's not a hack. He's not a hack. His scholarship when it comes to Gaza and like Palestine or whatever is like mostly solid, and there's a reason why even like respected like Harvard economists like Sarah Roy will cite his work, or like Raoul Hilberg, who was literally like the father of like Holocaust studies. He wrote the 4-part series on like the destruction of European Jews. It's like a 1,500 word like fucking dissertation explaining like a Jewish oppression like post-Holocaust. But so like he had notable scholars, and he has them in his and Chomsky as well in his corner. Avi Schleim has praised him, but when he ventures outside of his like mostly like his area of expertise, it gets bad really fast. I don't disagree with that. And at that point, he's just like a crank who's fun.
How long have we been working together that you thought appealing to academic credentials was going to be the way to win me over on Finkelstein?
No, because you said that he's crazy, and like Jordan Peterson is.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said he's a hack, but Jordan Peterson is not cited by like any respected academic. Like his work is not cited by any like respected academic.
His work is
nor
more important. JBP
maps
is
of
more
meaning.
Impressive. Okay.
No, he's not. Don't give me this. I reacted to him.
Okay, so his philosophy stuff wasn't bad. Okay, all right. Look, he's just a Campbell stan. I'm also a Campbell stan. Okay, so
no. I'm not rendering a judgment on it. I'm only saying it is not like notable as far as like contributions to the field of psychology. He's another guy who he's another PhD who wrote a book.
His psychology contributions bullshit.
You can go to any university and you will find published like academics working at your university.
For sure.
So but Finkelstein actually, again, like not only did he like publish stuff, but like he is like the only person that's ever written a book on Gaza that was like worth a damn. So.
Right, but I think peer review, being favored by peer review is a red flag, not a green flag to me.
Of course it is. Okay.
All right. With that, I'll leave. Never trusted academic. Bye.
Okay. Bye. That was fun. We're so close to the end, you guys. Let's just finish this let's finish what Grandpa has to say, and then I really have to go to bed.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But the comparisons are completely wrong. First of all, Obama had no program at all. He said it himself. If you read his autobiography, he said, he called it a neat trick. I stood for nothing. He said that. I stood for nothing. It was a neat trick, he said. And secondly, Obama ran with the money. The billionaire class supported Obama.
I mean, he really did hope, running on a platform of hope and change. This vacuous statement that, again, people, it was a Rorschach test for voters to project whatever they wanted to see onto it. And this is when you have, again, it's post-Iraq war. People are not happy with the state of the Republican Party. They're very, nationalism was not going to be enough to get voters that were understandably upset about the 2008 financial crisis, disasters abroad. They were willing to embrace pretty much anything.
They gave him huge amounts of money from beginning in Chicago. The Pritzker family, which is one of the richest families in Chicago, they backed Obama. Zohran Mamdani, he had a very concrete program. People called it crazy. Free buses, free childcare. But there's a very concrete program there. It's not Obama, a neat trick.
Yeah, raise the minimum wage, trying 5 city-run grocery stores.
And secondly, Mamdani ran against the money. He was outspent 30-1 by the billionaire class. So that's not Obama. And it's not AOC. Because AOC got elected before anyone knew what her politics were. It was a kind of fluke. It was all done at a very local level. Mamdani had to face the tough questions before he won the primary. They were hammering him already about the anti-Semitism. They were hammering him about his tax the rich and how can you do that because the laws don't allow you to. He was already being, AOC faced no opposition. It was a very old.
It was a shit lib, and I totally got duped by Obama. I mean, you and everybody else, a lot of people were very disappointed that Obama did not. He ran to the progressive lane, but he was not a progressive. He's not as bad as fucking Fetterman or something like that. He didn't get in there, and it's oh shit, this is a Republican. But yeah, I definitely know what you mean.
Old guy who was in her district, he didn't even know what was going on. He was completely detached. But with Cuomo versus Mamdani, they knew what was going on. Everybody understood what was going on. This is a class war, and that's why we're giving him $25 to $30 million. This is serious business. Because as Mr. Reckler said, this is the capital of capitalism. You don't run a socialist candidate here. So he faced the opposition already, which AOC was basically below the radar when she got elected. So it's not AOC, and it's not Obama. It's a very different.
Yeah, I can't remember who said it, but they said that a really big difference between AOC's success versus Mamdani's success is that his success needed people to come out for him to be able to win and defeat Cuomo, as opposed to AOC. They didn't intentionally try to suppress the vote, but they said realistically, the less people that come out to vote in this primary, the better AOC will do.
Things obviously Bernie with an obvious difference. Well, it's not your obvious difference because we don't know who will win in November. I think it'll be a tough battle, but it's a battle which frankly I relish because.
And honestly, I really do believe this. If the mainstream media could have made it a bigger point that oh, he's a Jewish socialist or whatever. I mean, you saw it. But I think anti-Semitism is not nearly as tolerated as anti-Muslim bigotry because they're yeah, he's a fucking Muslim socialist. But you really did not see, if anything, they tried to downplay the fact that Bernie was Jewish because he was opposed by AIPAC.
The identity politics is dead now. You can't use that. All the woke people like Angela Davis and Ta-Nehisi Coates and Gloria Steinem, all the woke people who attack Bernie, that's over. You can't do that with Mamdani. It's not going to work.
Fink looks like he's doing this from his beach house. He's just living his best life. He's really tan right now.
So it's going to be a clear class struggle. But of course, the other side is going to try to misrepresent it as it's an issue of anti-Semitism. That's what they'll try to do. But everybody understands what's going on. I mean, they're just the ruling class, they're very straightforward. They say, we've got to stop this guy. You read the front page of the Times. They says, all these business leaders got together with Eric Adams. We've got to stop this guy. They're not so much afraid of him. No, they're afraid of the movement. The electorate is supposed to be passive. And they should choose among the candidates that we decided. You remember what the New York Times wrote in the editorial? They said Mamdani should not even have a line on the ballot. Can you hear that? On the primary ballot. There were a large number of people running in the primary. They said he shouldn't even have a line on the primary ballot. They couldn't have felt very well when they discovered their influence now is down to about.
Norm said David Irving, Holocaust denier, is a very good historian. He should be dismissed by any anti-Zionist. He had no sympathy for the Charlie Hebdo victims. We anti-Zionists should not embrace him. Okay. I know what you're referring to, because like it's like his praise of David Irving's like scholarship or whatever, I'm pretty sure, is buried somewhere in one of the editions of the Holocaust Industry, which has been out for decades, by the way. And his comments related to like Charlie Hebdo or whatever, I don't agree with them. I don't think it amounts to apologism. I know what he is trying to say. He was like, it's hyper-inflammatory what they were doing, and he didn't find it to be brave or whatever. That's an opinion I can hear out, but it's not one that I agree with. But I don't think that like that disqualified like these comments or whatever. But if I could advise Norm, like, should you make them? I would say you should not make these comments. But you know, I think he is honest and an academic first, and then he is kind of like an activist second. So he doesn't orient his everything that he's willing to, like the things that he's willing to say in public or whatever around like, is it good for the movement, quote unquote. It's more anchored in like, can I defend it? And he has defenses of this, and like his defense of like Holocaust deniers is more esoteric than people realize. It's more like Holocaust deniers are annoying, obviously, and there's a funny anecdote related to Adam Friedland that I'll say after this, but he said that they're useful because they challenge primary assumptions that a lot of scholars make that really force us to reckon with the subject at hand in a way that somebody who is not so skeptical would not think to like interrogate these, again, primary assumptions. But he said to Adam Friedland recently, like Adam Friedland asked him like, did the Holocaust happen in like one episode? And he didn't even bother saying like trying to debunk it. He said, don't go down this path. He didn't even want to like contend with the argument. He said that's not serious, and like that's stupid to question if like the Holocaust happened. So I think somebody who was like praising that, if that was really some sort of like secret nefarious agenda that he has as like a Jewish scholar, which he is, I don't think that he would have told Adam, quit this nonsense, don't go down this path, it's stupid.
About zero. Nobody gave a damn. But in my day, a New York Times endorsement, at least in New York City politics, decided.
Sorry for the billion comments, but he is saying Irving is a very good historian. Yes, I know that. I know that. I know he said that. They're old comments.
The election. It was a very fraught moment. The New York Times editorial, who it endorsed. Yes, it was a very big moment. Even when you knew who they were going to endorse, it was still a solemn occasion, that New York Times editorial, who it's endorsing. Now nobody gives a shit. Or darn, they've lost all credibility.
Chomsky was like that, supporting a French anti-Semite's right to publish good scholarship in France in the 70s, a genuine intellectual free speech position. Norm is a bit wilder than Noam, though. IMO, yes, for sure. For sure. Noam do be wildin'. And I don't endorse everything that he says. In fact, I disagree with him significantly. When have you read the shit that he says about trans people? He's incredibly transphobic. I'm not going to agree with Norman Finkelstein on like almost anything outside of like his scholarship related to like Israel, Palestine, and Gaza specifically. But thank you for watching on Twitch. The 42 people that are still watching me at like 7 in the morning for some reason. I do wonder if these are the same viewers that I had like an hour or two ago, if they're like new viewers and it's like all kind of just canceled out. But if you want to follow me and know when I go live, I go live practically every single day at varying times, clearly. So you should hit the follow button, or you can subscribe to me and get an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also gift subs in chat so people can get the same. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream because it pushes it out to other people. And subscribe to me if you aren't already. If you want to support me, as in tip me, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on absolutely everything. And I guess who are we rating? But I will be back at some point. I don't know when. All-nighter gang. Y'all are crazy. I have to assume you're like in Australia or something. Where are we going? Is anybody that I follow currently awake? I think Gus is. Oh, Redolent. Redolent's awake. So let's go to Redolent Thought. If you guys want more politics. No, fuck. Wrong person. Wrong person. at some point. I'm British and it's 11:47. Yeah. +5. It's almost midday here. Nowhere exists outside of America, but that is cute that you guys think that. All right. Sending you guys over. Have fun.